Chapter 001. Parallel World, which is a rental house. Inside the room, there are a lot of stickers pasted here, pasted in a small room, the female emperor of pirates, Hinata of Hokage, the 18th of Dragon Ball. It's dizzying. On the desk in the room, a very young man was tapping on the keyboard. The computer screen shows a fighting game Dragon Ball Ultra Universe 2. There is no doubt that he is an otaku, and as an otaku is still a Dragon Ball fan, otherwise he would have spent more than 200 oceans and bought genuine fighting games. He plays as a self-built scion, set on the planet Vegeta, and his opponent is Frieza. Lying groove, the speed is so fast, Nima will be bloodied at once. Make up blood and replenish blood, damn look how I torture you. At the moment turned on the transformation technique, his Scion character immediately transformed into a Super Saiyan, and as the otaku increased his hand speed, Frieza was immediately beaten with blood. Hey! Super Turtle Pi Kigong Wave. Knocked down the keyboard, pressed the keyboard, and a slap of extreme skill was issued, and Frieza, who was beaten with residual blood, was immediately knocked out. The slightly excited otaku was conscious, but at this time, he couldn't help but darken and fainted directly. Otaku, a man who lives in an ordinary city, Liu Hang crossed directly. The game became a reality, and Liu Hang was actually a little confused. He looked up and could see the dazzling sun falling from the sky. Oh, how come there are two suns? No, how can there be sun at night? Immediately, Liu Hang immediately sobered up and looked at the scene in front of him in amazement. The huge sun was rapidly expanding, and it was rapidly setting at a straight speed. Lean, as soon as you cross it, it is a nightmare mode, and the opening scene is the destruction of the planet, play me. The memories that suddenly emerged were quickly wiped out by Liu Hang. Liu Hang, who played the game of Dragon Ball, directly traveled to the world of Dragon Ball and became a Scion on planet Vegeta. All around, there were fearful and uneasy voices of Scions. That huge solar bomb is too huge, even if it gathers on planet Vegeta, all the Scion forces cannot resist this huge energy bomb. Planet Vegeta, the day of doom. Lie down, I still have to live, what a joke. Looking at the huge energy bomb that fell, Liu Hang's face suddenly changed, and the energy in his body surged. The golden aura leaped out from Liu Hang's body. Diddy! Congratulations on activating God-level Scion system, you get Super Scion mod installed. Super Scion mod installed successfully. Congratulations on embarking on your first player mission, defeating the Cosmic Emperor Frieza, your Super Scion mod power can be fully preserved. Reward, 1 player chest. The mandatory mission was accepted, and the Super Scion power was obtained, and the land aviation also gained the mastery of 2 extreme skills. Continuous shock waves, as well as full force energy shock waves. At this time, there was no time for Liu Hang to hesitate. Feeling the majestic chi in his body, the golden fury rushed to the crown, and Liu Hang became a Super Scion in one leap. All-out energy shock wave. Aiming at the huge energy bomb that fell, Liu Hang, whose whole body strength ran away, blasted the huge energy wave gathered by his palm into the sky. Cosmos, Frieza looked at the planet Vegeta that was about to be destroyed, and let out a maniacal laugh. Oh, Mr. Shambo, Mr. Dodoria, what a beautiful fireworks, let's look forward to the grand show. The planet Vegeta, which was about to be destroyed in his hands, made Frieza smile contented. Damn Scions, damn planet Vegeta, damn King Vegeta, it's finally coming to an end. The only Scion who dared to resist him, the guy named Bardock, was about to accompany planet Vegeta and sell it here. Thinking of this, Frieza's mood became even happier. However, what made Frieza quite unexpected happened directly at this time. Frieza's maniacal laughter suddenly stopped, because below the planet Vegeta, a huge Kigong wave that rushed up into the sky was directly pushed on Frieza's energy bomb. Gathering terrifying energy, a huge energy bomb that was enough to destroy the planet, it was dissipated by that Qigong wave. In the universe, a huge muffled sound remembered that the man who was originally a little desperate, with a cross scar on his left face, showed a stunned expression. The future changed. How is it possible that planet Vegeta was destroyed by Frisia without being destroyed at once? Before Bardock could react, from under planet Vegeta, a golden streamer passed by Bardock's side. "You are, Frisia." Liu Hang's voice was like thunder, facing the dwarf sitting on the floating aircraft. Frisia narrowed his eyes, the cold light of his eyes was released from his pupils, and under the evil aura was the ferocity of the Universe Emperor. "I said who it was, it turned out to be a scion monkey, think that you can deal with me with a different form." Frisia's voice sounded, and he let out an evil laugh. "The guys who don't know if they are dead or alive, they will only send the monkeys to death one by one." "You, who are you?" The scarred Bardock steadied himself in the air and walked towards the strange scion. Although this scion does not know who it is, he should look like a very powerful scion, and Bardock can feel the powerful energy on Liu Hang all the time. "1. A super scion on planet Vegeta." Liu Hang replied Bardock, but his eyes were staring at Frisia intently. If it weren't for the mission, Liu Hang would not have faced this cosmic emperor. "Super scion." Bardock and Frisia's eyes showed unimaginable shock, and Frisia's sneer when he saw this scene. "Arrogant fellow, I'll see what you're capable of." "What a shit super scion." As soon as Frisia's fingertips lifted, one Qigong beam after another blasted out from Frisia's fingertips. Even the two subordinates behind Frisia showed their gaze on the dead man. "Dare to provoke Lord Frisia, the horror of the Universe Emperor is not something that scions can experience." Waiting for Liu Hang to die tragically at the hands of Frisia, Shambo and Dodolia saw a scene that made them unimaginable. Frisia's attacks were all accurately evaded by Liu Hang, and even resisted. So strong, could it be that he really is, Super Scion? Bardock, who was watching the battle, already believed a little at this moment. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 002. Among the Scion family, Super Scions are super soldiers that are rare in 1,000 years. Beings who belong to the transformation form of Scions and reach this level all possess extraordinary powers. One blow is enough to destroy a planet, or even at all. What? Behind Frisia, both Shambo and Doria looked stunned at the same time. I couldn't believe that someone could block Frisia's blow. Just one blow is enough to prove the horror of its power. To that extent, that really disappoints me, Frisia. Liu Hang, who twisted his neck and looked unscathed, let out a disdainful laugh at this. The strength of his own body really surprised Liu Hang. And Frisia seemed to be enraged. Flying away from the floating aircraft on his body, the short and lean body suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. No one would have thought that it was such a young son who had the power to destroy the planet. I'll let you know the price of offending me, Frisia. If you kneel with me now and beg for mercy, I may spare your life. Moving his lower hand joints, Frisia let out a grim laugh. Shout. As soon as the words fell, Frisia dressed in combat clothes and rushed straight in the direction where the landing flight was. A violent explosion suddenly sounded, and the two people fought in an instant. A finger of death light shot towards the location of the landing voyage, and the dense light curtain impacted, so that Liu Hang quickly raised his hand, and the sharp slap scattered Frisia's attack. The golden aura burned from Liu Hang's body, and his body suddenly tensed, showing an unparalleled huge explosive power. The right fist rushed straight up and collided with Frisia's arm. At this moment, the land aviation was completely relying on the inherited Scion battle memory to fight Frisia. Die! A majestic force, against Liu Hang, Frisia's stirring right fist flung against Liu Hang's body, but at this moment, Liu Hang was agile enough to resist Frisia's right fist, and his left hand had hit Frisia's soft abdomen. King Frisia. X2. Almost at the same time, there was an exclamation, and Shambo and Dodolia looked at each other, completely unable to believe that Frisia would be in the inferior position from the beginning. Or is this scion too powerful? Very well, Scion Monkey, you managed to provoke me. Frisia smiled wickedly, narrowing his eyes. The white aura burst out in an instant. The strength of this arrogance almost shows Frisia's strongest strength at this stage. In this first form, Frisia has a combat power of more than 500,000. However, in the Super Scion state, the combat effectiveness of land aviation can be said to far exceed the geometric multiple of Frisia. And Frisia's body flew towards Liu Hang like a streamer, and Liu Hang raised his hand and stared intently at Frisia's actions. Almost, completely saw through any attack by Frisia. Gas cannon. The right palm struck, and the impact of the chi gathered from it, knocking Frisia out. Frisia flipped in the air several times before he completely stabilized his figure. Enough, Frisia, use all your powers. At this stage, you can't beat me at all. What Liu Hang wants to defeat is Frisia in the strongest stage. Moreover, the battle with Frisia has allowed Liu Hang to gradually master his own power in the Super Scion state. At this moment, Frisia was even more confused. At this stage, when dealing with the vast majority of space warriors, he seems to be strong enough. But facing this blonde scion is still not enough. Strong, really too strong. The furious aura almost made Frisia feel quite clear, and beside Frisia, the two subordinates' combat power detectors had already burst open. Just when the land aviation showed super strength. Very well, stupid Scion Monkey, you managed to offend King Ben. I'll leave you a whole corpse. Frisia gulped, and the cold aura on his body was suddenly released. The short body became very large in this instant. Under the burly figure, there is a powerful horror of the universe emperor. On Frisia's side, the miscellaneous soldiers scattered outside the spaceship all felt a deep sense of fear from the inside out when facing such Frisia. Unbelievable. Gollum, stunned Bardock, looked at this surprising scene. With all his might, he couldn't force Frisia to use his true strength, and this strange blonde scion could force Frisia to this point. The legendary Super Scion. I only hope that he can really save the fate of the destruction of planet Vegeta. Bardock, who thought secretly, soon saw Frisia and attacked again. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 003. Death Energy Bomb. A purple energy bullet gathered from Frisia's finger, and then it was thrown out by Frisia. This energy bomb gathers Frisia's power. What should Super Scion, also to die at his hands? The next moment, Liu Hang's body moved, and when Frisia's death energy bomb slammed over, an energy bomb of the same size collided with Frisia in midair. Only at this moment, the moment turned into a terrifying wave of chi and scattered. The golden streamer headed towards Frisia. The right leg jerked up and smashed into Frisia's body. A huge force pushed Frisia's body to tumble in the air. This fierce battle stunned Bardock, who was watching the battle. The gap will actually be so big, it is worthy of the legendary Super Scion. Bardock stared at the scene that happened in front of him, and the speed of the two people was so fast that Bardock's eyesight could not catch up. And Frisia's two subordinates were even more surprised. That scion, what kind of person is it? He can actually fight King Frisia to such a point? Shambo and Doria looked at each other, not knowing what to say. The soldiers of the Frisia Space Army looked at the powerful Frisia and were pressed and beaten by Liu Hang. Damn Scion Monkey, you have angered King Ben. Frisia, who became angry, directly opened the third transformation. The aura rose from Frisia's body, and under the transformation of the third transformation, the whole body became quite tall, like the four tentacles of an alien, and his appearance looked especially ugly. Frisia in this state has great combat capabilities. In this form, Frisia has a combat power of 3 million. Scion Monkey, you're dead. In this form, the king has a combat power of 3 million. With just one finger, it can kill you. Frisia opened his palms and let out a cold laugh. Oh, one finger can kill me. As soon as the words fell, Liu Hang went directly to Frisia's face. The speed was so fast that Frisia's pupils couldn't help shrinking. A heavy punch hit Frisia's body, and the numb pain brought by the nerves in his body made Frisia's pain no longer painful. Immediately afterwards, Frisia was thrown out by Liu Hang. Rumble. Like a rocket meteor, it smashed dozens of asteroids behind it. Everyone who was stunned looked at this amazing battle. In the universe, the aftermath of the collision of two people reverberated. Fragmented asteroids, scattered in space. It's over. Liu Hang raised his left hand and aimed at Frisia's position, and his right hand quickly gathered the chi gathered in his body. All-out energy shockwave. Like a full-force energy shockwave of the sun's temperature, it hits in the direction of Frisia. Through countless asteroid debris, the debris completely decomposes in the energy of the heat. Frisia, who was relieved, saw that the blow of death was about to fall on him. King Ben, so that you won't lose a scion monkey. Once again in his form, Frisia's combat power exploded rapidly, and he had reached the peak combat power of the fully liberated form. The short but lean body contains great power. A. A purple light shield formed, and Liu Hang's all-out energy wave was immediately blocked. In his ultimate form, Frisia has a terrifying combat power of about 60 million. And at this time, Liu Hang just saw what Frisia was like in this state. The jade-like body is white with a slight purple covering the skin, and although the body is small, it is not as tall as the previous two. However, in the ultimate form, the combat power exerted by Frisia may not be weaker than that of the Super Scion. Oh yes! King Frisia has transformed. This is the last transformation of King Frisia, and that Scion will definitely be defeated by King Frisia. The remaining Frisia Space Force couldn't help but cheer. Shambo and Doria couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Frisia in this state really had proud capital. Good. Liu Hang's eyes immediately showed an excited brilliance. Turning into a Super Scion plus the combat genes in his bones, Liu Hang finally took a serious combat posture at this moment. However, Liu Hang is confident that he is not weaker than Frisia in this state. Because, the current Super Scion state is the most perfect Super Scion state of land aviation. That is, after awakening the Super Scion power, it has reached the most perfect level of full power. No one has ever been able to force King Ben to use this form. Scion, you have successfully provoked King Ben, Death Meteor. The asteroid rubble gathered around was immediately sighted by Frisia. With the help of the superpowers of the frozen demons, the asteroid circled in a ring, and then blasted out densely in the direction of the landing voyage. Shout! Continuous shockwave. One after another Qigong light waves blasted out, and the rubble that flew over by Frisia immediately shattered. The purple streamer whistled by, and Frisia appeared behind Liu Hang, sweeping his legs towards Liu Hang's back. Turning around, Frisia's leg was immediately caught by Liu Hang. At the next moment, Frisia was directly thrown out by Liu Hang, and the Cosmic Emperor who despised all living beings had a common-sense crisis for the first time. The Super Scion in front of him, even if he becomes in the most perfect state. However, without 100% power, facing Super Scion, Frisia's upper hand was immediately defeated. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 004. Such a terrifying battle made everyone dare not interfere. I am afraid that such a battle will affect me. Death Ray. Frisia was furious, and with a finger of his right hand towards Liu Hang, one death ray after another flew out. Liu Hang quickly dodged, and every ray of death was almost empty. In the next moment, Liu Hang hit Frisia again with a sweeping leg. Ah! The painful Frisia, because of the physical pain, made his consciousness become extremely distorted. Today's land aviation is completely adapted to the state of Super Saiyan. The golden flame burned like a flame. Liu Hang rushed straight over and punched Frisia. Fist collision creates a more distant reverberation. The energy aftermath generated by the echo only turned the nearby asteroids around the two into dust in an instant. Die, Saiyan monkey! You were the first of all the people I met except my family to show me this form. I have to say that the Saiyan race is indeed powerful, and if I can kill you, I will completely destroy the Saiyans and the Saiyan planet. The smiling Frisia let out a terrifying roar. Although the imposing Frisia was at the beginning of the downwind, he saw the disadvantages of the land aviation. Moreover, compared to the land aviation in the Super Saiyan state, even if he has not fought for a long time, Frisia has quite a wealth of combat experience. I haven't seen it, Frisia has such a scary time. Bardock took a deep breath, feeling a strong uneasiness in his heart. But no matter how uneasy it is, the current Frisia can only be dealt with by the land aviation. The legendary Super Saiyan is the hope of the planet Vegeta today. At this time, a laser beam flew over sharply at this moment. Members of the Frisia Space Force launched an attack on Bardock. When I'm a soft persimmon. Bardock snorted coldly. Even if he was not as powerful as the Super Saiyan, it was not something that these miscellaneous soldiers could easily provoke. King to king, general to general, for the glory of the Saiyan race, Bardock rushed forward. A fierce battle broke out. And the battle between Frisia and Liu Hang caused the Saiyan planet to shake. The atmosphere was shaking, and some sober Saiyans had already realized what was going on. The whole earth is trembling. What exactly is going on the planet Vegeta? Incredible, my detector exploded, malfunction. How can there be such a strong existence that will appear on planet Vegeta? The restless Saiyans set off in groups towards the sky, and they couldn't help but be surprised when they saw the scene of the appearance of space. A blonde Saiyan actually fought with Frisia, and a black-haired Saiyan fought against countless Frisia space army. Don't resist, Saiyan monkey, be killed by us. King Frisia, there is no time to take care of the monkeys now, so you monkeys, let us deal with it. Shambo and Doria let out a defiant laugh, thinking that this might be able to force back some kind of Super Saiyan. However, they could not imagine that Liu Hang, as a traverser, did not have any sense of belonging to any Saiyan family. Being able to appear here against Frisia is even more because he can gain the power of Super Saiyan in this way. Damn, what's going on? How can a whole bunch of Saiyan monkeys appear? Humph, no matter how many Saiyan monkeys there are. It's just sending them to death. Today is the day of the destruction of your Saiyan race. The Saiyans who appeared here were even more surprised. Frisia actually wants to exterminate the Saiyan race. What is the situation? You guys finally reacted. Frisia, to destroy the Saiyan race. King Vegeta, and the elite warriors of the royal family were all killed in battle, and those of us who used Frisia as cattle and horses have been abandoned by Frisia. Bardock's voice sounded, making the Saiyans who appeared here even more stunned. King Vegeta, and the elite warriors of the royal family, are dead. Damn, we Saiyans, what are you sorry for Frisia? The angry Saiyan team made a dissatisfied voice. Doria smiled sadly at the Saiyans. You Saiyans are too much of a hindrance for all King Frisia to purge you. Leave me away. Darius' words immediately angered these Saiyans. Ha ha ha, Saiyan monkey, won't you help your kindred? Frisia laughed viciously and sneered at Liu Hang, my subordinates will kill the Saiyans one by one. If you give up resistance and kneel down and beg for mercy, King Ben will leave you with a whole corpse. Dry. Without talking nonsense, Liu Hang now has only one purpose, that is, to defeat and kill Frisia. Rumble. In the next moment, Liu Hang smashed a punch into Frisia's face. The face of the dignified Universe Emperor Frisia's face became distorted and deformed in an instant. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 005. Twisted and deformed, Frisia's face became particularly painful. Not only the pain, but also the humiliation of being beaten. This sense of humiliation, for Frisia, is simply a humiliation. The face of King Ben is unforgivable. Frisia was furious, completely angry because of a man who turned out to be a scion monkey. The humiliation brought by Liu Hang must be returned to Liu Hang doubly. Purple flames burned from Frisia's body. The situation seems to be a little bad. Liu Hang couldn't help but smack his tongue, feeling the strength of Frisia, and Liu Hang had to be more serious. Mom sells batches, so you can reward me with a little more skill. With this skill, how to deal with Frisia? Liu Hang, who was a little depressed, quickly clashed with Frisia. Punch after punch, the energizing energy destroyed the asteroid belt around the two of them. Liu Hang's left leg lifted, and then swept sharply on Frisia's body. This made Frisia quickly raise his arm, and the huge power brought by a bullet made Frisia quickly fly to the side. Crashed straight into the nearest asteroid. Rumble. The sound of the asteroid belt breaking and cracking, at this moment, Frisia immediately stabilized his figure. The crazy purple light blasted towards the location of the landing voyage. Death Ray, Frisia's famed stunt, completely exploded at this time. In any case, Frisia wanted Liu Hang to die on the spot. Frisia's arrogance was high, and he was determined to win. Scions who were quite close could feel the strength of Frisia's aura. Is this the power of the universe Emperor Frisia? It's a desperate force, it's terrifying. Only that Super Scion could be Frisia's opponent. The survival of the once-in-a-millennium Super Scion, the Scion race, is at this moment. The evil aura of the Universe Emperor made people dare not resist. However, as long as the land aviation has not fallen, then the Scion people have hope for salvation. Frisia. Bardock looked at Frisia angrily, his fists clenched, but in the face of such a terrifying scene, he could only be powerless. This sense of humiliation has never been encountered before. Then, in space, the figures of the two people were completely invisible. The transcendent battle that is close to the limit makes everyone even more stunned. In a few seconds, the two people have exchanged hundreds or even thousands of times. Boom! Once again, a huge force made Frisia's figure quickly retreat at this time. The slightly miserable Frisia even had purple blood stains from the corners of his mouth. His gaze was fierce, and under the evil and cold gaze, it was a look of contempt for all living beings. Scion Monkey, whether you are a Super Scion or not, the humiliation you have brought to King Ben. Let King Ben repay you well. 50% of the power is not enough to destroy you, then I will release 100% of my power now. Die with the glory of the Scions, and I will let your people bury you. With a defiant smile, Frisia's body was growing at an extremely fast speed, and he was releasing the last of his full strength. When Frisia is at full strength, he will burst out with 100% combat ability, but under this combat ability, the physical exertion will increase dramatically. Ding dong! The difficulty of the first player mission is upgraded, defeating the Cosmic Emperor in 100% state. And your player chest reward is upgraded to the Bronze player chest. Give special moves, Gravitational Impact, Storm. The next moment, Liu Hang immediately felt the information that suddenly came out of his mind. The biggest advantage of the new two special skills is that the consumption of strength is weaker than the two extreme skills mastered today, and even more destructive power than the two extreme skills mastered by Liu Hang. Liu Hang, who was slightly settled in his heart, raised his head and looked at Frisia. Hey! In the state of 100% strength, Frisia instantly punched Liu Hang. Just a punch, even just close to Liu Hang's body, Liu Hang just casually raised, the invisible force immediately rushed away Frisia's attack. Gravitational shock. When the words fell, there was another bang, and the powerful counter-shock force immediately shook Frisia out. Poof! Wow! A mouthful of blood spurted out of Frisia's mouth. You are so weak, is this the Universe Emperor Frisia? Just like that, you still want to destroy the Scion family, this joke is really not funny. The sarcastic words rang from Frisia's ears. I don't know when, Liu Hang flashed in front of Frisia. The voice was like a knife, inserted into Frisia's heart. Humiliation, what a great humiliation! Anger, completely erupted. I want you. Die. However, as soon as the words fell, Liu Hang's punch smashed into Frisia's body. The pain was so intense that it made Frisia unable to breathe. It's over. Like the sound of death sentencing, it sounded. P.S. One day, 2 to 3 more, the more flowers are updated, the more collections, the more updates. For more free-follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 006. The Emperor of the Universe is facing the greatest crisis in his life. Boom! The severe pain once again twisted and deformed Frisia's body. Liu Hang punched Frisia in the front. One punch after another, 3 punches burst out, directly smashing into Frisia's face. Where has the Emperor of the Universe suffered such humiliation? Perhaps it was because such humiliation was too shameful to embarrass the Universe Emperor Frisia. Bastard, damn Scion monkey, dare to offend King Ben like this. The furious Frisia, with his white tail, fiercely pumped towards Liu Hang behind him. The tail is pumped like a whip, and smashing on the person can make the person crush the bones immediately. The destructive power of Frisia's tail is not so visible. However, the moment Liu Hang pulled Frisia's tail, he directly strangled Frisia's tail. Frisia's body was thrown out by Liu Hang at 180 degrees, smashing the asteroid thousands of miles away. Boom! With a loud noise, Frisia, who was thrown out, felt numb pain in his body. Stormy! In the next second, Liu Hang raised his hand and gathered the countless energy bombs formed, completely locking the location where Frisia was. The dense energy projectiles bombarded Frisia's body, making Frisia a little immobile at all. Not only could he not move, but the damage caused by the special skill of storm and rain also increased Frisia's physical exertion. 100% combat effectiveness is not as deterrent as it was at the beginning. Quick, now, support the Super Scion. Since they didn't know the name of Liu Hang, and Liu Hang seemed too strange to these people, the Scions who gathered briefly had to call it that. However, the only one who can defeat Frisia now is Liu Hang. Taking advantage of the opportunity, when Frisia was attacked by the storm of the army aviation and was completely unable to move, Bardock, along with all the other Scions, looked at each other, after having solved half of the Frisia space army. A blue Qigong wave that gathers everyone's strength destroys Frisia in a way that the whole clan works together. Give me death, Frisia! The Qigong wave that rushed straight up, locked Frisia's direction and left. At this moment, Frisia is still locked by the storm of the land aviation. No, Hugh! The purple arrogance was high again. Burst out another 100% strength, gathered the combined power of the Scion clan to form a blow, directly defeated by Frisia. Frisia even escaped from the storm of land aviation. You monkeys, I want you to die. Not only to these Scions, but also to the Super Scions of land airlines. A huge lava gas bomb, formed under the manipulation of Frisia. The planet destruction bomb, one of Frisia's strongest moves. The biggest effect of this energy bomb is that it can absorb the power of others and increase its own power. The high-energy ball has a temperature that is more intense than the sun. Die! The planet doom bomb immediately pushes down the Scion planet from Frisia's fingertips. The terrified Scions were really afraid of Frisia's blow. If such a huge energy bomb landed on planet Vegeta, wouldn't the entire Scion clan be finished? Moreover, Frisia didn't even care about the members of Frisia's space force. In order to destroy the scions, die and do something with the people around you. The scorching heat of the sun terrified everyone. Helpless. Bardock was shocked. And everyone's faces were covered with haze. Your opponent is me, Frisia. At the moment when the planet's destruction bomb was about to fall, a figure of Liu Hang flashed in front of all the scions. The energy wave that went all out was released from Liu Hang's hand. All-out energy shockwave. The blue energy shockwave only converged on Liu Hang's hand in an instant. The power of the planet destruction bomb is great, but at this moment, the full energy shockwave of land aviation is even more powerful than Frisia's planet destruction bomb. What? Not long after Frisia was happy, his face immediately changed. His planet destruction bomb was directly pushed back by Liu Hang. It even accelerated countless times, scaring Frisia in a reverse way. Phew! Frisia wants to push the planet-destroying bomb and make the damned scions die. However, the planet-destroying bomb, which accelerated again, immediately came to Frisia. Rumble! The planet-destroying bomb hit Frisia's body, and in an instant the world fell silent. Ding dong! Congratulations on defeating the Cosmic Emperor Frisia in 100% state, you will receive a bronze player chest reward. Congratulations on achieving the first achievement item, Story Breaker. The prompt sound of the task completion suddenly made Liu Hang, who had quieted down, fall into ecstasy. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 007. The first player mission was finally completed at this time. Not only did you get the first bronze player chest, but you also got the first achievement, Story Breaker. The first moment of achievement was the opening of the achievement system belonging to the land aviation. Your first achievement is achieved, and the achievement system is opened for you. A series of prompt tones, sounded at this time, did not seem abrupt at all. Achievement system, what does it do? Liu Hang immediately asked, with a curious look on his face. This achievement system seems to be of great help to land aviation. The achievements system shows that there are 12 achievements. However, achievements that are not turned on are indicated by gray spaces. The first opening achievement, the plot breaker, is that Liu Hang can freely travel through parallel time and space. Do anything that spoils the plot, as long as it's not too far from the original history. After understanding Liu Hang, he shifted his attention to the bronze player treasure chest, and what he was most looking forward to now was what rewards he would get for the bronze player treasure chest reward. Ding dong! Congratulations on opening the bronze treasure chest reward. You get the special skill to gather chi with all your strength, the ultimate skill to smash the magic wave, the domineering explosion of the avoidance technique, and a combat suit. The reward for the bronze chest this time is these two skills, as well as a set of battle suits and detectors. It's barely a good harvest for Liu Hang. The combat suit has a weighted setting and can withstand strong attacks. For the current land aviation, it is enough, and the most important thing is to concentrate the chi with all its strength and blast the magic wave. Gathering chi with all your strength can restore your physical strength and even increase your own strength. Bursting Demon Wave is an ultimate technique with powerful damage, which is not weaker than the all-out energy shock wave currently mastered by Liu Hang. The avoidance technique can resist the impact of energy waves, and the power is quite huge. However, now that Frisia has killed, is it necessary for Liu Hang to stay on the Scion planet? Another point is that the plot of the Dragon Ball world is how to do it. This world is a theatrical version of Dragon Ball's parallel time and space. There is little interference with the original plot, and players can open Dragon Ball Z story missions. Open the Dragon Ball Z world for you, open the Scion Attack story, the Namex story, the Artificial Man plot and the Majin Buu story. The system's words completely dispelled Liu Hang's doubts, at least what he did here would not affect the normal development of the Dragon Ball plot. Phew, anyway, I have nothing to do with the Scions, I should be able to come back here if I need it, right? Liu Hang quickly asked the system, looking a little puzzled. Absolutely. The words of the system immediately dispelled the concerns of the land aviation, so that the army aviation had a choice at once. Just choose, Scion Attack Chapter. Although this timeline is early, the plot opens close to name seeing. The artificial man chapter is a little far away. When the Super Scion appeared on a large scale, Liu Hang appeared at that time was not very suitable, and the strength could only reach the level of full power of the Super Scion. The plot of Majin Bu chapter is over. Can't it be that he ran there to fight soy sauce? Immediately passed, immediately made their choice. Ding dong. Dragon Ball Z Story World teleportation for you. In the next second, in the eyes of all Scions, Liu Hang was teleported away by an inexplicable golden light. Thundered. The whole earth was trembling at this time. In the air, a big man dressed in strange clothes gasped in embarrassment. There seemed to be inexplicable scars on the body. Dumplings. Tianjin Rice, who had a broken arm, couldn't help but let out a sad cry. Dumpling is his most important junior brother, he actually died here, what a joke. Klin and Sun Gohan, two people, whose faces looked tired, and Leaping, who was extremely angry, died tragically in a rather miserable way. The only strong Vic who has a combat power is in even worse condition now. The two Scions were far more powerful than they expected. Damn, the gap is too big. Bike's green face looked ugly, and even if he used his all-out magic light-killing cannon, he was not sure that he would definitely kill the two Scions. The bald Naba is good to say, the main thing is that Vegeta. Monkey King, when exactly are you coming? Vic glanced at Klin and Sun Gohan behind him. It should be soon. Klin couldn't help but say, as long as he persisted a little longer, maybe he would be able to wait until Sun Wukong returned. It's just that at this time, how is it possible? Leaping and Dumpling died in battle, and Tianjin Rice was even cut off. Haha, you're. I want you to die, and I am so embarrassed. Naba let out a laugh and walked straight ahead. The closest to Naba is Tianjin Rice with a broken arm. Tianjin Rice, quickly dodge. Klin was immediately shocked and couldn't help but scream at this time. Tianjin Rice, on the other hand, is determined to die at the moment. I want to avenge the dumplings. White chi erupted from Tianjin Fan's body, and pointed one hand in the direction of Naba's attack. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 008. Qigong Cannon. Determined to die, Tianjin Fan delivered his final blow. Go and die. The red light was released from Naba's hand, and the air exploded at this moment, only to collide with the Qigong cannon in an instant. Rumble. The two forces, however, were separated at this time. Phew, domineering outbreak. From the surroundings of Liu Hang, a powerful energy was released, completely cancelling out the attacks of the two. At this time, Liu Hang maintained his angry hair, his whole body was dyed with golden flames, and under the posture of Super Saiyan, the entire earth was trembling. Then, Liu Hang withdrew from Super Saiyan status. And the crowd on the ground, cold sweat flowed down at this time. So depressed, who is that guy? Vic raised his head, his already green face, and he was even more frightened when he saw this situation. And Tianjin Rice was a little confused, and the Qigong cannon that he went all out for was easily resisted. What kind of person is this guy? The Qigong cannon I go all out. Tianjin Fan was stunned and looked at Liu Hang between himself and Naba. Liu Hang's fleeting terrifying aura made Tianjin Fan feel heavy. Is this new guy an enemy or a friend? Waste, where the guy who came out, dared to disturb me. Find the dead guy, let me disappear. Naba is condescending, located above the land aviation. The hideous distorted face became quite unpleasant. Rage, really rage. On his body, a terrifying chi emerged, and the chi pushed Naba's body towards the landing voyage. The sound made a violent whistling sound, and Liu Hang only raised his head slightly, and he didn't even move his body. In an instant, behind Naba's flying in front of him, Liu Hang's left hand raised and hit Naba's body directly. Ugh! Naba let out a painful wail, his whole face became distorted due to nerve pain, and his body became numb at the moment he was hit. Boom! Naba's body, falling from the sky. Bastard, that idiot, is so careless. That guy has a way of hiding his combat effectiveness. After removing the detector that was scrapped because of the high and low combat effectiveness of land aviation, Vegeta's face was gloomy. There was a fear spread in everyone's body, and under the power of this fear, they were afraid that the land aviation that suddenly appeared would do something to them. Not only a few warriors on Earth, but also 2 scions on the side. You guy, who the hell? Vegeta walked out, gloomy towards the landing channel. His gaze fell on Liu Hang's body. He noticed the tails of all the scions behind Liu Hang. His face couldn't help but change. You, actually a scion? Could it be that there are other scions alive in this world? You know, many years ago, the Scion planet was destroyed by a meteorite impact. If Raditz hadn't died, there would have been only 4 pure-blood scions. Yes, I'm a scion, but now you're not Prince Vegeta either. Liu Hang smiled, his face was very calm, and he didn't have any respect for this scion prince at all. No, isn't it, another scion? Wait, that scion doesn't seem to deal with that Vegeta very well. Klin's face changed slightly, but Vic on the side immediately noticed that something was wrong. You dare to speak to Prince Ben like that? Vegeta immediately became angry, and said with an extremely gloomy face. The terrifying combat power increased rapidly, and a rushing electric light appeared on Vegeta's body. I, Vegeta, am an elite warrior among the scions, a genius chosen from birth. Feeling that Liu Hang had offended his Vegeta, he raised his combat power and rushed over at a speed like thunder. Gravitational shock. As soon as Liu Hang's right hand was raised, the invisible power swept on Vegeta's body in an instant. Let Vegeta fly out quickly, and the whole person crashed into the cliff not far away. The rubble cracked and the dust suddenly flew up. Ahem, how can the gap be so big? I am the noble scion Prince Vegeta. Bursting into anger, Vegeta jumped into the air, and then saw a scene that surprised him. Is this level of strength surprising to you? Noble scion Prince, then do you know Super Saiyan? Drink. Once again, the power transformed, the entire earth trembled, and the wind and waves swept up, and even the rubble on the ground was set off because of Liu Hang's chi. His black hair was dyed blonde, and his appearance seemed to have changed dramatically. Under the golden arrogance, the posture of the Super Saiyan is completely displayed in front of everyone. Super Saiyan. Unspeakable astonishment appeared on Vegeta's face. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 009. That is, the legendary warrior who belongs only to the Scion people. Even 1,000 years to have an existence. Actually, it really appeared in front of Vegeta. However, what became a Super Saiyan was not the genius of him, an elite warrior, but a strange scion who didn't know where he came from. In this case, it cannot make Vegeta feel angry. This was even more humiliating for Vegeta. Super Saiyan. Bike, who had a green face, couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. This breath is too strong, the Scion family, can't they all be monsters? If Sun Wukong came back, there was no way to deal with this Scion for sure. I have to say that the breath of the Super Saiyan is indeed too large, and the huge one makes everyone feel depressed. Even Sun Wukong, who was rushing to the battlefield, looked at the place in the distance with an extremely shocked gaze. The sheer size of this breath made him completely breathless. Gohan, Klin, and Bike, you all have to wait for me. Somersault Cloud. Urging the somersault cloud under his feet, Sun Wukong hurriedly rushed over. It was now very close to the battlefield of the two scions. I just hope that there will be time. Holding the fairy bean in his hand, Sun Wukong's face couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. However, this uneasiness was soon forcibly suppressed by himself. Under the current circumstances, Sun Wukong is not allowed to think too much. Located in the Heavenly God Temple, Celestial God and Bobo were looking at the scene below, and the scene presented in front of them really scared the two people. The earth is in danger, how can such terrifying people appear in the nether? The Heavenly God said with some palpitations, but the expression on his face became more and more solemn. Not only dignified, but also a little worried about the strong enemy that Sun Wukong faced. Because, today's Monkey King may not be able to defeat such a strong opponent. Even in the Realm King, I learned a lot. The power of the two, that is a world of difference in the true sense. This is the true gesture of the Super Saiyan, Vegeta. Laughing, Lu Hang said with a serious face, "What are you going to take to fight me?" The huge breath, even without the detector, Vegeta felt a huge pressure. This pressure is like facing Frieza. An inexplicable sense of humiliation surged from Vegeta's heart. I can't spare you, you fellow. Even if you are a Super Saiyan, let you see the power of elite warriors. With a violent outburst, Vegeta took a step, and his whole body seemed to turn into a streamer. The streamer went in the direction of the landing voyage, and simply threw a punch out. Boom! The exploding air kicked up violent dust. Lu Hang was even just there, attacked by Vegeta punch after punch. That Vegeta's attack fell short every time. What kind of monster is this? What an incredible guy! And, it's not just that. Vegeta's attack was completely unsuccessful, and the position of the Super Saiyan never changed. Klin wrote his surprise on his face, and the convict observed something more detailed. It didn't change, just let Vegeta attack. If it is not a big one, it means that Lu Hang is strong enough to be completely unafraid of Vegeta. The speed is really slow, or the elite warrior of the Scion, is this guy of yours really a genius among the elite warriors? The mocking voice sounded. And Lu Hang's sarcastic words were like a thorn in Vegeta's heart. Bastard, nasty fellow, I'll let you know how awesome my Prince Vegeta is. As soon as the angry Vegeta's words fell, the left knee that gathered the power of Lu Hang immediately raised and hit Vegeta's abdomen. The combat suit even broke a big hole at this time. Boom! Vegeta, who was in pain, fell from the air in an instant and suffered the same fate as his companion Nappa. For this ability, he also claims to be a genius among the Scions. The planet Vegeta has perished, and the Scions have long since ended. It is a joke that the arrogance of the fighting nation remains. Lu Hang hugged his chest and said sarcastically, "No wonder you have been calling Frieza like a dog like this. What qualifications do you have to be called the Prince of the Scions? Win, can't win, Vegeta." Nappa, who woke up from pain, faced this terrifying scene, and he had a retreat. Bastard, waste. I am a Scion Prince, a genius among elite warriors. I'll let you know the real horror of being a Scion, you guy of unknown origin. Enduring the pain, Vegeta, who burst out again, launched a Qigong wave into the air. Artificial Moon. With a click, the artificial moon formed instantly, and Vegeta and Nappa were illuminated by the artificial moon, and the combat suits expanded rapidly, and their entire bodies began to gigantic. Giant Ape can increase its combat effectiveness tenfold. A special transformation of the Scion fighting nation, the most effective means of fighting besides the Super Saiyan. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 010. Giant Ape Transformation, is 10 times more combat effectiveness increase. The Super Saiyan, on the other hand, has produced a huge increase of 50 times in the basic combat effectiveness of the scion. 50 times and 10 times, such a gap can be imagined. In another sense, Liu Hang is not a scion in the real traditional sense, but a character from the game world, which fits with the real scion. Being able to defeat Frisia is more because the Super Scion mod is loaded with power, which is 100% stronger than Frisia's strength state. Does the artificial moon have any effect on me now? Liu Hang was inevitably a little curious at this time. After all, in theory, Liu Hang is not an orthodox scion. No, in the Super Scion state, the player will be immune to the influence of the moon and transform into a giant ape. However, it will be irradiated by Bolt's light, which will strengthen the body. The explanation of the system made Liu Hang immediately relax a little. Seeing the gigantic transformation of the two scions, the corners of his mouth showed a sarcastic look. Good, so big. Tianjin Imu was stunned, and the two scions who were gigantic seemed to have risen to a higher level. Not only is it up a level, but it's even more terrifying. Can we deal with such a huge monster? Sun Gohan raised his head, and his legs trembled a little. The breath he wants to face is too huge. The horror formed by the transformation of giant apes made Sun Gohan a little depressed. At this time, something unexpected happened. Gohan! Vic exclaimed in amazement, and Sun Gohan also underwent the same change. Under the influence of the artificial moon, Great Ape transformation was produced. Klin pulled the Tianjin rice, quickly scattered, and the gigantic Sun Wuhan, his palm directly shattered the cliff. What, that guy, actually turned into a giant ape? Vegeta looked surprised, but at this time, his target was not Sun Gohan, but the damn Liu Hang. Naba, go and kill that cockroach's son. This guy, just leave it to me to deal with. Vegeta snorted, and his huge palm was about to flick towards where the landing flight was. Rumble! The rock immediately exploded under the attack of Vegeta's huge palm. The rock collapsed and tumbled down on the ground. The giant ape is indeed a good increase in combat effectiveness, but for me now, it is really too weak. Facing the murderous giant ape, Liu Hang did not have any fear. Dodging the attack of the great ape, he then resisted Vegeta's giant ape-like punch with one hand. Boom! The air exploded in an instant, and a violent sonic boom sounded. Is this the strength of an elite warrior? Liu Hang said to Vegeta, with a certain sneer in his words. Vegeta's huge body fell at this time. What? Behind Vegeta, the cliff shattered at this moment. The golden aura burned on Liu Hang's body. Break! One punch, just like that. The punch that burst out made the entire earth explode like thunder. The powerful energy fell on Vegeta's body. Vegeta couldn't help but whimper 6. On the other hand, Naba is not much better than Vegeta. Sun Gohan collides with Naba, where two monsters wreak havoc. The barren mountains here have completely turned into real ruins. Klin, cut off the tails of two people, cut off the one that Naba first. Tianjin Fan said, standing in a relatively safe open space, gathering his strength. Chi Yuan slash. Aiming behind Naba. The converging disc air blade quickly flew out at this time. Click. Naba's breath is descending in the extreme. The effect of increasing combat effectiveness brought about by the giant ape has now been completely lifted. Damn it, bastard! Naba looked furious, and his body quickly fell from the air. On the side, Sun Wuhan, whose tail was hit by Tianjin Rice with a Qigong cannon. Boom! Both of them lost the ability to become great apes at the same time. Give me death, demon light killing cannon! Vic pointed with his right hand, and the magic light killing cannon that gathered all the energy penetrated Naba's chest cavity in mid-air. Ugh! A mouthful of bruised blood immediately gushed out. Naba! His own subordinates were actually killed by the Earthlings in this way. You say, should I kill you? Liu Hang pointed to Vegeta's location, and said in a somewhat mocking tone. Vegeta immediately felt a great danger. That guy, is that a scion? On the side, the Monkey King, who finally arrived, fell in front of Klin and Bike. This breath! Are you the Monkey King? Bike's face changed, and Sun Wukong at this time seemed to be much stronger than before. Goku, Goku! Klin showed joy, but in a blink of an eye, he showed a headache expression, and his heart was even more bitter. Sun Wukong is indeed here, but judging by the current situation, can they still win? For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 011. That guy, so strong. Sun Wukong gave a few people immortal beans, raised his head and faced the location of Liu Hang. Exuding golden aura, a steady stream of terrifying aura makes people quite palpitations. No, that guy is my enemy. Saying that, Sun Wukong showed a distressed expression. In that case, Sun Wukong really can't beat it. Because he has the most, using the quadruple realm King Fist is estimated to be the limit. To deal with that blonde scion, you have to have at least 20 or 30 times the realm King Fist. No, it's not him, it's that great ape like Vegeta. Klin hurriedly said, picking up Sun Gohan, who had passed out in a coma. Sun Wukong, don't provoke that guy casually, we don't know if it's friend or foe yet. Bik refers to the landing flight, and at this time, the land aviation noticed the Monkey King who came here. The protagonist of the Dragon Ball Z world makes Liu Hang inexplicably feel a sense of intimacy. Maybe it's because it's too similar to Bardock. For Bardock, the land aviation is very impressive. I'm not willing, I'm not willing. There was a violent roar, and under the terrifying breath, people felt the inner depression from the inside out. Ding dong! As a Super Saiyan, defeat the world's protagonist, Monkey King, and defeat it to get special skill rewards. Transformation technique, Realm King Fist. The mission prompt tone that finally sounded made Liu Hang stunned for a moment. Only soon, there was a brief joy. Even if the Realm King Fist is not comparable to the Super Saiyan, then it is a good transformation skill. For the unskilled land aviation, this task can be said to be completely accepted. It's just that the protagonist of the torturistic Dragon Ball world, Liu Hang, is still looking forward to it. SHHH. Vegeta, a great ape, possesses terrifying destructive powers. When Sun Wukong wanted to intervene in the battle between the two, Vegeta directly selected Sun Wukong to attack. Kakarot, you are finally here, then give me death. The huge body fell to the ground. Vegeta's feet glared, and with lightning speed, he rushed in the direction of Sun Wukong. Even if the body is huge, Vegeta's speed is too fast, really too fast. 3 times, Realm King Fist. The consciousness Dao doubled Realm King Fist could not cope with Vegeta, and Sun Wukong immediately raised his Realm King Fist. The Realm King Fist made Sun Wukong's body circulate with a red aura, and this red aura still seemed very dense. The flowing red aura shows the strength of Sun Wukong. It's just a low-level warrior who dares to make a second in front of the genius of me, an elite warrior, Kakarot. Vegeta will let Sun Wukong know the horror of the genius of the Saiyan race. Boom! 2 powerful energies collided together, and the power of the rush quickly dispersed. The whole earth has formed a huge pit. 3 times. Realm King Fist. Turtle. Send Qigong waves. Made a turtle school Qigong wave starting pose, a super huge energy, gathered in Sun Wukong's hand. And Vegeta was even more unwilling to show weakness, opened the giant mouth of the giant ape, and gathered the majestic energy to begin. It shot out, and at the moment when the 2 Qigong waves collided, Sun Wukong made a surprised sound. My turtle sect Qigong wave has been blocked. Liu Hang easily blocked the attack of Sun Wukong with all his might. A guy who is stronger than Vegeta. Sun Wukong's face soon showed excitement. At this time, Vegeta waved his huge palm and slammed it in the direction where the landing flight was. Gee! There was a chuckle, and just as Vegeta rushed over, Liu Hang just swept away. Gravitational shock. Boom! Vegeta's body was bounced by the vigor of Liu Hang. A tall cliff closest to Vegeta was exposed to a shattered crack. You're stronger than Vegeta. Sun Wukong took a deep breath, and from Liu Hang's body, Sun Wukong felt an unspeakable depression. But because it is powerful, it is worth the challenge. Why, do you want to fight me? Seeing Sun Wukong's state, Liu Hang showed an interesting smile and said, he knew that Sun Wukong would definitely agree. It's just that I won't show mercy to my subordinates. The words fell, the red air flow covered the body, and Sun Wukong punched out at Liu Hang. Boom! The terrifying sound of breaking wind sounded, and Liu Hang caught Sun Wukong's fist. The air made a whistling explosion, and the next moment Sun Wukong was beaten down. On the ground, huge potholes are formed. I'm going to slaughter you. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Vegeta launched his own attack, and his eyes shot out with excitement. Shout! Still, nothing hit. Vegeta, who was stunned, only heard the whistling sound in his ears. A huge force hit Vegeta's body again. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for collections, ask for 10 evaluation votes. For more free follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 012. Rumble. The whole land was trampled by terror. Vegeta's super gigantic body couldn't withstand the blows of a small ant. The huge body is like floating paper. The cliffs shattered, the earth trembled, and the sky was shattered. Klin jumped far away with Gohan, and while Bic and Tianjin Fan recovered their physical strength and rested, they were even more stunned to watch the scene in front of them. Monkey King, you can't beat that Super Saiyan at all. The power gap cannot be said to be too big. In particular, watching Vegeta being abused like a bug is unimaginable. Saiyans can really be said to be monsters. Is this your limit? Liu Hang said sarcastically. Vegeta, who couldn't stand up at all in pain, could only stare at Liu Hang floating above with annoyance. You bastard, bastard! I can't spare you. Standing up again, the whole earth was shaking and trembling, but by this time Vegeta was already exhausted. However, Liu Hang raised his head at this time and faced the direction where the artificial moon was. Destroy! An energy wave blasted out from Liu Hang's hand. The dazzling fireworks instantly exploded in mid-air. No! Moon! Without the artificial moon, Vegeta is no longer as powerful as a giant ape. Even if he still retains a gigantic body, he can't last long. It's over. In an instant, Liu Hang flashed behind Vegeta, grabbed Vegeta's tail with both hands, and made Vegeta's huge body soar into the air in a 360-degree rotation. Then, the tail was torn and broken, and Vegeta's whole body was thrown into the distance and fell from the sky. Super Saiyan, is it actually so terrifying? Hate, intense hatred and humiliation. But now Vegeta, there is absolutely nothing that can be done. If there was such a force, even Frieza. Thinking of the rumored murderer who exterminated the Saiyans, a strong hatred surged in Vegeta's heart. Boom! Vegeta's body fell, creating a rather large pit in the ground below. The bones of his body were almost shattered, and if it weren't for the alleviation of some damage from the combat suit, perhaps Vegeta would have been destroyed immediately. Ugh! A mouthful of bruised blood spat out of Vegeta's mouth, and the others who were watching were even more astonished at this time. Vegeta, the giant ape, was defeated by that Super Saiyan just like that. Klin swallowed, an unspeakable horror spread inside him. Saiyans are really just monsters. Such a strong guy, but I won't lose. The Monkey King, who recovered slightly, jumped into the sky at this time. The dark red air flow covered the body, and the Triple Realm King Fist was used to the extreme. A punch was thrown at Liu Hang, and Liu Hang just glanced at it, and as soon as his left hand was raised, he held Sun Wukong's fist. The imposing power was only unloaded in an instant, and Liu Hang's arm smashed on Sun Wukong's body, just using a little force, so that Sun Wukong let out a cry of pain. "Stupid, Gaku doesn't look at the situation," said Klin with some concern. "One person can't win at all, that Super Saiyan. It's still the same as before, an idiot." Vic said coldly, but his eyes were complicated. In terms of the strength of Qi, Sun Wukong at this time is indeed much stronger than him. But the opponent he has to face is an enemy that is a geometric multiple. This enemy has the transformation of a Super Saiyan. And this transformation can reach the level of the heyday of the universe Emperor Frisha. Therefore, in the face of any attack from Sun Wukong, Liu Hang was not afraid at all, because he was strong enough. Drink. Accelerating again, the momentum of his whole body increased, and Sun Wukong was fighting almost in an extreme way. The battle between the two set off gusts of wind and waves. The deafening sound spread 100 miles away. "I've already used the Three-Realm King Fist, and I can't force him to fight me with two hands." Unspeakable shock was written on Sun Wukong's face. The Triple Realm King Fist is already the limit that Sun Wukong's body can withstand. If it is further improved, the Realm King Fist is afraid that it will collapse all of itself. A large amount of Qi continued to burn, but if it continued, only Sun Wukong himself would lose. "How is this power?" Liu Hang laughed, and his gaze fell on Sun Wukong's body. The two people faced off in mid-air, and Sun Wukong at this time was already tired and panting. "In that case, let you see it." With a deep groan, Sun Wukong showed a serious gesture. "No. No, Gaku. The Quadruple Realm King Fist will make your body collapse directly." On the Northern Realm King Star, the Northern Realm King who was watching the battle immediately said to Sun Wukong, "The Quadruple Realm King Fist has completely broken through the limit that Sun Wukong's body can withstand. I have no choice, Lord Realm King." Quadruple Realm King Fist. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 013. The Quadruple Realm King Fist broke through the limits of Sun Wukong's body and reached the extreme. At this time, Liu Hang had a bright feeling in front of him. The posture of preparing for battle was just about to begin, and at this time, Sun Wukong rushed towards the landing flight. The dark red air flow, holding the long tail flame, set off a huge wave of air in midair. Sun Wukong's Qi actually mentioned this level at once. Covering his broken arm, Tianjin Fan's three eyes stared nervously at the scene in front of him. It's just that it should be a special Qi boosting skill, which is quite physically consuming. Bic could see at a glance the clues of the King Fist of the Monkey King realm, and Sun Wukong's body broke through his limits. Bang bang bang! The battle that was on the verge of breaking out immediately began at this time. The dark red and golden aura are intertwined, and two different forces are colliding. The speed is so fast that the naked eye can only see a flash of light. From bottom to top, from empty to ground, the air made a whistling explosion, and everyone almost froze. Because this kind of power is really beyond their foreknowledge. Wu. However, after using the Quadruple Realm King Fist, Sun Wukong's physical strength was greatly reduced. And at this time, the land aviation even has spare power, which is simply incredible. Can't help it, Sun Wukong showed a wry smile. "What kind of monster are you, guy? Haven't you used all your strength yet?" Sun Wukong couldn't help but smile, but how bitter this smile was. Such a gap is too big, so big that Sun Wukong can't breathe. "Haha, your tricks are indeed very strong, but they are not worth mentioning in front of Super Saiyan." With a chuckle, Liu Hang's eyes revealed a sharp light. Immediately made Sun Wukong feel it, and a burst of creepy came. "Hey! The invisible attack came from all around at once, and Sun Wukong didn't even react. The whole body is passively beaten. The disadvantage is presented, Gaku is going to lose. No, we have to do something. Qin's face changed drastically, and he immediately looked quite anxious. If we can't win when we go up, we can only send it to death. Tianjin Fan said calmly. Even knowing this result, Tianjin Fan had a helpless sense of humiliation. The dumpling died, and he broke another arm. Boom! The next moment, Sun Wukong's body fell to the ground. However, when it landed in mid-air, it landed smoothly on the ground. The ground set off a burst of dust, and the dust dispersed to reveal the Ragged Monkey King. Turtle Sect Qigong Wave of the Quadruple Realm King Fist. Putting on a posture, Sun Wukong condensed all the qi in his body, and the gathered energy was concentrated on his closed hands. Suddenly, his hands pushed forward. The fiery Qigong Wave light crossed the void, with the destructive ability to tear everything apart, and attacked the landing voyage from the bottom up. In this state, it has almost reached the most extreme degree. Sun Wukong, almost with the determination to die. In that case, Liu Hang chuckled. At this time, he naturally also put on his own posture. Burst Demon Crush Wave. With both hands forward, the whole body pushed out, and the golden Qigong Wave, with the terrifying Qi Wave, fell from top to bottom, colliding with the Turtle School Qigong Wave of Sun Wukong's Fourfold Realm King Fist. Rumble. Under the collision of Qigong waves, it set off gusts of violent wind and rain. The two strands of energy collided, and the Turtle Faction Qigong Wave that began the Fourfold Realm King Fist was still a little strong, and it directly blocked Liu Hang's bursting demon crushing wave. However, just when the land aviation used a little force, the situation of the war has undergone a huge change. The bursting demon shattered wave, the Turtle Sect Qigong Wave that devoured the Fourfold Realm King Fist, fell from top to bottom with an unstoppable momentum. Gaku. The people of the earth were even more sluggish at this time, and the bursting demon crushing wave hit Sun Wukong's body. In an instant, Sun Wukong's body became scarred, and his whole body fell weakly. Lost. Totally lost. Today, the strongest warrior on earth, Sun Wukong, has lost. Everyone immediately showed a look of despair. Ha ha ha. Although Vegeta's condition is miserable, he can already see what the situation is. Like himself, Monkey King lost at the hands of that Super Saiyan. Ding dong. In the posture of a Super Saiyan, defeat the world's protagonist Sun Wukong and get the reward, Realm King Fist. The next moment, Liu Hang's mind had more information about the use of the Realm King Fist. Is this the Realm King Fist? Liu Hang's eyes flashed a sharp light. P.S. Regarding the update time, it will be earlier from tomorrow, and the stable 2 will try to increase the 3 changes. Thank you for your support. HA. Ask for collections, ask for flowers, ask for 10 evaluations, say important things twice. For more free follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 014. The Realm King Fist can increase his combat effectiveness by several times or even dozens of times. And the stronger the basic cultivation, the more it can continuously withstand the multiplier of improvement. But this trick is relatively large for the load on the body. As for whether the Realm King Fist can be superimposed in the Super Saiyan state, this depends on personal factors. It is worth mentioning that the characteristic of the Realm King Fist is to damage the user's body when it exceeds a reasonable multiple, while the Super Saiyan transformation is an increase in energy consumption. Therefore, the side effects are not superimposed. Other Liu Hang don't know, but although he has mastered the power to transform into a Super Saiyan, in his current state, Liu Hang cannot use the Super Saiyan overlay Realm King Fist. It's a little bit of a pity. Liu Hang, who sighed secretly, directly withdrew from the state of Super Saiyan. When using the Super Saiyan state, the land aviation's own combat capabilities are also increasing. When fighting Frisia, Liu Hang's body gradually adapted to this transformation, and it reached the level of briefly comparable to Frisia's under the amplitude of the existence of mod. Otherwise, the land aviation will not win so easily. The Super Scion mod mastered by Liu Hang combines Monkey King's strongest posture on the Namek star. Extreme anger is the best way to awaken the Super Scion transformation. But if the talent is enough, even anger can be omitted. Haha, you are so strong, I lost. The powerless Monkey King collapsed to the ground, looking at the Scions floating high in the air and not knowing what to say. He can now be said to be a failure, and he who loses can no longer lose. I just don't know what this Scion will do with him and Earth. Gaku. Klin jumped over and tried to pick up Sun Wukong, but as soon as he touched Sun Wukong's body, he cried out in pain. This, your body, how did it become like this? Clinton was a little overwhelmed. The after effects of using that trick. It's really a lot of damage to the body. With a laugh, Liu Hang said with an interesting expression. Tianjin Fan and Vic raised their 12-point spirits and showed a serious attitude towards Liu Hang. Vic protected Sun Gohan behind him, afraid that Liu Hang would suddenly make a move. It has to be said that even if he withdrew from the Super Saiyan posture, Liu Hang still has a greater aura than all the fighters on the earth. Vegeta was also watching the scene in front of him, not knowing what Liu Hang would do, and thought that Liu Hang would kill these Earthlings. Ha 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 ha, Earthlings, you are finished. None of us are much better. Vegeta's mocking voice sounded, and while laughing, he shouted to Liu Hang in the sky with a little strength, strange Super Saiyan, kill these Earthlings. Did you talk? Liu Hang just glanced at it, and before Vegeta could finish speaking, a finger light fell on the ground next to Vegeta's face. The feeling of shuttling between life and death made Vegeta suddenly confused. I'm just a passing scion and I don't want to be involved in your trouble. But since you provoked me, I have to teach you a lesson. Liu Hang smiled, but this smile looked quite strange. What the hell are you going to do? Vic looked at the landing channel, embarrassment clearly written on his green face. I'm just a passing Super Saiyan. Saying that, Liu Hang looked at the sky. And a light smile hung on his face. You guys, it's so weak, I don't have the desire to kill you. Liu Hang said slowly, but quickly changed his words, making everyone feel a huge crisis. However, if I am angry, I will destroy the earth at any time. The next moment, the world became quiet, and before these people could react, a terrifying change occurred in Liu Hang's body. Sun Wukong's face changed drastically, and he immediately showed an incredible expression. Realm King Fist. The dark red airflow appeared on the body of Liu Hang, turning into flames burning on the body surface of Liu Hang. His right hand was raised to face the people in front of him. Sun Wukong, I will give you a chance to recover your strength and use the last trick on your body. Otherwise, I would have killed anyone close to you at any time. Camp, immediately reverse at this time. As a traverser, Liu Hang is also a fighting nation scion, and naturally inherits the brutality and cold-bloodedness of the scions. My realm King Fist was actually learned at a glance. The king of the Northern Realm, who was watching the battle, couldn't help but sweat coldly about this crisis on the earth. At this time, Sun Wukong has really tried his best. The King of Realm Fist can't beat Liu Hang. Well, that's the only way to do it. It is also the trick that Liu Hang is worried about, the vitality bomb that gathers the vitality of living beings. It's just, with Sun Wukong's physical condition now, how can he complete the Yuan Qi bomb? Even if it's done, can you really win this terrifying guy? The Northern Realm King's heart was full of doubts at this time. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 015. Yuan Qi Bomb, this is the last of the 2 stunts given to Sun Wukong by the King of the Northern Realm, and the last one is the most powerful. Unlike the Realm King Fist, which will quickly increase its combat effectiveness by several times or even dozens of times, the only feature of the Yuan Chi bullet is that it gathers the natural vitality of living beings to form an energy ball to attack the opponent. It is said that only people with a pure heart can use this trick. And the attack power of the Genki bomb is more powerful in people with greater evil hearts. Liu Hang, wanting to see the power of the Yuan Chi bomb, wants to know if he can master this trick. Otherwise, Liu Hang would have made a move long ago and destroyed the person in front of him. Another important factor is that the system does not allow Yuan Chi bomb. At this time, you can only use Yuan Chi bomb. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, and a rather painful expression appeared on his face. It's just that the pain in his body makes him unable to use his strength at all. Liu Hang did not wait long, and the accident happened at this time. The surrounding space seemed to split apart, cracking a crack that was 100 meters long. An extremely evil aura spread out from the space. Everyone looked shocked at this time. The intensity of the evil aura made the entire earth tremble. Ding dong! Congratulations on starting a special player mission to eliminate otherworldly visitors who interfere with history. Reward: 1 silver player chest. In an instant, Liu Hang's eyes showed a brilliant light, staring at the cracked space opening. A dark-skinned guy who looked like the Monkey King, but was a little different, dressed in an old-fashioned combat uniform similar to a scion and wore a scion 1, appeared here. Enlightenment. Gaku, isn't that right? Clinton froze, and even the Monkey King lying there was a little incredible. In this world, how can there be people who are so like themselves? And another scion. Vegeta's face was embarrassed. How did the scions on Earth appear one after another? Before Vegeta could think more, he saw the scion-like Monkey King let out a defiant laugh. Kakarot, and Prince Vegeta, I miss it so much. The man's face immediately showed a look of nostalgia. The body was covered with an evil aura, and under this evil aura, the black chi burned on the surface of the person's body like a flame. Shout! Get out of the way, Tianjin Rice! A beam of light suddenly fell from the air, and Tianjin Fan suddenly couldn't dodge. The chest was penetrated in the blink of an eye. The streamer fell from the air, and the second person that the man was ready to kill was Vic and the Monkey King, who was not far away from Vic. Boom! The golden streamer flashed, and Liu Hang blocked in front of the man in an instant. He stared at the 9-point resemblance of Sun Wukong, and immediately had a rather familiar feeling. Darren's. Who are you? This gesture. Darren's face changed, and before Dals could react, Liu Hang's punch hit Darren's body hard. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Darren's body was knocked out, smashing a huge rock 100 meters away. The rock formed fragments, covering Dale's body almost completely. Bastard! I'll kill you! Darren's was furious, black aura burning on his body, and the aura above and below his body was increasing rapidly. The pitch-black evil chi surrounded the whole body, and the intensity of this breath was almost to the extent that it could be compared with the Super Saiyan posture Liu Hang. His eyes turned crimson in an instant. The powerful and evil chi jumped up and turned into a streamer, and attacked the landing flight head-on. Hey! Liu Hang sneered and greeted him directly. In an instant, the fist shadow in the sky was beaten out by Liu Hang, and in the state of Super Saiyan humanization, Liu Hang's ability was strengthened to the most extreme extent. Punch after punch collided with Darren's, and the air set off a very violent wind and air wave for a while. Then, a huge force of the same level pushed the two away. However, at the next moment of pushing away, Dals rushed over at this time, like an undead little strongman. The black aura wrapped around his body seems to have changed a lot more at this time. Give me death! The high-speed moving Darren's instantly flashed in front of Liu Hang like a black shadow. Ha! Liu Hang stomped the ground and avoided Dala's attack on his vital point. Then he punched quickly, and the golden aura covered the fist, and directly smashed into Dale's face. Ah! Darren's face almost twisted in pain. Boom! With another kick, Liu Hang directly kicked Darren's to the mountain 100 meters away. Darren smashed the mountainside, and the mountain rock debris immediately covered Darren's body. If my guess is correct, it is only a means to temporarily improve one's own combat effectiveness. If you can't defeat your opponent, your body will collapse. Laughing, Liu Hang looked quite mocking. It's all over. As soon as the voice fell, Liu Hang put on a posture, bursting the magic shattered wave, and gathered in Liu Hang's hand. Burst Demon Crush Wave. Hands pushed forward, and the golden pillar of light immediately pushed forward, straight in the direction of Darren's. No, Dale's, who had just risen from the crushes of the rocks, suddenly showed a desperate gesture on his face. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for collections, ask for tips. For more free-follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 016. Just a Darren's, completely inadequate and fearful. The scorching wave of chi completely spread at this moment, and was hit by the bursting demon-shattered wave, completely turning into dust. The dust around was raised, and all the miles were swept clean. Win! Liu Hang breathed a sigh of relief, because at this moment, the breath of Dale's was completely absent at this time. However, the prompt tone for task completion still does not turn on. What's the situation? Liu Hang was stunned, but at this time, he noticed the change in the surrounding space. A huge spatial crack appeared compared to the mouth that had just been cracked. A man and a woman, dressed in red, the woman held something like a magic staff, while the man did not hold any weapons, but the aura on his body looked strange and powerful. This made Liu Hang not immediately withdraw from the Super Saiyan state, and the arrogance of breaking out of the body surface filled his body, staring at the scene in front of him with an inspecting gaze. Does the other party seem to be a bad comer, coming at that Super Saiyan? Big thought thoughtfully, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching. Such a weak and powerless situation is really a great shame for Bike, an absolute shame. That Super Saiyan, we should have no ill will towards us, but be careful with those two people. Sun Wukong said in difficult words. A man and a woman appeared in the air. That man and woman made Sun Wukong feel a rather evil aura. Yes, this breath is too evil. Clin couldn't help but say, his face showing a slightly solemn appearance. In terms of chi feeling, it can be much stronger than Liu Hang. What are you? Liu Hang's brows frowned, and he immediately felt that things were a little not simple. The breath of these two people makes people feel quite terrifying. Anyone, Liu Hang is a little difficult to deal with. I'd like to ask who you are. The woman waved her magic staff, and with a gentle tap in the air, invisible power fluctuations spread out at this time. Behind the woman, the man made a gesture of being ready to strike at any time. Trouble, all of a sudden, a huge trouble began. Myra, go meet this guy. Saying that, the woman said to the man beside her, and the staff wrapped around the black evil chi and tapped it on the man called Myra. The black aura immediately wrapped around Myra's body. Guys who don't belong to this time and space, don't get in the way here. At a glance, she saw that something was wrong with Liu Hang, and the woman sneered. The tall man who was ordered immediately moved at this time and rushed straight to the location of the land aviation. Boom! The golden aura covered the body of the landing voyage. When Myra raised her foot to attack, she was blocked by Liu Hang's right arm. Mila's strength surprised Liu Hang slightly, but it couldn't make Liu Hang move half a step. Hey! It's a matter of course to beat him like this. With a few sneers, his right arm shook off Myra's kick, and it set off a huge wind and wave from Liu Hang's body. The wind and waves were like a Category 10 hurricane, blowing Myra's hair, making the second kick that Myra was just ready to kick miss. With a breath, Liu Hang's left hand was freed and a straight fist went towards Myra. The air exploded in an instant, and Myra was directly impacted 10 kilometers away by the wind caused by Liu Hang's punch. The collision of the breaths of the two caused stones to fly up within a radius of 100 meters. Drink! Myra steadied her figure, and the voice came. The black-purple aura wrapped around Mila's body, and Mila's eyes released a red glow. Myra, what's going on? Kill him soon. The woman holding the staff was suddenly a little anxious. And Myra's breath, which immediately strengthened, turned into a purple light in the sky, and went in the direction of the landing flight with a gust of strong wind. A punch that was enough to open the mountain made Liu Hang's eyes suddenly solemn. At this time, Sun Wukong held Qin's hand, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief in his heart. Quick, Qin, use the Genki bomb. In the sky, a Medici bomb that was several times larger than the artificial moon made by Vegeta accumulated. The Genki bomb is the decisive blow. But, who are you going to call out? Qin looked at Liu Hang and Myra, who were fighting quickly, and the woman who exuded evil aura. Her legs trembled, and the fear in her heart made him unable to move at all. Throw it out, the man in red is the most dangerous. Vic said coldly, feeling the restless factor from the man and woman. Qin, you just throw it out. Genki bombs that react effectively to enemies with strong evil hearts. With the encouragement of Sun Wukong, Qin finally made up his mind, and a flash of chi was immediately captured by Qin, and he raised his head and drank. Genki bomb! Shout! All the round balls of light like the moon flew quickly and flew straight behind Liu Hang. Ha! This is the time. Liu Hang, who was trying to get out and fight with Mila, accelerated his body, appeared behind Myra, and kicked Myra in the direction of the Genki bomb. Myra! The woman shouted, not expecting such an accident at all. At this time, a wave of energy converges from the side. Burst Demon Crush Wave. A golden pillar of light rushed straight towards Myra. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 017. The Yuan Chi bomb and the bursting demon crusher collided with Myra's body together, and the white and golden rays clashed, causing the sky to emit a violent change. Boom! The dazzling light shone directly in the air. The aftermath of an explosion spread in all directions. Wu, you're so strong! Myra exhaled, her face looking embarrassed. The upper body was even more purple blood. Damn it, you remember for me, Myra, go! As if sensing that something was wrong, after seeing that Mila was still alive, the woman instantly appeared to Myra's side. Taking a deep look at Liu Hang, the two of them almost all disappeared here. In the instant when the duo disappeared, the prompt sound of the system task completion sounded at this moment. Ding dong! Congratulations on completing the special player mission to eliminate the otherworldly visitors who interfere with history. Reward, 1 silver player chest. With the reward, this time Liu Hang inevitably showed a ray of ease. That Myra's strength is also very strong in serious terms. I don't know if I will meet next time, but I hope that through the rewards of this system, I can get something that has improved my strength. However, how is the duo who manipulates history a little so familiar? Could it be that there will still be a game plot in this world? Liu Hang only recalled a little, and then figured out who the two people who had just appeared were. A character who appeared in the fighting game Dragon Ball Super Universe that he played before crossing over. Now it's a lot more interesting. Haha, laughing, Liu Hang soon chose to open the silver player treasure chest. I don't know, from the silver player treasure chest, what kind of good things can be opened by Liu Hang. Ding dong! Congratulations on opening the silver player chest reward. You can draw any 3 of the following rewards. First, Artificial Moon. 2 Great Ape Form. Third, the Vitality Bomb. Fourth, Extreme deterioration. 5 Turtle Pie Qigong Wave. The rewards that Liu Hang looked at the silver chest opened were all some skill rewards, but this extreme deterioration is a transformation similar to the Super Scion, which will reach the level of the Super Scion when used, and can be used superimposed with the Super Scion. Appeared, Super Scion fierce worsened and increased. But in that case, your own emotions will become extremely negative, and all you have in your heart is to destroy everything. The role of the Yuan Qi bomb is very large, and the destructive power is also very strong if you master it well, and the ultimate technique Turtle School Qigong Wave. After thinking about the land aviation, I chose 3 skills. The 3rd, 4th, and 5th items are all there. Liu Hang was unwavering and immediately made his choice. Select success. Vitality Bomb, Load Fusion, Fusion successful. Turtle Qigong Wave, Load and Fusion, Fusion is successful. Extremely deteriorating, opening the fusion. The loading fusion is successful, and the new form Super Scion Fierce Deterioration is opened. Dang, all the skill memories entered Liu Hang's body, especially the transformation skill mastery brought about by the last extremely deteriorating one. Appearing in the bloodline, the violent force jumped out and strengthened Liu Hang's body. Ding dong! New form. Super Scion is fierce and deteriorating. The fusion of Super Scion and extreme deterioration produces new form transformation moves. Hegemony skill, ignore damage for 10 seconds, and be more powerful when launching the ultimate skill. The Super Scion was fierce, and Liu Hang did not expect such an effect. One more new form is still very helpful for the next land aviation, at least it can give yourself a little more whole cards. Clenching his fists and feeling the irritable power in his body, Liu Hang smiled with satisfaction. Well, what a terrible guy, what the hell happened to that guy? The breath seems to have become stronger. Can we win? Uneasiness hung over the hearts of the few remaining people. The scarred Monkey King lost his ability to fight, and although Vic's injury recovered a little, the strength of Liu Hang was beyond Bike's expectations. If he dies, there will be problems with the Dragon Balls on Earth. And Klin's weak combat effectiveness, let's not be spared. Even Son Gohan is still unconscious. All in all, for the Earthlings, the current situation is indeed quite bad. You think I'm going to kill you? Liu Hang waved his hand and said with a laugh, for you now, I don't even have the desire to kill. And as I said, I'm just a passing scion. You guys are too weak, really weak, especially Vegeta. Vegeta took the remote control in embarrassment, crawled towards the spaceship summoned by himself, and showed uneasy fear in the face of the coming land. You are so weak, you better become stronger and appear in front of me again, otherwise, you won't even be able to beat Frieza. The Scion Prince who also wants to continue the Scion hegemony, haha. With just one kick, Liu Hang kicked Vegeta into the spaceship. P.S. I forgot to send an update yesterday, sorry, I will make up for the update in 2 days. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 018. Dragon Ball Z Story Mission, Scion Attack Chapter completed. Mission evaluation reaches Z level, and you get permission to open the next stage of the story mission. Whether to continue the mission and start a parallel universe journey. When Vegeta's spaceship completely disappeared in front of everyone's eyes, Liu Hang heard the system's prompt sound. Parallel universe travel. This, for Liu Hang, has a little meaning. If you travel in parallel universes, then wouldn't Liu Hang be able to crush Frieza with the strongest posture in the time of the Amaki chapter? Thinking of this, Liu Hang was a little excited. Super Scion and Super Scion are the strongest transformation skills that the current land airlines can master, if you can give yourself more time and opportunity to become stronger. Can I get rewards for traveling in parallel universes? Liu Hang narrowed his eyes and asked the system. For the current land aviation, the main thing is to become stronger. Of course. After receiving an affirmative answer, the land aviation settled down. Sun Wukong, I hope that the next time I meet, you can be stronger than me now. Become a Super Saiyan early. Turning around, Liu Hang stared at the Monkey King below and showed a smile. Then, under everyone's gaze, it disappeared without a trace. The sense of oppression that made everyone breathless completely dissipated at this time. It's so strong. Unspeakable heart palpitations remained in Qin's heart. In this world, how can there be such a strong person? Scions are really monsters. Haha, yes, it's really strong, but it gives me a goal. Helped up by Qin, Sun Wu breathed and panted. Super Saiyan, if he can become that kind of existence, maybe he can defeat that guy. Otherwise, even the Realm King fist that worked 20 times harder would not necessarily deal with that kind of existence. 20 times the Realm King fist is already the limit of the Realm King fist that Sun Wukong can cultivate. A mission space, which is a rest stopover provided by the system. The first world, the elimination of Frisia to get the first achievement, and a series of skills, which is good for me. Satisfied smiled, but more satisfied, it was the harvest in the Dragon Ball Z story mission. The harvest of the Dragon Ball Z story mission received a full Z evaluation. The task rating D is the lowest, and the S is the highest rating below Z, so several bonus skills are rewarded. Will the deterioration of the Super Saiyan cause me to lose my own sanity? At this time, Liu Hang inevitably asked a system question. One more mastery of transformation skills is good for Liu Hang, but the trouble to face is a bit of that. If he loses his mind, he would rather not master this skill. Players can control the emotional effect through systematic exercises, and stabilize the berserk factor of their Saiyan genes. Saying that, the system pointed out a very clear development path for Liu Hang. For this stage of land aviation, it can be described as the most suitable development path. Super Saiyan is an evolutionary path taken by Scions in Dragon Ball. One is based on people, from Super Saiyan 3 to Super Saiyan 4. Bloodline evolution, pure enhanced combat power, strong combat power, can decide the victory or defeat of everything, including facing the so-called gods. The other is to become a god and become a Super Saiyan god. Liu Hang, who was thinking, couldn't help but have a little headache. For Lu Airlines, this choice is really a bit difficult to say. However, after a slight hesitation, Liu Hang made a choice. Can't you go two ways in parallel? Liu Hang's eyes lit up, and he suddenly thought of this possibility. The parallel path of God and man may evolve into new forms. The God of the Super Saiyan requires 6 righteous Scions to give upright light in a short period of time to be able to create the God of the Saiyan. Of course, after cultivation, you can also directly become the God of the Super Saiyan, which is a bit difficult. Super Saiyan 4's words are to use Bolt's light to produce an ape reaction, and after turning into a golden giant ape to control his own sanity, he can overcome the violent force and turn into Super Saiyan 4. However, normally speaking, Super Saiyan 4 is not part of the transformation of the Super Saiyan series, because Super Saiyan 4 is a new Saiyan evolved from the higher level Golden Ape. If the power conflict occurs, it will lead to the death of the body, unless the player exercises a certain realm by himself, otherwise the two paths cannot be directly mastered. For the idea of land aviation, the system directly gave a very negative answer, which made the Army Aviation a little disappointed. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 019. If you choose one of the two, then you have to choose the path that suits you best. The path of the Super Saiyan God, even if it is relatively safe, is still an outer path after all. What Liu Hang wants to take is naturally the road from Super Saiyan to Super Saiyan 4. But if you choose this path, what should be done to be the safest? Traveling in parallel universes and opening GT World launch permissions for players. In the case of completing a travel mission, players can randomly draw skill rewards and even transform into mod rewards to reduce the risk of losing their minds when they turn into golden great apes. The system's prompt sounded at this time, which made Liu Hang's eyes light up. In this way, it is still good for land aviation. The golden great ape, transformed into a bolt's light. It is more powerful than ordinary giant apes, and Super Saiyan 4 is an existence formed by metamorphosis on this basis. You can take any Dragon Ball character and load it on you as a character mod, and you will have the full power of this character in the GT world. As for the moves mastered by this character, the player needs to understand it himself, and this system only provides 2 ultimate skill masteries. Another interesting benefit is that it makes the land aviation even more surprising. Isn't there a limit? Liu Hang quickly asked, but what kind of pit came from this? Players can query on their own. As soon as the words fell, a blue virtual interface appeared in front of Liu Hang's eyes. On the virtual interface, it is presented with Dragon Ball characters. Super 1 Monkey King to Super 3 Son Goku, as well as Super Vegeta, Son Gohan with superior Saiyan talent and combined Gotenks. But among them, what caught Liu Hang's eyes the most was Veget's character mod. Just choose this, Veget. This character can be described as the strongest character in the Dragon Ball world, and the 2 Super Saiyan warriors combine to form a powerful warrior. Having mastered the power of Veget, at least he has the capital to base all the powerful existences. However, if GT World is concerned, when to choose to start? Diddy. You have selected the character Veget, the character mod is loading, the loading is complete. You will receive the power of the Veget character mod, and the upper limit power is Super Saiyan 3. Super 3 stage is the Veget mod of the land aviation, which is the upper limit of the power that the army aviation can master. This upper limit of power does not conflict with the skills originally mastered by Liu Hang. So, Super Saiyan is fierce, and I can use it. It can be used, and there is no conflict with the player's original skills. These words from the system immediately made Liu Hang feel at ease. As long as there is no conflict, there is no problem. However, it seems that nothing has changed in itself. Closing his eyes, Liu Hang tried to feel the power of his body, and a majestic chi jumped up. White air currents surround the body, and white air flames cover the airflow at this moment. At this moment, the white aura turned golden, and the black pupils instantly turned emerald green. Boom! The rising chi continued to emerge from Liu Hang's body. Veget's strength made Liu Hang feel palpitations from the inside out. So strong, this gas. Not even my Super Saiyan transformation compares. It can really be said that it is terrifying, worthy of the combined warrior Veget. If it were yourself, you might not be able to reach this point. At this level, it should be below the GT World Super Saiyan 4, or even stronger. However, having not seen the real Super Saiyan 4, this conclusion is only an inference. Of course, the amplification effect of the Potara earrings can allow Super Veget Super Sai 2 to suppress Gohan Bu in the comic book world, and it can be inferred that Super Vegeta is greater than the average Super Saiyan 3. At this stage, going to the GT world is a bit certain. Chuckled, withdrew from the Super Saiyan stage, but the Potara earrings on both sides made Liu Hang a little unaccustomed. Ding dong! Whether to open a parallel universe tour, GT World. The prompt tone from the system sounded at this time, and Liu Hang did not hesitate and quickly made his choice. Start a parallel universe journey, GT World enter. A ray of light covered Liu Hang's whole body in an instant, and Liu Hang's whole person disappeared into the mission space. GT World, Zivra on the star. Just when Liu Hang appeared in this world, Liu Hang felt an amazingly huge breath, which came quickly from afar. That's Golden Great Ape. The surprised Liu Hang, looking at the direction in the distance, immediately recognized who this golden giant ape was. The real protagonist of the GT world, the Monkey King. For more free-follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 020. This chi is exactly the same as what Liu Hang saw in Dragon Ball Z, but it is hundreds of times stronger than the Monkey King at the beginning of Dragon Ball Z. Ding dong! Congratulations on opening the special player mission to assist Monkey King in completing the Super Saiyan 4 metamorphosis and defeating the Golden Giant Ape Babe. Reward: 1 gold player chest. The prompt sound of the mission then sounded in Liu Hang's ears. Groove, what a joke! Assisting Sun Wukong to complete the Super Saiyan 4 metamorphosis, and defeating the Golden Giant Ape Babe, this difficulty is simply profound. This task is just a little bit more difficult. Before Liu Hang could get ready, he saw a violent roar, which sounded at this time. As if shattering the firmament, the angry Golden Giant Ape came towards the direction of the landing voyage. Rumble! As if he had hit the target, he just punched Liu Hang. At the moment of crisis, the Golden Arrogance instantly covered the whole body of Liu Hang, Super Saiyan 2, and the state of going all out broke out in an instant. Crackling lightning wrapped around the body. Hey! After dodging the blow of the Golden Giant Ape, in an instant, a more dangerous situation occurred. The shockwave opened from the Golden Giant Ape's jaws and slammed into the direction of the landing voyage. Ha! The ultimate turtle pie Qigong wave. The golden energy instantly gathered, the golden chi gathered on the palm, and the palms fell on the waist, and then the perfect golden ball of light gathered from Liu Hang's hand. A perfect turtle Qigong wave pushed from right to left in the direction of the Golden Giant Ape. Rumble! The two energies collided in the air, forming a stalemate between them. Heaven and earth changed, and because of the collision of these two energies, a powerful aurora was emitted. The aurora shines in the sky, as if the universe has collapsed and returned to chaos. The entire planet trembled under the collision of this huge energy in an instant, almost affecting the entire solar system. The aftermath of the chi made the air tremble. The giant ape's large golden pillar of light was about to devour Liu Hang's turtle Qigong wave, and when it rushed straight in, Liu Hang felt the danger. A majestic chi emerged from Liu Hang's body. Super Saiyan 3. The next moment, Super Saiyan 3 ran away in an instant. The golden furious hair grew longer, and the golden aura rose like a flame at this time. A golden super long pillar of light cut through the sky and fell on the Golden Giant Ape's body. The accelerated turtle faction Qigong wave hit the body of the Golden Giant Ape, and the majestic power exploded in an instant. Only in an instant, the short-lived Super Saiyan 3 withdrew. The Potara earrings float with the wind, and Land Airlines returns to Super Saiyan 2 status. Is this the power of Vegeta's Super Saiyan 3? Liu Hang's eyes couldn't help but show a solemn gaze. Strong, really too strong. However, the Golden Giant Ape not far away, his body was only slightly paralyzed. Stiff body, raised his head to look at the earth as the moon on the stars grew. The earth, volcanic lava continues to erupt, and the entire planet is in turmoil. Grandpa, Grandpa! Loli, wearing a blue backpack, wearing red clothes and a headscarf, is coming towards the location of Sun Wukong. However, just when the Loli was about to go to Sun Wukong, Liu Hang stopped the Loli. Don't move. Sun Wukong is now at the most critical moment. As long as he controls reason, he can master a new power. Xiao Fang was directly stunned, and seeing the appearance of Liu Hang was a little incredible. Who is this guy of yours, actually a Super Saiyan 2? Xiao Fang, who was slightly surprised, raised her head and looked at Liu Hang in front of her, and found that Liu Hang's body had a very powerful aura, which was not much more than the so-called babe. Just watch. Liu Hang did not continue to answer, and his eyes fell on the Golden Giant Ape. The Golden Giant Ape raised his head, his eyes reflected the earth as a whole, and golden thunder and lightning flashed around him. The golden thunder fell, and the deafening roar sounded instantly. Rumble! The golden aura burst out of Sun Wukong's body in an instant, and the majestic aura covered the whole body, and Sun Wukong's appearance underwent a huge change at this time. He has black hair and a shawl draped from his neck to his body. On the chest and palms, red body hair appears, and red eye sockets show golden pupils. Super Saiyan 4, achieved. Liu Hang's eyes, a essence suddenly flashed. This power is huge, it is not weaker than the Super Saiyan 3 mastered by Liu Hang, and it comes from the strongest power of Veget. No, is that guy really my grandfather? Xiao Fang, who couldn't believe it at all, was stunned by the changes in Sun Wukong. P.S. Sorry for being late for the update, this is the second change, thank you for your support. Ask for favorites, ask for 10 evaluation votes, thank you very much. For more free-follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 021. Cold, arrogant, this is Super Saiyan 4, Xiao Fang's truest feelings about Sun Wukong. Xiao Fang. Standing proudly on the mountain rock that was broken into a column, Sun Wukong looked at Xiao Fang not far away and showed a smile. Xiao Fang immediately flew to Sun Wukong's side, with an incredible gaze, completely as if looking at a stranger, unable to believe that this man was her grandfather. Are you really my grandfather? Xiao Fang, who was stunned, couldn't help but ask questions. The corners of Sun Wukong's mouth turned lightly, making Xiao Fang directly turn worry into joy in the next step, and such a change made the old realm king god of the realm king god realm overjoyed, pointing to the image of the Monkey King in the crystal ball. This is the result of my cultivation for him, Super Saiyan 4. A new appearance, a different powerful force, it is completely as if he has become another person. Jebet God couldn't help but look at the scene of the crystal ball, and he was a little stunned. That, Grandpa, can you change back to your original appearance? For such a change as Sun Wukong, Xiao Fang is really not very adaptable. I don't know, but if you want to defeat Babe, you must have such power. Fists clenched, feeling the intense aura that continues to emerge from his body, Sun Wukong really had an incredible feeling. It's really strong. Liu Hang laughed out loud and walked in the direction of Sun Wukong, feeling the scorching heat of the existence of Super Saiyan, and a majestic chi broke out from Liu Hang's body. The golden fury rushed to the crown, the whole earth trembled, and the golden dazzling light spread. The aura danced in the wind, the eyebrows completely disappeared, the pupils turned green, and the blonde hair extended directly to the waist. Super Saiyan 3. Sun Wukong's face suddenly changed, and this chi was huge, almost equal to his super fourth self at this stage. Not very skilled yet, but this kind of strength is enough. Moving his muscles, Liu Hang said to Sun Wukong, I will help you defeat Babe, but at the end of the battle, can you fight me with Super Saiyan 4? Potara earrings, as well as Super Saiyan 3, have chi similar to the mixture of Monkey King and Vegeta, which makes Sun Wukong feel familiar. Yes, I'm also looking forward to fighting you. Sun Wukong responded with a smile, but looked at the distance where it was, which was the direction of Babe, and said softly, as long as you keep up with my speed, ha! The air roared and exploded, and with the sound of breaking the sky, Sun Wukong disappeared from Liu Hang's field of vision. Compared to speed, I won't lose to anyone. When the words fell, Liu Hang's whole person disappeared in front of Xiao Fang's eyes, which made Xiao Fang say angrily, Hey, you guys wait for me, it's too fast. These two men are really monsters. Lord Ancestor, this breath is inevitable. It's too much like it. God Jebet, staring at the land voyage of the crystal ball. The appearance of Super Saiyan 3 made Jebet couldn't help but rub his eyes, and it took a while to believe the change in his eyes. Moreover, isn't that person's ear a realm king sacred, Potara earrings? It's really like, this breath. Regardless of him, as long as he can defeat Babe, this is nothing compared to the crisis in the universe. The old realm king god is a little inexplicable about the appearance of Liu Hang. But now at this critical juncture, one more strength means one more force. Babe, that monster, is not so easy to deal with. Roar! Under the illumination of Bolt's light, Babe's body turned into a huge ape in an instant, and the golden hair looked grey and beautiful in the sun, which was matched with the huge body, and the blood-colored pupils. It looked extremely terrifying. Finally, Babe turned into a completely violent golden great ape. A wave of scorching flame chi spit out from the mouth of the golden giant ape, with a majestic momentum that could destroy everything. Gravitational shock. A breath of chi instantly erupted at this moment, and the body of the golden giant ape was immediately ejected at this time. Power, at this moment, storm. Super 4 Sun Wukong appeared behind the golden giant ape and kicked down. Boom! The huge body immediately crashed to the ground. Thick smoke and dust fluttered in the wind. Babe, he's my opponent now. A strong sense of war. From the eyes of Sun Wukong. Haha, that's not necessarily. I was trying to see how far the golden giant ape was compared to Super Saiyan 3. Super Saiyan 3 went all out, and Liu Hang attacked Babe's position at an astonishing speed. Turned into golden light, and kicked on the golden giant ape's body. Boom! Babe's body flew out again, smashing a rock mountain. P.S. The update is late, sorry, there will be an update in the evening. Ask for collections, ask for flowers, ask for 10 evaluation votes. For more free-follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 022. So strong. Sun Wukong was directly stunned, and I have to say that Liu Hang's move is too scary. It's incredible to knock Babe down with just one blow. However, Sun Wukong will not let his opponent out. Ha! In an instant, the light seemed to span thousands of miles of sky, but in an instant, Sun Wukong appeared in front of Babe. A kick hit the middle forehead of the great ape. Right in Babe's forehead. The fierce big ape turned his body over in an instant. Roar! In the air, the big ape screamed violently, and Sun Wukong's body was quickly ejected. Babe, disappear! In terms of physical strength, Liu Hang is not as good as Sun Wukong or Babe, but in terms of chi strength, Liu Hang is definitely more than Sun Wukong and Babe in the Super 4th stage. Because what he has is the power of Super Veget. Super Saiyan 3 stage, full power roams at this moment. 5-fingered air bullet gun. Fighting is the most suitable time to break through yourself. As the battle deepened, Liu Hang became more and more proficient in Veget's strength, and the first special skill had been mastered by Liu Hang. Similar to Storm, but stronger than Storm. The air trembled, and several energy projectiles in a row burst out from the 5 fingers. A dense glow immediately enveloped the heavenly dome. Ah! At this moment, Babe couldn't help but let out a sad cry. This mournful cry made people feel a bitter despair. I'm going to kill you, where did the smelly boy come from? Don't think that your gesture can do anything to me, it's too weak. A thunderous roar sounded, but Babe's gigantic body showed amazing speed, turned into a streamer, and came straight towards the landing voyage. Boom! Babe and Liu Hang disappeared at the same time, and from time to time 2 golden rays of light collided in the sky, and the 2 people who could not even see the shadow quickly, causing the entire planet to shake. The blood boiled, Liu Hang's entire pores were stretched, and a burst of white light flashed dazzlingly. Boom! With a loud bang, Liu Hang was knocked out of 100 meters away by Babe's gigantic body. Watch me make you disappear. For the sudden appearance of land aviation, Babe was indeed angry. Raising his hands, a black revenge death bullet quickly converged and condensed in the sky above. Revenge death bomb. You guy, Babe, your opponent is me, show me the move. The red streamer passed in an instant, and Sun Wukong rushed to the battlefield again, and when Babe attacked again, he made a move towards Babe. Haha, it's just right, I'm going to wipe you and that guy out, Monkey King. The black vitality gathered, and the black energy gathered formed a light wave diffusion, and the sky within a radius of hundreds of miles was affected by this force. The revenge death bomb was instantly thrown by Babe. 10 times Turtle Pi Qigong. The red light converged from Sun Wukong's palm, and the convergence of this chi was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was pushed out by Sun Wukong, and collided head-on with the vengeance death bullet. Thousands of miles around, they were all hedged and spread by this momentum. Boom! What a horror! The power of the Super Saiyan 4 against the Golden Great Ape is really too strong. Ha! The collision of forces instantly subsided at this time, but at this moment, Babe drank loudly and sledgehammered his chest. The golden flame is constantly burning at this moment. Under the burning flame, he raised his momentum. Roar! A wave of scorching flame chi spit out from Babe's mouth, and Sun Wukong, who had just recovered his physical strength, could not avoid it directly. This guy, how can there be spare strength? An energy shield spread, and Sun Wukong blocked Babe's blow. On the one hand, the direction of Liu Hang opened its own posture. The golden light condensed, and the huge energy dragged the heavens and the earth. In an instant, the heavens and the earth changed color and turned into a golden light, covering the entire heavenly dome. The void was cut, and the palm of the hand closed at the waist was instantly pushed out. Ultimate Turtle Sect Qigong Wave. Gathering Vegeta's ultimate flash, Sun Wukong's Turtle School Qigong Wave, the most powerful move is issued. The light that cut through the void rushed straight to the sky, as if it could tear everything apart, and Babe at this moment was really unavoidable. No, how is it possible, how can I lose? The power poured out at this moment, and Babe made a desperate posture to resist, but he could not stand the strength of Liu Hang under this posture. You lose, Babe. Without leaving any room, the land aviation will not give Babe any chance. Moreover, even if Vegeta died, he could be resurrected with the help of Dragon Ball, so Liu Hang naturally used his full strength. Super Saiyan 3 stance, reached the limit. Break through the limit, go all out. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 023. Padara Earrings, at this moment, took effect on the body of Liu Hang. Because the land aviation masters the power that belongs to Super Veget. It is rare to be able to use this level of power, and Liu Hang naturally has to be a little more serious. No. Babe snapped, making a terrified sound. You can't kill me, damn it. Kill me, this body, and I will be destroyed. Babe is a parasite, parasitic on Vegeta's body. Because it is a parasite, it theoretically exists in symbiosis with Vegeta. Babe tried to make such a threat, but Liu Hang did not move. The green tendons on his head burst out, and the energy instantly exploded on Babe's body. Boom! The bursting energy covered Babe's body. In terms of chi energy, or strength, Liu Hang is definitely not weaker than Super Saiyan 4. It's over. The terrifying energy spread instantly, and the scarred Babe's body fell from the sky. The whole earth, because of the fall of the great ape, trembled. Sand and dust fly, covering the sky. The golden giant ape-like Vegeta's body returned to its normal appearance at this moment, but his entire body was covered with scars. Damn, I can't spare you. Dispossessed, Babe immediately ran out of Vegeta's body, secretly wanting to leave. But he found that a cold gaze fell directly on Babe's body. The feeling of danger instantly locked Babe. What? Babe's revenant appeared and saw the Monkey King behind him. 10 times. Turtle. Pi. Gas. Work. Wave. In an instant, a red light was pushed out from Sun Wukong's palm, and the energy turned into a turtle Qigong wave directly allowed Sun Wukong to eliminate Babe. The agitation brought about by the Zivers ended at this time. Great, great, Grandpa won! Xiao Fang shouted happily, completely ignoring Satan beside him, and eagerly walked towards Sun Wukong. Death. Dead, Babe, but Uncle Vegeta. Sun Wushan, who came with Trunks, was a little unbearable. Dad. Uncle Vegeta, and the sound of heartbeats, it seems to be alive. Sun Gohan's voice sounded, so that the anxious Trunks immediately settled down. At this time, the task of the land aviation was finally completed at this time. Ding dong! Congratulations on completing the special player mission to assist Monkey King in completing the Super Saiyan 4 metamorphosis and defeating the Golden Giant Ape Babe. Reward: 1 gold player chest. Ding dong! Congratulations on launching the Super Saiyan achievement, you will receive certain attribute bonuses during the Super Saiyan launch. Chi and strike skills will be multiplied. The second achievement is on, but this time the achievement is Super Saiyan. Will the skills of Chi and strike be multiplied? Clenching his fists, Liu Hang's eyes lit up, and this gain was basically satisfactory for Liu Hang. Closing his eyes, Liu Hang chose to continue to open the golden player chest. This time, the reward of the golden treasure chest, I don't know what good things can be opened. Ding dong! Congratulations on opening the gold player chest reward, you can draw any of the following 2 rewards. 1. 5-fingered air bullet gun. 2nd. Veget's martial arts suit. 3. Regenerative fragmentation and regenerative crystallization. 4th. The Super Saiyan in the Legend of Z Soul. 5th. It is very easy to work at ease. Regenerative fragments and regenerative crystallization, this reward is synthesized. And there is a 10% chance of producing a capsule similar to Sendu, which can be used to restore stamina and injury. As for the Veget martial arts suit, it has a special defensive effect and will not be fragile. However, these 2 items are not yet used, which is a chicken rib for Liu Hang. These 2 items can be proposed, then there are only 5-fingered air bullet guns left, as well as the Super Saiyan in the Legend of Z Soul, and the E-Skill Beginner. Super Saiyan in the Legend of Z Soul, when the skill of the strike system is launched, the skill power of the strike system will increase dramatically. As for this Freedom Extreme Skill Beginner, Liu Hang's gaze couldn't help but become hot. This is a move realm, different from the way Qi is perceived in the past, relying on the body to automatically adjust the reflex attack, and use instinct to perceive and fight danger. It's just that this initial stage is not quite complete. From the power of Super Veget, which Liu Hang now masters, I don't know if the power of Veget who leaves the GT world can be completely retained. Experience that kind of power once, Liu Hang will want to experience it a second time, but unfortunately this power will not belong to him after all. Diddy. The player's character mod power will be stripped away from the GT world, and in certain cases can trigger loading again. In your current state, you cannot fully grasp this power. The sound of the system prompted, which made Liu Hang think. Indeed, when using Veget's power, Liu Hang even felt that his use of Qi became a little rusty. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 024. How to retain this force is a headache for Liu Hang, which makes Liu Hang a little embarrassed. Can't Veget's power be retained? Liu Hang asked the system. There was a bit of urgency in his words. It would be nice if he could keep it. Yes, but it will take a while to seal. Players need to train themselves to the right level, and when the player can fully withstand this power, you will become a superior Super Saiyan. The system's prompt sounded, which made Liu Hang's eyes light up. You mean? Since the player is following the path of an infinite advanced Super Saiyan, rather than the path of becoming a god, the road is arduous and requires more perseverance and external help, until the player can fully get used to his Super Saiyan power and become able to fully master Veget's power. The answer of the system made Liu Hang feel at ease at this time. Because it is not an orthodox Saiyan, but a crossing of a game character, although Liu Hang has strong power, it does not mean that it will be used. Cultivation. The most urgent thing is to grasp deep cultivation, so only when you go back to Dragon Ball Z, ask Boomer to create a gravity room for yourself. Thinking of this, Liu Hang immediately had his own goal and showed a hint of excitement. Just choose the Super Saiyan in the Z Soul Legend, and the Beginner of Freedom Extreme Skill. The two rewards were quickly chosen, and Liu Hang's mind was quickly filled with huge information. This is the ultimate effort. A touch of the realm of Sun Zi and Xian was immediately mastered by Liu Hang, but this mastery was not deep. It seems that land aviation can only be touched, but it cannot be used. This is to let the land aviation, a little strange said. After entering this state, Lu Airlines Super Saiyan 3 directly withdrew. However, this state did not last long, and it lasted for a few seconds. It feels like it can still be stacked with Super Saiyan. Phew, there will be a few more fairy beans. Vegeta on the side woke up at this time, and the pain made his body quite uncomfortable, and it could be said that he was seriously injured. The strength of the ultimate turtle Qigong wave can break the defense of the golden giant ape with a powerful body, which is really incredible. Great, Dad is okay. Trunks helped Vegeta, which made Vegeta, who had come to his senses, a little confused. My body hurts, where am I? Trunks? Vegeta opened her eyes and looked at Trunks, as well as Sun Gohan and Sun Wushan on the side, as well as Xiao Fang, and immediately understood something. Footsteps came over, and Vegeta, who turned sideways, saw Monkey King who turned into Super Saiyan 4. The two looked at each other and smiled. Trunks, there are still a few fairy beans. Sun Wukong asked Trunks, who opened the bag and said, Uncle Goku, it seems that there are 2 more. Let Trunks throw it over, and Sun Wukong immediately ate one. All the injuries were gone at this time. Give me one. After recovering some physical strength, Liu Hang said to Sun Wukong on the side, and Sun Wukong, who smiled, threw a fairy bean directly. Liu Hang, who took over, looked at the bean in his hand and had a very strange feeling. Is this the healing holy artifact of the Dragon Ball world? With a secret sound, Liu Hang directly swallowed the fairy beans, and a warm hot breath spread from inside the body in all directions to repair Liu Hang's scarred body. After moving his lower muscles, Liu Hang felt it, and the qi in his body became active again. Then, since we have all recovered from our injuries, is it now our turn to fight? Making a gesture of invitation to battle, Liu Hang chuckled, which made Sun Wukong quickly turn around. Of course, I'd love to. When the words fell, I only heard a loud noise in the air, and a red light came straight towards Liu Hang. Turning into a red glow, emitting red light, Sun Wukong's kick of the 4th order of Super Saiyan fell, but in an instant, Sun Wukong's attack was in vain. Ugh! Just a punch, with an inexplicable huge force, hit Sun Wukong's chest, and even Sun Wukong couldn't feel when Liu Hang appeared. Boom! In an instant, Sun Wukong's body was shot out of 100 meters away, and a silver light flashed in Liu Hang's pupils, but it lasted for a relatively short time. Ah! Ha! The pulse, at this moment, beats strongly, the golden flame breaks out, but in an instant, the flame becomes more and more dense, and even golden electric sparks appear. That's all my might, Super Saiyan 3. It should be said that the power brought by Vegeta was all poured out at this moment, and the soaring chi was directly raised to the point that it was similar to the Super Saiyan 4 Monkey King. This made Sun Wukong's face change greatly, and he immediately showed a stunned expression. This breath! Huge, let him all freeze. It's just that Super Saiyan 3 is so terrifying. If this strange Saiyan has the ability to become Super Saiyan 4, Sun Wukong already dare not imagine. P.S. Solemnly, please collect, ask for 10 evaluation votes, ask for rewards, thank you for your support. For more free-follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 025. Where the hell is this guy from, this monster? Sun Wukong was secretly frightened, and Liu Hang crossed the long sky at this time. The golden streamer turned into a punch and came straight towards Sun Wukong. Just let me see how powerful Super Saiyan 4 is. Mastering the power of Veget, even if it can only be used in the GT world, it has made Liu Hang worthwhile. And Sun Wukong seemed to feel something, and the battle with Liu Hang became more and more serious. Only in an instant, the mountains and rivers shattered, and the majestic energy was hedging against each other. That. It's Super Saiyan, and it's Super Saiyan 3. Vegeta, who barely recovered, looked at the fierce battle between the two in the distance, but felt stunned. He didn't think about how he was here. What was certain was that Sun Wukong defeated the enemy and obtained a new form transformation. However, this new form transformation actually encountered a powerful opponent. Yes, and can collide with Daddy's Super Saiyan 4. It's incredible, it's like a dream. Sun Gohan raised his head and stared intently at the battle that took place in his field of vision, but because the battle between the two people was too fast, even if he captured it with Chi, he could only capture an afterimage. It's so fast, it's incredibly fast, and you can hardly see the shadow with the naked eye. Sun Wushan said dumbly, and the air burst because of the collision of two forces. The red light came towards Liu Hang, and Sun Wukong swept over Liu Hang's waist. His left leg quickly bounced up at this time, and his knee blocked Sun Wukong's kick. However, soon Sun Wukong's second kick came out. Pupils, a silver luster flashed again. The golden aura was dyed with a ray of silver light. Liu Hang's figure disappeared and appeared behind Sun Wukong. Ha! The right leg was raised, and this time it was Liu Hang who kicked Sun Wukong away, and under the action of this huge force, it hit Sun Wukong's body. Flying directly forward 1,000 meters away, Sun Wukong turned his body at this moment and fixed his gaze on Liu Hang. Portala's earrings danced with the wind, and the familiarity of this breath gradually made Sun Wukong gradually become a little familiar. Nope. This should not be possible, and what kind of trick is that? Just when he was about to hit, the person disappeared directly, and Sun Wukong didn't even notice that he was hit. Phew, the effect of being comfortable and easy seems to be presented. However, it is still a beginner, and if you master the essence, how powerful it is. Secretly frightened, Liu Hang himself was surprised by this sudden change. However, it is certain that this easy work is not fully mastered by himself. Come again. When encountering a strong enemy, Sun Wukong will not stop. At this moment, Sun Wukong was more serious. Boom! Sun Wukong's punch is very fast, even the shadow is completely invisible, and the blazing red and gold echoing the arrogance breaks through the body surface and wraps around Sun Wukong's body. This scorching heat of Super Saiyan 4 made Liu Hang frightened. Bang! The physical strength of Liu Hang is not comparable to Super Saiyan 4, so the unreserved Liu Hang will release all the Qi. Super Saiyan 3 operates at full power, and when Sun Wukong's fist attacked, Liu Hang raised his arm to resist. A force suddenly unloaded Sun Wukong's power, but in the blink of an eye, Liu Hang kicked Sun Wukong away thousands of meters away. The two people confronted each other and looked at each other. Sun Wukong, use your last move to end the battle. Liu Hang said loudly and loudly, facing the direction of Sun Wukong. Just one move, it's even more boring to fight again, with Super Saiyan 3 and me to this point, your strength is indeed strong. Nodding, Sun Wukong recognized Liu Hang's words. He put on his posture and prepared to launch the Turtle Sect Qigong wave. 10 times. Turtle. Pi. gas. Work. With a loud snort, the red light gathered, and the huge energy was enough to destroy the heavens and the earth. The surrounding sand and dust were even set off at this time, 10 times the power of the turtle faction Qigong wave. Just launching has such an effect. If it is launched, it must not be more terrifying. Liu Hang opened his arms at this moment, all his power gathered in the palm of his hand, and the energy ball expanded sharply, and Liu Hang made a turtle school Qigong wave starting pose with his waist together. Ultimate. Turtle. Pi. Gas. Work. Wave. The two spoke in unison, and the red and golden bursting light filled the entire heaven and earth, and 2 different turtle school Qigong waves collided instantly. It's just that in an instant, the wind and clouds change color, and what shrouds the entire planet is a desperate sense of suffocation. Boom! The bursting light overflowed and filled the entire heavenly dome. P.S. It's still 3 more, the author asks for flowers, for collection, for 10 evaluation votes. This is related to the results of the author fungus. Thank you for your support HA. For more free follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 026. Tenfold Turtle Pi Qigong is on the ultimate Turtle Pi Qigong, and the impact formed by the 2 energy waves is huge. Hundreds of miles, and even thousands of miles, have been affected. Flying sand, with the energy of Qi set off. Originally, even if Liu Hang had the power of Veget, after all, Liu Hang was not the real Veget, and the strong combat power brought by the multiplication theory could only reach the point of confrontation with Super Saiyan 4. But now, with the collision of the 2 turtle school Qigong waves, not only Sun Wukong is breaking through his limits, but even Liu Hang is breaking through his limits. Super Saiyan 3's Qi rose sharply, reaching an unprecedented level, and the tenfold turtle sect Qigong wave that had begun to dominate was pushed away in an instant. The huge energy blasted out by the ultimate turtle sect Qigong wave directly devoured 10 times the turtle sect Qigong wave, and attacked Sun Wukong at an indomitable speed. The huge energy was vented everywhere, and the restless Xiao Fang looked over, not knowing what the outcome of the battle was. Wu! I won. Withdrew from Super Saiyan 3, Liu Hang still has spare strength, but the Monkey King in the distance has lost his attack ability, and Super Saiyan 4 has retreated back and become the original appearance. Super Saiyan 4 and Liu Hang, who has mastered the power of Super Veget, are slightly better than Super Veget's power after all. It is a pity that the land aviation has not fully mastered this force. Haha, yes. You guy is really powerful, even stronger than Babe. Sun Wukong looked at the sky and laughed, revealing a satisfied look. This time, Sun Wukong finally realized what it is to have a sky outside of people. Just Super Saiyan 3 can defeat Super Saiyan 4, what kind of monster is this guy? Hopefully, you can become more powerful next time, Monkey King. Moving his muscles, Liu Hang said to Sun Wukong, I'm looking forward to becoming stronger you. Frankly speaking, the Monkey King Land Airlines of the GT world still likes it. Do things in principle, do not say, will not be like the super world. Sun Wukong stupid, and even lost the original characteristics, become a pure battle maniac. Even the earth to be protected can take the consent of the gods as a bet. Hey, you're going to be too hard. Xiao Fang, who flew over, immediately supported Sun Wukong, and Sun Wuhan and Sun Wushan protected Sun Wukong. Xiao Fang, who was just about to continue to say something, was directly stopped by Sun Wukong. Xiao Fang, don't make trouble. Haha, I hope that next time we meet, you can put some pressure on me, and Vegeta over there. When the next GT plot comes, I don't know if Liu Hang can master Veget's power at that time. Taking the path of the Super Saiyan with infinite progress, then the difficulty for Liu Hang is much harsher than becoming a god. And Veget's power will be of some help to land aviation. It didn't take long for Liu Hang to disappear in front of everyone's eyes, and the plot of GT World came to an end. In the mission space, Liu Hang repaired his own injuries, and with the help of the system, all the damage suffered in the GT World battle was eliminated. It's a pity that feeling can no longer be felt. Super Veget's power. The increase in combat effectiveness brought by the multiplication theory is really huge, but after leaving the GT world, the power is not felt. Veget's character mods will be mothballed, and players need to exercise their normal to a certain level to perfectly integrate the power of Veget's mods. Players don't need to worry about this. Once again, he reminded Liu Hang that the system gave a comprehensive answer to the doubts raised by Liu Hang. Haha, so that means that I can get to the point where I can fully master Veget's power through exercise. Yes, the system will open the Veget mod for players, and the power limit is Super Saiyan 3. As for Super Saiyan 4, then Liu Hang needs to exercise himself. At that time, the land aviation, even with Super Saiyan 4, could fight against the so-called Super Saiyan God. It stands to reason that the God of Super Saiyans is indeed powerful, and the path to becoming a god is easier than the path of infinite advancement of Super Saiyans. However, Super Saiyans are due to the power of bloodlines. The strength of the bloodline is not necessarily weaker than the so-called gods. This system has proved to Liu Hang that the potential of the body and bloodline is tapped. The path of infinite advancement is my goal. When the strong is strong, the limit is broken. This is the Super Saiyan, and it is a real fighting nation. Then, open the next stage of the plot for me, system. Having completed the story mission of Dragon Ball Z, Liu Hang is already looking forward to the second story mission. P.S. 3 more. Ask for flowers, ask for collections, ask for 10 evaluation votes. Thank you for your support, HA. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 027. Today, there are 2 transformation skills mastered. One is the Super Saiyan transformation, and the other is the Super Saiyan fierce deterioration. The deterioration of the fierceness is uncontrollable, but it is a whole card for land aviation. The Realm King Fist is also considered a transformation skill, and the Super Saiyan state superimposed the Realm King Fist does not know if it can be done. However, for today's land aviation, it is still difficult. In the case of special moves, violent storms, and gravitational impact are the most powerful, as well as Yuan Chi Bomb and Turtle Qigong Wave. Ding dong! Start the Dragon Ball Z story mission for you. The next moment, Liu Hang saw a blue virtual interface and opened it. What is presented above is the story mission option that is turned on. The duration of the story mission can be freely selected, and the story mission can be opened and can be connected to the next story mission. After all, that world is not a game, it is a real Dragon Ball world. Holding back his excitement, Liu Hang sank his heart and began to check the time point of the plot mission, as well as the events that must be completed. The first time period is when Klin and Son Gohan descend on Namek. 1. Assist Klin and Son Gohan to seize the Dragon Ball from Frieza and kill Frieza's 2 henchmen. 2. Break the Kinnet team, face the Universe Emperor Frieza, and defeat Frieza, with the Super Saiyan. 3. Due to the unpredictable variables in the time of the main history, the Super Saiyan deteriorates and defeats the powerful enemies that appear with unpredictable variables. After checking the events that must be completed, there is no problem with the first and second, but the third is probably a little problematic. Unpredictable and powerful enemies, could it be Tova and Myra last time I met? Thinking of this possibility, the corners of Liu Hang's mouth couldn't help twitching. God knows how the characters in the game world would appear there. Unpredictable and powerful enemy, then the land aviation needs to make some preparations. Your Veget's power will be sealed once. As you complete the mission and your own cultivation, your character's power will be unlocked, and it will be fully unlocked when it reaches 100%. At this time, the system's prompt tone made Liu Hang feel much more relieved. Then, since that's the case, let's go straight to the plot. The plot of that mising, as always, happened, but I don't know what kind of changes will occur in the normal plot. With a heart of expectation, Liu Hang's whole person disappeared into the mission space. The sun bakes the earth like a stove, and the ground makes people feel scorching. This is Namex, a barren planet. Blue weeds, covering the surface, scattered plants with few towering trees. When Liu Hang appeared here, he looked up and saw the 3 huge suns on the star of Namek. Is this the nemesis? Looking around, Liu Hang couldn't help but be stunned. This was too desolate. After calming down, Liu Hang soon felt that a huge chi appeared on the side of Namex, as well as a few small chi, and 1 or 2 more familiar chi. There. Determined, Liu Hang set off in the direction he felt, and the air made a whistling popping sound. The huge nemesis, much larger than Earth, is a world of hundreds of islands, isolated hills and continents surrounded by strange plants, and the nemesis live on such a planet. Wow! It's too fast, Uncle Clin, how to get caught up? Holding a dragon ball, Sun Gohan said with a terrified face. White aura burst out from the body surface, and at this moment, Sun Gohan desperately raised his breath. Escape. The only way to run away desperately is to have no cure. If you get caught, you will really die. Clin's face was solemn, and he felt very embarrassed in his heart about the current situation. Behind the 2 people, a pink human monster and a blue-faced handsome-looking guy were catching up with the 2 fleeing people like a predator. Hehe, you can't escape. Hand over the dragon balls to me or you'll die. I'm going to kill you all. Shangbo and Dodolia laughed wickedly, and Dodolia accelerated at this time, ready to catch up with Clin and Sun Gohan. Gohan, close your eyes. Shouting anxiously, Clin immediately shouted in the direction of the 2 men as the enemy approached. Sun Fist. Like the light of the sun, it instantly shines on the entire firmament. Just as Clin was happy to be able to escape and take the opportunity to escape, an uneasy voice sounded from behind Clin. Do you think you can escape? Shangbo laughed viciously, and with a shot of energy, it hit Clin's body. Ah! Clin quickly fell to the ground, which made Sun Gohan's face can't help but look horrified. Uncle Clin! Boy, you can't escape, let me die here. Dodoria laughed, and the red streamer cut through the void and crashed into Sun Gohan's body. The huge dragon ball that Sun Gohan was holding immediately fell to the ground. Snap! With a snap of his fingers, the dragon ball that rolled down was caught from the air by Liu Hang at once. I encountered such an interesting thing as soon as I came in, and I should be able to move my muscles at this time. Shambo and Dodolia, it's been a long time. Seeing the familiar face, Liu Hang laughed. P.S. Ask for collections, ask for flowers, ask for 10 evaluation votes, thank you very much. For more free-follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 028. Shambo and Doria, these 2 are Frisia's doglegs, but the most loyal doglegs. Even if the combat power is not comparable to the Kinnet team, it is naturally especially outstanding to be valued by Frisia. Where is the bastard? I actually know Lord Ben, then don't hurry up and throw the dragon ball to me. Dodoria said viciously, but when she smiled, her eyes showed a fierce light. That fierce light, as if it was going to eat people, made people feel terrifying. Doria, don't talk nonsense with him, it's important to complete King Frisia's mission. Shangbo said unhurriedly, looked over at Dodoria, and the 2 looked at each other and smiled, revealing fierce eyes. Nope. No, it's the scion I met last time. Clin lay on the ground, stretched out his tired eyes, and immediately noticed the appearance of Liu Hang. That mysterious Super Scion, did he appear again at this time? Gram, Uncle Clin. At this time, Sun Wuhan's consciousness was even more sober. Hehe, 2 wastes, do you think you can deal with me? Even if you don't use Super Saiyan transformation, it's just the norm, and these two people who can abuse Liu Hang can't take care of themselves. That's it, just play with you. The lower muscles and bones were moved, and the bones of the whole body made a crisp popping sound. Shangbo, we seem to have met a fool. Waste with only 1000 combat effectiveness actually dares to provoke us with unashamed words. Dodoria smiled wickedly and said, just let me tear this guy to pieces. Doria, wait, before Shangbo could speak, Dororia, who couldn't wait, turned into a stream of light and came straight towards the landing voyage. His speed was fast, and he turned into a string of shadows in the air, ready to face the landing plane. The white airflow wrapped around Liu Hang, and Liu Hang just glanced at it coldly. With his left hand raised, he directly held Doria's leg and twisted his body in midair. Boom! The right fist burst out, the air made a muffled sound, and the white aura burst out at this time. Almost immediately, both Dodolia and Shambo's detectors exploded at this moment. The detector exploded. Shangbo's pupils shrank. This strange guy is a strong enemy. What? Dodolia's face was even more horrified at this moment. A frightened face appeared from his face, an evil smile rose from the corner of Liu Hang's mouth, and a straight punch fell on Dodoria's body in an instant. Dodolia's body was directly pushed out by a huge force and flew out 10 meters away. Before Dororia could come to his senses, on the right side of Dororia, Liu Hang's bullet leg smashed like a string of shadows, continuously smashing on Dodoria's body. Dodoria could only defend, and could not raise any intention of resistance at all. The armor on the body was directly shattered under the powerful force. Ah! A muffled sound spit out from Doria's mouth, and a mouthful of bruised blood made Doria's body suffer a heavy blow in an instant. Disappear! The right hand was raised, and a flash of light burst out from Liu Hang's right hand, and Dodoria's body turned into nothingness in an instant. At this moment, the scene changed very quietly for a while. Escape! Shangbo's soul burst out, and a huge pressure surged into his heart. Facing the landing voyage, Shangbo directly felt the danger. In the moment when Dodoglia was destroyed in less than a minute, the white aura pushed his body into the air. And he did not have the heart to fight such a strong enemy. Because he was really going to die, this dangerous feeling, he only met in front of Frisia. Disappear for me. Turtle. Pie. Gas. Work. Wave. The blue light gathered from the palm of his hand, and then was pushed out by Liu Hang. The ultra-long pillar of light cut through the void and caught up with Shangbo, who was desperately fleeing, at a speed faster than the speed of sound, and Shangbo's revenant was so angry that he almost used all his strength. But the pillar of light of the tiger was with inexplicable power and caught up with Shangbo's position. The turtle faction Qigong wave fell directly on Shangbo's body. The Qigong wave exploded in an instant, swallowing Shangbo entirely. Boom! Easily, without much effort at all, Shangbo died directly. This made Klin and Sun Gohan, who had recovered their strength, unable to help but be horrified. Yes. It was the guy I met on Earth. It seems that he has become stronger again, and this bottomless chi is too huge. Klin trembled. His body did not dare to move, he really couldn't understand the character of this man. Even Sun Gohan, seeing such a terrifying scene, was too scared to speak. P.S. Tomorrow we'll start sending the signing contract, ask for collection, ask for 10 evaluation tickets, ask for tips, thank you very much. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 029. The detectors of Shangbo and Dodoria before could not see the real combat power that Liu Hang had, but for the two people of Klin and Sun Gohan, who had strong chi induction, it was clear that Liu Hang was terrifying and powerful. The chi that rose in an instant, that huge chi, gave people the feeling that it was like Wang Yang Haihei. I don't know if Sun Wukong can face such a strong opponent. That universe Emperor Frisia was already terrifying, and there was such a terrifying guy again, and Klin's heart felt a deep unease. Okay, solve these two guys, then should I solve you too now? With a bad smile, Liu Hang turned to face the position of Klin and Sun Gohan. The cold sweat of the two people fell, and their bodies couldn't help but tense. Give it to me, hand over the Dragon Balls. Liu Hang, who just wanted to tease the next two people, heard a very familiar voice at this time. This voice immediately made Liu Hang stunned. In the air, Vegeta, dressed in combat uniform, appeared in the field of vision of Liu Hang. Haha, long time no see, Vegeta. Liu Hang's voice directly made Vegeta's pupils shrink. How could this guy appear on that mising? The atmosphere, the whole became even more uneasy. Meanwhile, on the other side, a village of the Nemesis. Frisia sat on the flying machine and let out an evil laugh. Oh, wouldn't it be good to hand over the Dragon Balls early? King Ben was in a good mood and said that he couldn't keep you alive. Looking at the ruined village of Namexen and the fallen Namexen, Frisia let out a happy laugh. Evil, devil, you will be punished. Holding his bleeding hand, Elder Namesing, whose face was full of despair, looked at the destroyed village and his dead compatriots, revealing his determination to fight to the death. However, this determination, facing the cosmic Emperor Frisia, immediately turned into dust. Tian Yi. With a glance, Frisia didn't even have to move his fingers, and the members of Frisia's Space Force sent a beam of light towards the remaining nemesis. Hey! The beam of light penetrated the body of the Namesyen, and the last Namesyen, in this village, fell directly. King Frisia, 4 of the Dragon Balls have already been collected, and 3 more will be able to complete the Dragon Balls. The excited members of the Frisia Space Force reported to Frisia. However, a bad news was immediately sensed by Frisia. Well, the Dragon Balls snatched by those 2 dwarfs are 5. Wait, the detectors of Shambo and Doria disappeared. Frisia's detector has lost its sensing of Shambo and Dodoria. Originally, Frisia wanted the 2 henchmen to catch up with the 2 dwarfs who snatched the Dragon Ball, but he thought that the loss of the horse's success was actually so unsmooth. What a joke! The strength of these 2 subordinates, even if it is not comparable to his elite division General Kinnett team, is not so weak. Actually, he was killed by 2 Earthlings. Oh, that's interesting. Fortunately, the communication function of the detector allowed Frisia to immediately understand what was happening on the detector side. Someone could actually kill Shambo and Doria, either Vegeta's words, or the Earthlings who didn't know where they came from. These bold Earthlings dare to spoil his good deeds. I thought that I could collect Dragon Balls and realize my immortality plan, but I encountered such an embarrassing scene. I have to say that Frisia's anger has already surged from his heart. The guy who could make Frisia so angry was the first time. Moreover, it seems to be a Scion. From the detector, Frisia heard Klin's voice. On his gloomy face, he let out a vicious laugh. You, all the creatures on this planet, kill King Ben. Also, let Team Kinnett speed me up and get to the Nemesis in an hour. The white aura broke through the surface of his body, and the furious Frisia made all the Frisia Space Army show a look of trepidation. Well. Okay, King Frisia. Let's do it. Come on. On Namek, the haze is shrouded at the moment. P.S. Sorry, I was too tired yesterday, I didn't have time to update. Today I will seriously update and make up, and a more exciting plot is about to begin. Ask for collections, ask for flowers, ask for 10 evaluation votes, thank you. For more free-follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 030. Are you that, Scion on Earth? The moment he saw Liu Hang, all of Vegeta's bad memories were deeply recalled at this time. Turning into a giant ape, the fear of being deeply shocked. And facing the real Super Scion, the smashed Scion Prince pride. This is humiliation, but also anger. An angry face appeared on Vegeta's face. In the body, majestic power erupted, and white chi wrapped around the body. He didn't even take into account that the gap between himself and Liu Hang was huge. In the air, it turned into a string of shadows and faced the land aviation. The white aura formed a huge momentum, but this momentum, facing Liu Hang, was like an ant on the side of an elephant. This time, Liu Hang didn't even have to use Super Saiyan transformation. Boom! With a high bullet leg, Liu Hang smashed on the right side of Vegeta. Against you, I don't have to become a Super Saiyan. Do you really think you can deal with me like this? A sneer immediately appeared on Liu Hang's face. This huge force made Vegeta unable to even move, and the whole person crashed into the distant cliff. A puff of smoke rose and countless rolling stones fell, burying Vegeta inside. Vegeta disappeared in an instant. Klin and Sun Gohan looked at each other, but they were glad that they did not provoke Liu Hang, but more of the next unease. Bastard! The majestic chi condensed from the mountains of rolling stones, and with Vegeta's burst, the rolling stones that pressed on Vegeta's body suddenly exploded at this time. How could I, the dignified Saiyan Prince, lose in your operation? The gathered arrogance is even greater. If there is a detector now, Liu Hang can see that Vegeta's combat effectiveness is rapidly improving at this moment. I'm going to become a Super Saiyan. I'm a prince of the Saiyan clan, a genius of elite warriors. In the face of the huge drop feeling of landing aviation, Vegeta suddenly had a pressure. Could it be that the Super Saiyan is really terrifying, and he can't deal with it in such a strong state now? Give me the secret to becoming a Super Saiyan, or tell me the secret of how to become a Super Saiyan. At this moment, Vegeta was not as impulsive as he was just now. However, the proud Vegeta has always been unable to let go of this pride in his heart. White flames erupted from the inside out, knowing that he was very strong, but he understood that facing the landing flight in this state was nothing at all. Hey! A contemptuous smile appeared on his face, and Liu Hang, who had a faint look in his eyes, ignored Vegeta. How can you be sure? I can tell you the secret to becoming a Super Saiyan, just by your current status. Or is it the only remaining pride of the Saiyans of the fighting nation? Liu Hang hugged his arms and stepped on the huge dragon ball under his feet. Now you are too weak to even have the qualifications to become a Super Saiyan. Even Frieza, who destroyed the Saiyan clan, you can't resist. As soon as the words fell, Liu Hang's eyes became sharp, and his momentum suddenly changed dramatically. You can't even deal with Frieza, arrogant fellow, just rely on you to be my opponent. Even if I'm not a Super Saiyan. The chi suddenly spread at this time. The white aura gradually burned a touch of red. The red and white flame carries an inexplicable scorching heat. The huge power immediately made Vegeta breathless. Nope. No, it can't be wrong. It should be Goku's Realm King Fist. Sun Wuhan was frozen there, and the change that Liu Hang showed was only completely seen by his own father. And when Clinton said the name of the move used by Liu Hang, that is the Realm King Fist. Compared to the stronger multiple of the Realm King Fist that Sun Wukong can use, 10 times the Realm King Fist. The change of the tenfold Realm King Fist is nothing at all, and what is even more terrifying is the appearance of Golden Chi next. The Realm King Fist state exited, and the golden aura covered the body surface, appearing from the inside to the outside, wrapping around the Joe's body. The golden aura showed a strong eruption state, but this state gradually became very natural. The restrained power is gathered in the body of Liu Hang. Super Saiyan is fully powered, like a god's posture. The silent calm of this moment is even more frightening. Vegeta's gaze was burning, and at the same time envious. It showed unspeakable anger. Such anger catalyzes jealousy in the heart. Why, he's not a Super Saiyan. P.S. Sorry, the second one is more offered, the state is very good, the author will seriously update everyone. Ask for collections, ask for flowers, ask for 10 evaluation votes, or the new book period is very important to the author. Thank you very much. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 031. Strong hatred surged into Vegeta's heart. At this time, he really hated it, completely hated it, hated himself for being useless, hated himself for not working hard to cultivate, hated himself for not even being as good as waste. This sense of humiliation stimulated Vegeta's heart. The white chi soared in an instant, and Klin and Sun Gohan looked at the scene that happened in front of them, and their entire bodies couldn't help trembling. It's only been a long time, how does Vegeta cultivate? I don't even have 1/10 of him. No. I can't say that 1/10 of the Scions are really all monsters. He remembered Sun Wukong, the big grinning guy. If Goku is there, maybe it will be able to make Klin feel less stressed. At this time, Klin really relied on Sun Wukong. And the more helpless Sun Gohan, the deeper he misses his father. Sun Wukong, who was still some distance away from Namex, was seriously cultivating on his own spaceship. Aha! The body was under huge gravity, and Sun Wukong instantly flipped over, and his hands caught the turtle pie Qigong waves launched at him. The Qigong wave immediately spread out on Sun Wukong's hand, and even inside the spacecraft, no damage occurred. The control of Qi can be described as becoming more and more proficient for Sun Wukong. There is still almost an hour of hard work, and it is finally time to reach Namesing. The stronger Monkey King stared at the starry sky of the universe from the spaceship, wondering if he could meet a stronger opponent there. A touch of expectation was written on Sun Wukong's face. At this time, on the other side, the Kinnet team, which was faster than the Monkey King spaceship, gradually approached Namex. Hurry up haha, or King Frisia will urge. To Namexing, it's time for our Kinnet team to show our majesty. The 5-person Kainuit team was talking happily through the probe, as if they had seen the scene of reaping another victory on Namex. This kind of anger is really too weak. Liu Hang was still at this time, mocking Vegeta fiercely. His lips slightly opened, and evil thoughts flowed from Liu Hang's heart. Your Scion pride brings you such anger, Vegeta. Anger is the root of Scion power. Don't say that you haven't seen this time to grow this bit. You really want to become a Super Saiyan. As long as you become a Super Saiyan, maybe you can fight me and even kill Frisia. The one who destroyed the Scion race and shattered the Scion planet. Liu Hang's words, like a nightmare, hypnotized Vegeta. More like poison, it stimulated Vegeta's heart. Hehe, you guy knows what. Since you are a Super Saiyan, it is time to kill the culprit who destroyed the Scion planet. How can you be worthy of being a Scion man? The anger erupted completely, and Vegeta was lightning fast and punched the lander. Liu Hang stood still, just raised his right hand, casually responding to Vegeta's attack. The right hand is as fast as a string of shadows, and Vegeta's every precise attack is perfectly handled. Yes, that's right, be angry. Only anger is the most irritating to Scions. Liu Hang laughed, and the light appearance of the wind made Vegeta very uncomfortable. Angry, he completely poured out his anger at this moment. It's still too weak, though. Caught off guard, not even having time to defend, Vegeta saw it at once, and Liu Hang pointed to the finger in the center of his eyebrows. It was as fast as lightning. And it bounced on Vegeta's brain, and Vegeta's body gradually flipped 360 degrees, and the whole person flew out. Boom! The crisp muffled sound sounded again, and Vegeta's continued the miserable situation just now, but now it was worse than just now. The pupils were bloodshot, and his face couldn't help but be shocked. I am, Scion Prince, Vegeta. Trying to stand up Vegeta again, this moment it showed indescribable anger. But this anger was soon enveloped by a sense of powerless despair. Sound, at this time, is even more fragile and powerless. At this time, Vegeta really became a tragic tower. Frisia, now on this planet. If you want to become a Super Saiyan, or see Frisia killed, this blow will make you vulnerable, Vegeta. Oh, in that case, you really disappointed me. P.S. Ask for collections, ask for flowers, ask for 10 evaluation votes. For more free-follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 032. Hey, the two brats over there, Klin and Son Gohan. Bypassing Vegeta, Liu Hang did not choose to continue to attack Vegeta. For him, he still doesn't want to interfere too much with the changes in Dragon Ball Z. It's just a little, Liu Hang is a little strange, that is, if Vic is not dead, why do the Earthlings still appear on that Meiji? Klin's body suddenly tensed, as if he had been lectured, and he took a strict posture. Sun Wuhan has a kind of learning, and it can be seen that both of them are a little afraid of Liu Hang. You guys are here for Dragon Ball. Isn't there a Dragon Ball on Earth? How to run to this planet? Removing the huge Dragon Ball under his feet, Liu Hang asked the two. If you don't say something reasonable, then Liu Hang won't let the two people go. Vic remembered that when Liu Hang left, there should not have been any deaths. Because, the time to resurrect Goku Dragon Ball last time has not yet arrived, we want to come to Namex and resurrect our dead companions in advance. Cold sweat slipped down his face, and Klin blocked in front of Son Gohan. However, the trembling legs completely showed Klin's fear. This kind of fear can only be found when snatching the Dragon Ball and facing that Frisia. Then, Sun Wukong is also coming. Yes. Yes, it should arrive soon. Klin was embarrassed, he had only contacted the King of the Northern Realm not long ago, and the others were cultivating with the King of the Northern Realm. In order to be able to become more powerful, to face the Scions who may come to Earth again, or that Cosmic Emperor Frisia. It's just that when he came here, Klin understood the horror of that Cosmic Emperor Frisia. I can help you get the Dragon Ball, but instead, you have to grant my wish to use the Dragon Ball. Liu Hang's words made Klin stunned, and he didn't expect Liu Hang to come out like this. You. What wish you want? Should it be the same as those wicked people? It is to eternal. Halfway through the words, Klin couldn't say anything, the pressure brought by Super Saiyan was too terrifying. Hey! Sneered, Liu Hang did not answer, and Klin, who was afraid that Liu Hang would burst into anger, had to quickly agree to Liu Hang at this time. However, before looking for the next Dragon Ball, go back to Bulma. The saved Nemesis child and Bulma are in a cave not far from here. Without Bulma, the spacecraft would not have set sail so smoothly. And on the other side, on the Northern King. The King of the Northern Realm, who has green grass, blue skin and a somewhat funny appearance, is staring intently at the scene that happened on the Nemesis. The chimpanzee and the grasshopper landed on the side, looking at the sometimes changing face of the King of the Northern Realm. This was the first time that the King of the Northern Realm had such a bad complexion. 2. Damn, Goku hasn't arrived at that Nemesis yet, and then what kind of Super Saiyan has appeared? There is already Frisia, a cosmic villain, which is enough for him, the King of the Realm who manages the Northern Galaxy, and this inexplicable Super Saiyan has appeared. Although I don't know who this Super Saiyan is, both will give him, the King of the Northern Realm, a headache. What the hell is going on, Lord Realm King? Goku hasn't arrived at Namex yet, or is it that Klin and Gohan are on Namek? Something happened. That's it, Lord Kai Wang. The three Earthling warriors who were sent to the Northern Realm King Star by the Heavenly God all looked very strange. Looking at the sometimes changing face of the Northern Realm King, they did not dare to ask. Don't worry, I'm communicating with Goku telepathically right now. I hope he can hurry up to Namexing. With a deep lament, the pressure on the King of the Northern Realm was really quite enormous. First Frisia, and then this Super Saiyan, his North Galaxy is really going to turn upside down. The little Namex is even more dangerous at the moment. In a white palace, sitting on a high throne is the Great Elder of Namex, and the person who created the Namex Dragon Ball. However, because the Great Elder was too old, the Old One couldn't even act. The only guard is a combative Nemeki, Niru. The Great Elder is the core of the Namex people, and he is also the creator of the Nemesis people today. Ahem. The Great Elder coughed violently, showing a heavy uneasiness on his senile face. Great Elder, what should I do? It's better for me to go out directly. Niru clenched his fists, and the bruises on his forehead burst. If he hadn't had to garrison the Great Elder's palace, those invaders of Namex, he would have made them all pay. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 033. However, if you want to go out, you will not be able to protect the Great Elder. The Great Elder is the hope of the entire Namex, and the creator of the Dragon Ball. What can Niru do? If it really doesn't work, just let them take the Dragon Balls. For the sake of the Nemesis, those children of their own, no matter what the Great Elder is willing to give. Those people, if they really get the Dragon Balls, they will just leave. In this regard, Niru felt deeply uneasy. Staying here for a minute, there would be a Nemesis who would be killed by those hateful evil people. Niru. The same uneasiness was written on the face of the Great Elder, but the current Great Elder could not do anything. The enemy that Namex has to face is too powerful, and it is not a combat-type Nemesis who can deal with it at all. Niru is the most powerful of the combative Nameses, but in the face of the Cosmic Emperor Frisia, he does not even have the ability to resist. The first form of Frisia is already very terrifying. Although the Frisia Space Army belongs to the miscellaneous soldiers, the Kainu team that has arrived is not a miscellaneous soldier at all. Team Kinnett, earlier than expected, arrived on the planet Namek. Frisia, who had been waiting for a long time, looked at the spaceship rushing down from the sky, and turned to show an evil smile. The Frisia Space Army, which can be described as an elite super soldier, has arrived. Team Keynote, it's finally here. It didn't take long for Frisia to meet 5 of the Kinnett team. The most obvious thing inside is a lilac, tall warrior dressed in black and white combat uniforms with 2 horns on his head. That's Team Kinnut, the captain of Team Kinnut. The base combat strength is 120,000, but the combat effectiveness is variable, and 120,000 is only the baseline combat power and has excellent combat ability. And a man who looks orange-red hair and a pineapple head is even more ridiculous, and that is Member Leakum. There is also a blue body Bart, a red body of Guys. The ugliest is Guldo. The spacecraft fell to the ground, and the moment the hatch opened, the members of the Kainuit team flew straight over. Sitting on the flying machine, Frisia, who just wanted to say something, couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Directly Kainu took a step with his arms up, and gulped. Team Kinnett Captain. Kinayu. As Kainu drank, the other members took a very strange pose at this time. Leakum. Bart. Guys. Gerdo. See King Frisia all. The cool and funny shape really makes people sweat a lot. The members of the Frisia Space Army did not dare to speak there. After all, teasing is tease, and people are awesome characters. As an elite warrior of Frisia, I don't know how many planets have been destroyed and how many territories have been captured. However, on the side, it can be predicted that the Frisia Space Force is powerful. After all, the generals that Frisia has can really be said to be the #1 force in the universe. Frisia, who seemed to be accustomed to the teasing of Team Kinnut, just gave them a blank look when they were done. Okay, you all get up. I summoned you to come and ask you to help me do my work. Frisia sat on the flying machine, narrowed his eyes comfortably, and faced the crowd of the Kinnut team. Under the evil smile, it was the cold of being in a high position. On this planet, there are guys who dare to rebel against King Ben. You will kill all these people for me, and you will take back all the Dragon Balls for me. Just like a few on the ground, Huang Kenkan has a few huge beads of stars, you know. Yes, King Frisia. When Frisia's order fell, Kainu gulped. Team Keen out, all out. As Frisia's most loyal dogleg, Team Kinnet naturally followed Frisia's orders faithfully. The 5 of them immediately took off into the air, turning into white streamers and heading towards the sky. The strength of the Kainuit team was naturally perceived. Vegeta, who had just recovered from his injuries and was moving at high speed to the other side, couldn't help but show a terrified expression on his face. This breath! Could it be Team Kainuit? The next moment, Vegeta's face became very gloomy. I hope I won't meet the members of Team Kainuit, otherwise, in my current state, I can only deal with one guy at most. Gritting his teeth, Vegeta had to go to the other side, which was the direction that Liu Hang and Klin had left earlier. What guy? Actually reached the name X star, these 5 chi are too evil. As soon as he arrived at Bulmana, not long after a short rest, Klin felt uneasy. His and Son Gohan's faces couldn't help but change greatly. Coming! The leisurely Liu Hang, but at this time, a fine light appeared in his eyes. P.S. Sorry for the late update, but the update as usual will be done sooner. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 034. One of the 3 requirements of the mission is to defeat the Kinnet team and then face the Cosmic Emperor Frisia. I don't know, what is the difference between Frisia in this world and the Frisia killed by Liu Hang. However, it is certain that the strength of Liu Hang is definitely on Frisia, and the Super Saiyan in the full power state is enough to fight against Shailu's second form, and even the perfect Shailu. It was time to face the warm-up activities in front of Frisia. However, the main thing is that the unpredictable variable makes Liu Hang the one most worried. There will be more powerful enemies. Thinking of that scene, Liu Hang's mind became active, and the chi in his body somehow became irritable. Perhaps it was the Saiyan bloodline that gave Liu Hang a pure desire to fight. The change is stronger, the progress is stronger, this is the goal of the land aviation at this stage. What's more, Veget's power was sealed on him. As long as you achieve the amount of tasks, you can complete the unlocking of Veget's abilities step by step. The stronger the war, the more fundamental the Saiyan race. You. Why do you all show such embarrassed expressions? Bulma came from the sidelines, completely unaware of the coming crisis. Dandy, who was sitting next to Bulma, was very frightened and seemed to feel the change of the crisis. Nemesis are born with a premonition of danger. The hands holding the water cup were a little shaky. Just right, you can warm up. Getting up, Liu Hang's lips opened lightly, revealing a smile. Klin and Son Gohan looked at each other, their expressions couldn't help but be cold, and they all showed a trace of nervousness. Just on the other side, in the direction of Vegeta. Vegeta, who was desperately trying to escape, did not want to run into those guys from Team Kinnet, knowing that he was not strong enough. Otherwise, Vegeta would not have made such a choice. Holding back, really holding back. Obviously he is the one who should become a Super Saiyan the most. Strong hatred tormented Vegeta, making Vegeta's face look embarrassed. Hey! At this time, there was a whistling sound in his ears, a blue-skinned, ugly face like a snake, Bart blocked in front of Vegeta. Oh, it's not Vegeta. Long time no see. With a sad smile, Bart's smile made people feel deeply uneasy. You. Vegeta's expression froze. The expression on his face changed quickly, gritting his teeth and looking in the direction of the surroundings. The rest of the Kinnet team gathered around at this time. Haha, I haven't seen you for a long time, how can I run away when I see us? Kainu said hello and appeared in front of Vegeta with his hands on his chest. Guys, and Likum let out funny laughter on the side, and the 5 people surrounded their prey like hunters. I haven't met you in a long time. After moving his wrist muscles, Kainu narrowed his eyes slightly, and the expression on his face was extremely terrifying. I heard that you actually betrayed King Frisia, and you are really daring. You say, should I kill you now? Kainu said in a calm tone, as if he was saying something ordinary. Haha, you see that this guy's combat effectiveness is weaker than ours, Captain, or you hand over Vegeta to me and Bart and let's ravage him properly. Guys, who had white unkempt hair, let out a vicious laugh and glanced at Bart on the side. That's right, such waste should have been killed a long time ago. If it weren't for King Frisia's kindness, how would he, the Prince of the Scions, be alive today? Bart said in unison, making Vegeta more and more angry. Calming his mood, Vegeta sneered at the 5 members of Team Kinnet, with disdain in his tone. Arrogant fellow, it depends on how I kill you all one by one. The distance was opened, and almost in a second, the white aura burst out. In the case of 5 people besieging, he really can't carry it, but if there are only 2 people, he may not be able to deal with Vegeta in his current state. The gap in combat effectiveness can be said to be obvious. Vegeta's current maximum combat strength can be estimated to reach 80,000, except for Kainu who may not be able to fight. The other 4 team members have a maximum combat power of less than 60,000. The only trouble is Golder, who has multiple superpowers such as acupuncture and time stasis. Ugh! Just at this moment, Vegeta's attack suddenly came, and his fist landed on the nearest guys. So fast! How is this possible? Guy's body flew directly backwards and crashed into a rock behind him. The powerful airflow surged and dispersed, and the rocks shattered into rolling stone dust under the impact of Guy's. P.S. The title of the book has been changed to The Strongest Legend of Dragon Ball. After all, it is a fan of Dragon Ball, and others in the province misunderstood. The original name is a little long, sorry. Ask for flowers, ask for collections, ask for 10 evaluation votes. For more free follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 035. Joyfully. Vegeta clenched his fists, showing full fighting intent, and the chi in his body continued to gush out. His own strength is the reason why Vegeta is sure in the face of these enemies in front of him. Well. It hurts, damn Vegeta, I won't let you go. Justin showed a look of anger when he was furious. He never expected that the guy he had neglected could actually burst out such a huge energy. For the elite him, it is simply humiliating. Guys! Bart's voice suddenly froze, and a blue whirlwind quickly hit Vegeta. Hello! The air instantly emitted a violent booming sound. Bart has blue skin, black spots like butterfly spots on his body, and is tall, and because of his first speed, under the Kinnet team, he is called Blue Storm. It's incredibly fast. However, Vegeta's speed actually chased Bart, so that Bart did not play to his advantages at all. Captain, do you want to do it now? Gerdo was a little anxious and a little wanted to play. However, the squinting Kainu did not let Goldo be good at it, and even let Likum stare from the sidelines. It's completely unnecessary, just let me see how strong Vegeta is now. This guy has improved a lot, and he has also mastered the skill of hiding combat effectiveness. This surprised Kainu. However, he wouldn't worry about Guys and Bart, because these 2 people can be said to be the elite of Team Kinut. No matter how strong Vegeta is, he can't compete with 2 people. Give me death! Vegeta gulped, and with a powerful terrifying punch, he hit Bart directly. This made Bart a little embarrassed, and put his arms in front of him. Bang! With a muffled sound, Bart was beaten 10 meters away. Humph, Vegeta, I'm not going to lose right now. Flawed. While Vegeta was dealing with Bart, Guys found a gap. An endless killing intent emerged from Guys' body. The killing intent fluctuated, driving Guys' body. What? Vegeta stopped, and suddenly felt the crisis behind him. Smash the ball! A red ball of light immediately shot out from Gaiza's hand. The powerful smashing ball made Vegeta feel dangerous. When the smashing ball struck, it flashed directly. Boom! A huge circular deep pit suddenly formed at this time. He took a deep breath, and white aura burst out from the surface of his body, and the whole person turned into a red streamer, and when Vegeta avoided his attack, he attacked it. The soaring combat effectiveness can be described as very terrifying. Oh, Vegeta, you're dead. Bart on this side let out funny laughter. Because Vegeta is indeed dead, the fighting ability that Bart and Guise have combined to burst out can completely destroy this proud Scion Prince, all this pride. Two people, almost attacking Vegeta. Guise's high legs swept fiercely in the direction of Vegeta. Ugh! Bart's right arm slammed into Vegeta's body, and Vegeta's face suddenly changed. What? Ah! As soon as the voice froze, Vegeta's body became very embarrassed in an instant. Vegeta's body, quickly retreated, couldn't help but let out a muffled snort. Before he could slow down, the whole person was attacked again. Damn it! If it weren't for the injury, how could these guys be my opponents, except for that damn Kainu? Vegeta was shocked and looked very embarrassed. Fists and bullet legs swept densely on Vegeta's body. Time stands still. Guldo, who had not acted for a long time, made a move at this time, and in just a blink of an eye, Vegeta's body was controlled. No! Boom! Boom! Vegeta's body flew out directly upside down, crashed into the mountain rock on the side, and became even more embarrassed. Haha, Vegeta, you lost! Gaiza's sarcastic words pierced Vegeta's heart. An inexplicable despair surged into my heart at this time. Could it be, I'm really going to die here? Vegeta gritted his teeth, blood running down Vegeta's lips, and his state looked very embarrassed. Haha, Vegeta, just let me end your life. Before Bart's words were finished, he couldn't help but stop, but an inexplicable whistling sound sounded beside him. You're miserable, Vegeta. P.S. Ask for collections, ask for flowers, ask for 10 evaluation votes, thank you for your support HA. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 036. This voice. Vegeta's pupil shrank, and 3 figures appeared in front of him at this moment. Among them, standing in the center is the Super Saiyan. It's you again, you guy, who came to humiliate me. Annoyed, no matter what, Vegeta's pride, really didn't want people to see himself so miserable. Humiliate you, I'm not that interested. But such a weak guy can beat you so badly, saying that you are incompetent or waste. The plain words stung Vegeta's heart. But now, Vegeta couldn't do anything. The combat uniform on his body was damaged, his arms were still bleeding, and he was embarrassed and no longer proud of his past. Vegeta has really become a tragic tower now, although some of it is his own pot, but Liu Hang will not carry the pot on himself. Hey, where are the bastards, who dare to disturb the Kainuit team to do things? You don't look like the nemesis, with Vegeta. Guise and Bart looked at each other, and the two let out cold laughter. Chi emerged from the bodies of the two along with the body surface, and both of them reached the highest combat power in their own state at this moment. Gohan. Klin's mind sank, and he glanced at Son Gohan. The opponent he encountered in front of him was really a terrible strong enemy, but if he was there, he should be able to solve it all. Be careful, Uncle Klin, they are very strong. Clenching his fists, Son Gohan's body tensed, and his face showed a trace of nervousness. Haha, Captain, 3 wastes are here. Likum sneered, raised his head and looked at Kainu beside him. Captain, that guy belongs to me. Guldo, just deal with those 2 brats. Hey, Captain, we haven't had enough yet. Might as well leave it to us. That's it, Captain. Vegeta, this guy is such a waste. Guys and Bart on the side smiled sadly, looking at Liu Hang as if they were looking at lambs waiting to be slaughtered. It's no wonder that the two of them are like this. The Kainuit team is an elite selected from the universe, and the characters who can reach tens of thousands of combat power are only a handful. Aliens who don't know which pimple corner of the last galaxy are afraid that they won't be able to beat each other. That kind of thing is completely impossible. In addition to Frisia as the strongest in the universe, then it is Team Kinnet. Humph, you guys quickly decide, clean up these guys for me, and find the Dragon Balls that King Frisia wants. An evil smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. No matter how strong the guy in front of him was, he couldn't be stronger than him. Because of this self-confidence, Kainu can ignore anyone's gaze. However, soon this self-confidence of Kainu will be destroyed. Very confident, but... that's it. As soon as the words fell, a majestic chi instantly erupted, making it impossible to even react quickly. Bart and Guys, who were the closest, were about to be hit by an energy bomb. The energy bomb seemed to have an inexplicable power, making the two feel that death was approaching. Boom! The majestic energy burst open in an instant, causing the ground to explode into a huge deep pit. Where? Bart looked around, but he couldn't feel the presence of Liu Hang. And in less than a second, Liu Hang appeared in front of Bart head-on. The fast object quickly zoomed in front of Bart's eyes, and Bart, who was shocked, was hit by a brain door of Liu Hang. Snap! Rumble! Rumble! Bart's body was quickly ejected and flew out of the 1,000-meter distance. A clear blood stain appeared on his forehead and hit the ground thousands of meters away. His entire body was trapped at this moment. Cut off the breath, completely devoid of any life. Gollum! The scene suddenly became quiet. Bart, dead, the incredulous guys trembled a little. Hey, look at me, time stands still. Guldo screamed a scream, puffed out his mouth, held his breath, aimed his arms at Liu Hang, and stretched out his palms to aim at Liu Hang. Elimination. Disappeared. Before Guldo could react, Liu Hang appeared behind Guldo. Ha! A wave of energy instantly penetrated Guldo's body. Boom! The alien who mastered several superpowers died directly at this moment and directly turned into dust. A cell is wiped out. There are no bones left. I'm so sorry I used a lot of force. A trace of apology appeared from Liu Hang's face, but in the face of the members of the Kainuit team, it looked extremely terrifying. You guy! Kainu's face sank, and he lowered his arms and made a serious gesture. With Vegeta, he's a scion. Kainu's gaze noticed the tail behind Liu Hang. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for collections, ask for 10 evaluation votes, ask for strength. For more free follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 037. Bart, Blue Storm dies. Guldo, who has several superpowers, is the most prominent in time refinement, and both of them were defeated by Liu Hang's hands. No way, Guldo, just forget it. That guy Bart should have been careless. Guys was flustered and quickly calmed down. Because the value displayed on the detector does not change at all. The numbers on the probe, Liu Hang is still a very weak waste. That's the gap. Vegeta covered his arms and was half kneeling on the ground, with a particularly embarrassed expression on his face. Even if you don't believe it, your eyes don't deceive. What you see with your own eyes will not be false. Even, it has not become a super scion, but the norm is so terrifying. In the absence of an opponent, Vegeta completely felt the gap between himself and Liu Hang. It's so fast that you can't see a shadow at all. Uncle Klin, it seems that even if you capture Chi, you can't capture it. Son Gohan and Klin looked at each other, although they did not need the two of them to contribute. the two still maintained a tense state, for fear that the side of the Kinnet team would suddenly strike. The pressure is simply too great. And 3. After killing the 2 members of the Kinyu Special Combat Team, Liu Hang couldn't help but pout, probably because these 2 guys were too weak to raise any interest in him at all. This is the so-called elite Kinyu team. In the words, Liu Hang couldn't help but be quite ridiculed, which made the faces of guys and Likum couldn't help but change greatly. Don't be too arrogant, don't think that by killing 2 of us in the Kinyu team, you can ignore us. I, the captain, haven't made a move yet. Stand up. At this time, Kinyu is preparing to teach Liu Hang a lesson. However, the scene that soon frightened him happened in front of him. I don't have the energy to spend with you, you can go on it together, it's still very troublesome to solve them one by one. Liu Hang smiled and showed a hint of disdain for the few remaining members of the Kinnet team. A majestic chi soon poured out from Liu Hang's body. The most exaggerated and obvious performance is guys on the side. No. The detector is out of order, how can the combat effectiveness soar so much? 10,000. 20,000. 30,000. Why, it's still skyrocketing. Just for this moment, Guys was completely speechless. The rapid change in the value directly blew up Guys's detector. Not only the detectors of Guys, but even the detectors of Kainu and Likum exploded in an instant. The change in the value brings pressure, huge and terrifying pressure. The hair was blown up by the golden arrogance, and although the pupils were still black, the black pupils revealed absolute horror. This kind of horror has only been encountered in the presence of Frisia. Ugh! Shhhh! Ha! Give me death! Likum, who couldn't stand this pressure, burst out in an instant, laughed maniacally, and a Likum cannon was fired by Likum. The golden energy gathered in the air of Likum, the murderous destructive power brought by the concentrated energy, swept towards the location of the land aviation, but the position of the army aviation has long been without a shadow. And Klin and Sun Gohan, who were almost affected, jumped away from both sides in embarrassment, afraid that Likum's attack would hit him. Bang! There was another muffled sound, but at this time, it was Liu Hang who flipped his body in the air and kicked Likum's thick neck with his left foot. This stupid big man froze directly on the spot, followed by the sound of broken bones. Inside out, completely broken. No. The chi machine was cut off, and Likum's body fell to the ground, smashing out a deep human-shaped pit. You fellow, give me death, destroyer volcano! The continuous smashing balls were aimed at the land aviation at this moment and attacked in the direction of the landing flight. Guys's all-out force went away, completely aiming at the location of the land aviation. Liu Hang just stared at the smashing ball that fell in front of him, raised his hand and waved. The flying smashing ball actually went in the opposite direction towards Guys. What? Boom! Rumble! A muffled sound suddenly fell on Guys's body. Finally, he blocked the smashing ball that came back, and the crisis of facing life and death suddenly came. Turtle! Pie! Gas! Work! Wave! The blue pillar of light was shot out by Liu Hang in an instant, and the turtle faction Kigong Bar attacked Guth directly, making him completely unavoidable. Only the sound of shattering combat suits and crushing bones was heard, and half of Guys's body was directly evaporated. Gollum! Kainu, at this moment, is no longer as arrogant as before, and he really feels afraid. Escape! Turning around, white chi erupted in his body, but under such a huge aura, Kainu's power was simply like an ant. He really felt it, like the immense pressure of facing Frisia. P.S. Ask for collections, ask for flowers, ask for 10 evaluation votes, thank you. This is important during the new book period, and the author will try to update the return. For more free-follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny Chapter 038. You can't escape. As if he had expected that Kainu would be like this, Liu Hang laughed secretly. The two henchmen of Shang Bo and Doria died at his hands, and as an elite warrior of the Frisia Space Army, he was destroyed in a blink of an eye. I really don't know how furious Frisia will be. He was looking forward to meeting the scene of the Emperor of the universe of this world. The outcome of the battle was already doomed at this time. The gap between heaven and earth, how much strength does this guy hide? It should be said that I didn't hide it. From the beginning, this guy was so terrifying. Clin couldn't help but say, holding back the heart palpitations in his heart. Vegeta's face was a little embarrassed, but when he saw the scene in front of him, he still couldn't stop the tremor in his heart. This force. Only this force can deal with Frisia and avenge the Scion family. Hammering the ground, although Vegeta was still so unwilling, his hatred for Liu Hang had decreased. Because Liu Hang is a Scion and a Super Scion. If he could get the way to become a Super Scion from him, then Vegeta would be happy no matter what the cost. Don't come, if you kill me, King Frisia won't let you go. I'm the captain of Team Kinnet, and King Frisia relies on the most. Kainu, who showed panic, was directly hit in the face by Liu Hang's punch. Boom! Rumble! The force pushed Kainu's body to flip and smashed directly out of 1,000 meters away. The mountain rock shattered, and just in an instant the heaven and earth began to change color. The agitating force affected the lakes and islands, and the embarrassed Kainu, and then saw the oncoming of the land aviation. Abominable! Before the words could be spoken, a force flew out of Kainusian. He has super gifted skills, and has the ability to forcibly exchange bodies with people to obtain powerful combat abilities. But this ability, in the face of opponents with a gap of tens or even hundreds of times, may not be effective. Boom! With one foot up and his leg raised, Liu Hang lifted Kinyuti into the air from behind, and the bones of this kick were shattered and his chest was broken. Then, another kick, unable to speak, the throat shattered, Kainu's body flew into the air, and then was smashed down by Liu Hang and hammered to the ground. It's over. Turtle. Pie. Gas. Work. Wave. The gas machine locked, and the energy released by the land aviation quickly aimed at Kainu. I saw Liu Hang gather his hands together, press them on his waist, and the blue light converged and became larger, and then pushed out with his hands. The huge energy wave visible to the naked eye blasted down from the bottom up, before Kainu had yet landed. Kainu, who suffers from body pain, has no chance to turn his body over at all. The turtle faction Qigong wave fell on Kainu's body, only to hear an instant scream, and then there was no more. Captain Kainu, killed. The Frisia Space Army and the Kainuit team were all destroyed. Then, there's one guy left. Liu Hang raised his head and looked in one direction of Namex. It was Frisia's breath, and he felt the presence of Frisia's breath. Frisia at this time, in which direction? The White Palace, sitting on a high-speed flying machine, Frisia was already getting closer and closer to the residence of the Great Elder of name Seeing. Great Elder, an evil aura approached. Neru's heart trembled. And his eyes looked into the distance. The Great Elder, who was sitting on the high seat and couldn't even move, let out an exclamation. Go and see, Neru. I don't know if I'll die or be killed just like that. The limit is approaching, and the time for the Great Elder to live is long enough. From the moment when the cataclysm just occurred in Namek, he has lived until now, and no matter how long his life is, it should have come to an end. Great Elder. With a heavy heart, Neru walked out of the palace, and saw a person sitting on a high-speed flying machine, a small dwarf different from the appearance of Namex, fell to the ground mountain. Dressed in a black combat suit and wearing a detector. Who are you? I'm Frisia, I've been collecting Dragon Balls, and I'm still a few short of being able to grant my wish. I'm here to ask you. Dragon Balls are here, and after gathering Dragon Balls, How can you fulfill your wishes? Frisia's tone was tinged with unquestionable interrogative sentences. Evil people don't deserve to know. Nero said solemnly, clenching his fists. Also, I advise you not to have any illusions. The people in the room are the Great Elder of Namex, and they are the makers of the Dragon Ball. If the Great Elder dies, the Dragon Ball will disappear too. The sudden information made Frisia stunned. P.S. Happy Winter Solstice, spend the holidays with your family, let's change it, and the weekend will be saved and added. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 039. When the Great Elder dies, the Dragon Balls cannot be used, which is really unfortunate news for Frisia. Ugh! Boom! Frisia's eyes instantly burst out two beams, and the eye beam directly shattered the half of the White Palace, and the old Namex Great Elder appeared in front of Frisia's eyes. Oh, I really thank you for telling me such important news. This is the Great Elder of Namexing. Frisia's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing an interesting expression, and Nero's heart couldn't help but sink, staring at Frisia, but his mind was still protecting the Great Elder's body. Nero, delay as much as possible. Just in an instant, the Great Elder seemed to feel something, and solemnly said to Nero. With the help of telepathy, Nero immediately understood what the Great Elder meant. This time, Namesing may have hope of being saved. Those aliens who came to Namex, the hope of Namex was actually pinned on those aliens, although he did not feel the evil chi of those people, but Nero was still a little uneasy about this. The homeland of the Nemesis should be protected by the Nemesis. I understand, Grand Elder. However, I will also do my best to defend the Nemesis. Nero's eyes instantly became sharp. Laughing sinisterly, Frisia was very contemptuous of Nero in front of him. I have to say that you are courageous or ignorant. Let's see what is the most terrifying scene in the universe. The power of the Emperor was completely released at this moment, and Frisia had already decided to do a good warm-up activity. Nero's heart was tense, and the whole person was like a great enemy. On the other side, after completing the killing of Team Kinnet, a voice sounded at this time. Diddy! Congratulations on completing the killing of Team Kinnet, you will receive a lucky draw chest automatically rewarded by the system, please check. This made Liu Hang a little surprised, and he didn't expect to kill Team Kinnet, and this reward. I don't know what kind of good things will be opened by a lottery chest. However, since it is a lottery chest, it has to be drawn. Check the lucky draw chest. Closing his eyes, Liu Hang couldn't help but secretly snort. Turn on. Diddy, your raffle chest has been opened, and you can draw 2 rewards. 1. The Sword of Courage, Trunks' sword, derived from warriors who defeated demons, increased defense damage to the frozen demon race, and has an ultimate skill that comes with its own. 2nd, Super Turtle Kigong Wave, Ultimate Technique Turtle Kigong Wave, the principle is the same as the Turtle Kigong Wave, the power is huge. 3rd, Surprise Chi Capture, during the battle, forcibly seize other people's chi and turn it into your own energy. At first, Liu Hang didn't want to choose the Sword of Courage, but seeing that there was defensive damage to the Frozen Demon clan, and it also came with an ultimate skill, Liu Hang was immediately moved. Super Turtle Kigong Wave, which is nothing more than an enhanced version of Turtle Kigong, is of no use to Liu Hang, and it can be fully mastered as long as you want, so this option has been eliminated. Assault and Gas Capture is a great help to land aviation, and can forcibly seize other people's popularity during the battle and turn it into their own energy. I choose 1, the Sword of Courage, and 3, Assault to seize chi. Liu Hang said lightly. Are you sure about the choice? Yes. Sword of Courage, equipped. Equipped successfully. Surprise Seizure, Fusion success. Inexplicably, with an extra equipment bar, Liu Hang felt the existence of the Sword of Courage. But what interests Liu Hang more is the trick of surprise attack. The extra information in his mind gave Liu Hang a bold idea, generally because the effect of this surprise attack was similar to that of the Yuan Qi bomb. If this move can be fused with the Genki bomb, can I create a new move? The vitality bomb needs to absorb the vitality of nature, and when the absorption is slow and not to mention effective, maybe the enemy has already hit it. Liu Hang didn't want to waste such a strong trick and leave it vacant, so he had to try and develop it himself. It feels an almost something. Even if he wanted to try, Liu Hang found that his control of Qi was not so brilliant. This idea was put on hold for the time being. Now the problem is to quickly search for the Dragon Ball and face Frisia. P.S. Today is relatively early, the rest of the update is expected to be placed at 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Ask for flowers, ask for collections, ask for 10 evaluation votes, thank you for support, or the new book period, sign the contract and send it out, stable update time is guaranteed ha. O. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 040. For the requirements of Dragon Ball, in fact, Liu Hang is not so demanding. It's just that I'm a little curious about what level of wish the Dragon Ball of Namex might achieve. The planet-sized Dragon Ball of the Super World has not yet been seen, but the Dragon Ball of the Z World, the most effective is the Namex Divine Dragon. 3 wishes can be realized, much stronger than 1 wish of the Earth, and the things that can be done are richer than the Earth Dragon. Of course, the beginning of the Namex Dragon Ball cannot resurrect hundreds of millions of people at once. Phew! Liu Hang fell to the ground, and Klin and Sun Gohan, who were uneasy, were relieved at this time. At least the Army Aviation solved the members of the Kainuit team, and they didn't have to spend time dealing with the Kinit team. The corners of Vegeta's mouth were bloody at this time. Although he barely had the strength to move, he completely lost his ability to fight. Looking at the expression of the landing flight, it is even more complicated. The combat uniform was so shattered that it looked like it had just been abused. His expression was sad, even if he lost to Liu Hang, and these guys who lost to Team Kinit, it was really humiliating for Vegeta. Doesn't that mean he's not even as good as a Super Saiyan? While envious and jealous, Vegeta had a trace of hatred. However, this hatred was soon replaced by its own powerlessness. You guys! Kill me! Closing his eyes, Vegeta's face showed a strong sense of death. Ha, Vegeta, we're not going to mess around. Klin's face was embarrassed, thinking that they were going to kill Vegeta herself. Sun Gohan was even more flustered, and at this time Vegeta opened his eyes. I'm not talking about you, you don't have the qualifications yet. Vegeta said angrily. He couldn't help but be a little angry. In his eyes, these earthlings were not worthy of being his opponents, let alone qualified to kill him. Saying that, he raised his head and looked at Liu Hang. Hehe, did you let me kill? Liu Hang had a faint smile, but the sarcasm in his eyes was strong. You are still qualified to be called the Prince of the Scions like this. Boom! Vegeta wailed in pain, and his entire body flew out by an inexplicable force. It was as if the bones were shattered. The whole body, the pain is completely unbearable. Fighting Nation Scion, it's ironic to have such waste as you. I didn't want to become a Super Saiyan or kill Frisia with your own hands. Vegeta, who was lying on the cold ground like a dead body, heard Liu Hang's words were simply too ironic and harsh, and even the other party was still a scion of the same race as himself. Anger, intense anger, but now he can't lift any strength. Hehe, get stronger, and then defeat me. Liu Hang snorted coldly, looked at Klin and Sun Gohan coldly, and said, you guys don't want to collect Dragon Balls, steal the Dragon Balls from his spaceship while that Frisia hasn't found it yet. That Mising Divine Dragon Polenga, I really want to meet. A bold idea surged from Liu Hang's heart, but he had not yet decided. Well, you're going to. With a grunt, Klin couldn't help swallowing his saliva and asked where Liu Hang went. Of course, it will be the cosmic emperor of this world. Facing in Frisia's direction, an impulse surged from Liu Hang's heart. To become a little stronger is the goal of land aviation at this stage. Ugh! Hey! The white aura instantly erupted, and in the blink of an eye, Liu Hang disappeared into the eyes of the three. Sun Gohan was dumbfounded to watch Liu Hang leave, but he couldn't help but feel the urge to breathe a sigh of relief. 2. Great, this guy finally left. Patting his chest, Sun Gohan's pressure was inevitably a little bigger. I don't know when Dad will come, I really can't stay on this planet at all. Stress, and constant fear, is really uncomfortable for Sun Gohan. Peace of mind, Gohan. Just now Bulma didn't say that he had already made contact, Goku should arrive soon, and Vic was also on a spaceship with Goku. Klin patted Sun Gohan's shoulder, but at this time he was a little distressed. What to do with Vegeta? This guy is a complete evildoer. Time, rewind to 10 minutes ago, on the wilderness near the Great Elder's palace. There are a lot of people looking for death, you are a very interesting guy. I'll settle you first, and I'll deal with the guy who killed Team Kinnett. With a smile, Frisia said nonchalantly, not paying attention to Neru at all. Don't worry, we have time, I'll let you know how good the Nemesis are. Neru snorted coldly and threw away his coat. Just in an instant, the majestic chi burst out instantly, and a huge chi surged up. Frisia's detector detected Neru's surging combat power at this time. As a nemesis, it's really not simple to have such a combat value. With his index finger pressed on the probe, Frisia smiled and said, 42,000 combat power, you can come and be my subordinate. Of course, by the way, my combat power is 530,000. With his hands behind his back, Frisia's face showed obvious arrogance, and of course he did have such qualifications. Because in this world, he is the Cosmic Emperor Frisia. P.S. Ask for collections, ask for flowers, ask for 10 evaluation votes, thank you O. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 041. This data is such a horrific number. After hearing Frisia's words, Neru's heart couldn't help but tremble, and he obviously felt a huge pressure. The gap in strength is too huge, it is simply dozens of times different. Boom, but you don't have a psychological burden, I won't use all my strength. There was a funny laugh, and Frisia's eyes immediately released a fine light. Otherwise, I'll use my left hand to cope with it. Frisia raised his hand, and his casual words made Neru feel humiliated. I'll let you know the consequences of belittling a nemesis. Anger, the anger of the nemesis fight, completely exploded at this time. The elevated chi made Neru accelerate his body and go towards Frisia in front of him. Drink! Frisia, not even moving, allowed Neru's right palm to hit his neck. A trace of cold sweat flowed from Neru's face, and his hand, as if touching something hard, was completely immobile. How could it be? Neru's face changed drastically, revealing a look of surprise and unease. It is indeed 42,000 combat strength, but let's stop here. Frisia squinted, and his signature smile made people feel very frightened. It's like a real hungry wolf. Bloodthirsty and crazy. Frisia quickly grabbed Neru's hand, and before Neru could react, he broke Neru's hand, and his left arm hit Neru's abdomen, causing Neru to kneel on the ground in great pain, and next to Neru's broken hand. Oh, I'm really sorry, but you finally tell the matter quickly, or I will kill you. Frisia's face showed a cold light, and the dangerous signature smile made people shudder. Woo! After taking a few steps back, Neru swept his hand, and the broken hand immediately returned to its original state. Good, it can be regenerated. But the pointless struggle is necessary, you can't beat me at all, why not just say what you know? Frisia stood with his hands in his hands, a relaxed look in his tone. The Emperor is already impatient with such a game. At the same time, not far from Namek, a spaceship gradually approached Namex. Much faster than expected, Sun Wukong and Vic, who were here, finally waited for the opportunity to descend on Namex. Gohan, Klin, you're going to wait for me. Sun Wukong couldn't help but say. The loose Dao uniform was worn on his body, but it highlighted Sun Wukong's capable appearance. Vic is on the spaceship, and he feels the most profound change in Sun Wukong's breath. The changes in Monkey King are too great, and I can't believe it. The silent Vic secretly said that although there was progress in the gravity room of the spaceship, it was still far worse than the Monkey King, probably after the stimulation of that guy. Super Saiyan, that majestic and powerful breath, was imprinted in Vic like a nightmare. Monkey King, you are sure to deal with the guy on that nemesis. That Frisia, and that Super Saiyan, as the King of Realms said. At this time, Vic asked a question quite solemnly. This time, going to Namex really made Vic a little uneasy. Who knows, I'm not sure, but it's always a fight, isn't it? Also, I'm looking forward to meeting that Super Saiyan and that Frisia. Showing a silly and innocent smile, Sun Wukong is still as good as ever. Neru's direction, however, was facing a desperate situation at this time. His hands were crippled, his whole body could not move, and Neru, who was scarred, fell into the most desperate predicament. Don't tell me yet. I'm already impatient. Frisia stood with his hands in his hands, his expression relaxed and comfortable, and a trace of limang flashed through Frisia's eyes. If you don't say any more, I'll kill you and ask the other nemesis. It's just a slight pity that you could have used the chance to live. With a defiant smile, Frisia raised his hand, and a flash of excitement came out with his fingers together. Neru's chest can be penetrated. Purple blood overflowed from Neru's mouth, looking very embarrassed. Did he? Somebody is coming. The sound of the detector sounded, which made Frisia quickly notice a figure appearing in the other direction. A strange figure appeared in Frisia's field of vision, and the tail of the Scion blood symbolized behind him appeared to swing very abruptly. Long time no see, Frisia. For Liu Hang, this is already the second meeting between himself and Frisia. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for collections, ask for 10 evaluation votes, thank you for your support HA. Thank you enough _O. For more free follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 042. After all, in the world where Liu Hang was before, Liu Hang killed Frisia. Oh, I can't imagine that anyone over here knows my name Frisia. Frisia chuckled and faced the direction where Liu Hang fell, his signature smile showing a fierce light. However, I don't know when I met your number one. I don't know, but Frisia does know that the Scions have a feud with him. You don't know me, but I do, Frisia. Liu Hang smiled lightly, his words were a little careless, and walked in the direction of Frisia. And the equipped warrior sword appeared in the hands of Liu Hang at this time. In another world, I killed you. A scorching heat quickly surged up from Liu Hang's side. Frisia's face suddenly changed. Red air currents wrapped around the land plane. With a bang, the detector worn by Frisia exploded at this moment, and the red flames danced with the wind. Haha, this power, Frisia, you're finished. The scarred Neru couldn't help but laugh at this moment. From Liu Hang's body, he did not feel the evil chi, although he did not know who it was, but as long as he could deal with Frisia, then it proved that Namex was saved. Let's use this power to fight you. This should be enough for warm-up activities. Warm-up, for the land aviation, such a battle can only be regarded as a warm-up. He didn't want to kill Frisia all at once, and then he didn't have to play. After all, on this planet, Frisia is barely able to compete with him. You guy, don't talk big. The momentum does look very strong, and I have not met a scion like you. Frisia narrowed his eyes, a murderous light flickering from his eyes. If you talk big, you will die easily. Yikes! In an instant, a sound of breaking the air sounded at this moment, and a series of finger beams were released from Frisia's fingers, and Liu Hang seemed to see through all of Frisia's tracks. The sword of courage held in one hand flashed rapidly. The silver-white light and shadow waved, directly sending away the finger beams one after another. Boom! The ground was blown apart by the finger beam, raising a puff of dust, and Frisia's face gradually changed. This is the strength of your form. If that's the case, it's really weak. I don't know when. Liu Hang appeared behind Frisia, and the silver-white curved crescent sword light swept towards Frisia. When? The warning of danger made Frisia react quickly and directly retreated tens of meters. Yo, the reaction speed is not bad, it is commendable. Although Liu Hang's attack failed, there was no anger, and this attack was just a tentative attack. Frisia's face was no longer as light as it was just now, but the next more terrifying scene appeared in front of Frisia's eyes. Then, the next attack, you can block it. When the words fell, he concentrated his strength to make the breath of the land aviation rise rapidly, and the combat effectiveness soared rapidly. If the probe is still there, Frisia should be able to see the changes in land aviation, and the combat power brought by this Chi has sword, which has exceeded the power of Frisia's first form. Boom! Rumble! The entire earth of Namex was shaking, and the surrounding sand was stirring up at this moment, as if the earth's crust was fissioning. The wind was howling at this moment, and Liu Hang, who was holding the sword, did not move, but the corners of his mouth were slightly outlined. Within a radius of 110 kilometers. They were all affected by this breath. Even Klin, who made an agreement with Vegeta and cooperated in stealing the Dragon Balls, couldn't help but raise his head at this time. It's that guy, it's starting again. Could it be that he has encountered some kind of opponent? The aura of turning into a Super Saiyan has already made Klin very familiar, but what kind of opponent can make Liu Hang put on this posture? This guy finally ran into Frisia. Vegeta couldn't help but gritted his teeth, although he hated this result, but this time Frisia really died at the hands of that guy. Fighting Nation Saiyan, true legend, Super Saiyan. At this moment, Liu Hang's body was filled with golden aura from the inside out, and the golden hair that stood up showed a strong might. At this moment, Frisia finally showed a shocked look. Liu Hang held the sword of courage in one hand, as if he was the true master of heaven and earth, as if he was born a god. Scions can't just become big apes. What is going on in this form? Why does Frisia actually have a very terrifying feeling? Because this is a Super Saiyan. P.S. Ask for collections, ask for flowers, ask for 10 evaluation votes. Still in the new book period, tickets are very important for the author. Thank you for your support, smiley face. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 043. Super Saiyan, Stage 1. The initial combat power is comparable to Frisia's perfect form, but it is much stronger than Frisia. A steady stream of power surged up, and Liu Hang, who held the sword of courage, brought inexplicable pressure to Frisia. Don't think you can compete with me if you turn blonde, stupid monkey. How could a scion who can only turn into an ape climb on the head of his universe Emperor Frisia, who thinks very highly of himself and does not immediately transform into a perfect body, because he really doesn't believe in the real combat power that Liu Hang has. However, the horror that followed made Frisia have to believe it. I say you are arrogant or ignorant. So be it, I will only fight you with my right hand, and if you can knock out the weapon in my hand, I will reluctantly fight you seriously. The sarcastic words spit out from Liu Hang's mouth, which was exactly the same as when Frisia mocked Nira just now. It's just a small monkey, don't be too arrogant. Frisia snorted coldly, facing the direction of the landing voyage, squinting slightly. "I'll give you a chance to strike, but just once, and the second time I'll kill you directly." Arrogant, it has to be said that this is characteristic of Frisia. Without the probe, Frisia could not sense the true strength of Liu Hang, but he did not want to prepare to use his true power. Because in Frisia's eyes, no matter how powerful the monkey is, it is just a monkey after all. Idiot! Looking at the arrogant Frisia, Liu Hang couldn't help but shake his head and said a faint word of contempt. Courage sword slash. In an instant, I saw Liu Hang holding the sword of courage, and a silver-white sword light burst out from Liu Hang's sword of courage. The sword of courage that burst out, with inexplicable destructive power, buzzed towards Frisia. Frisia didn't care much originally, but this sudden approaching majestic energy sword chi made Frisia's face can't help but slip cold sweat. Ugh! Avoiding this sword chi attack, but Frisia avoided this attack, and another sword chi came straight in the direction of Frisia, not giving Frisia any chance to breathe at all. Frisia's figure turned into a string of shadows, embarrassingly dodging Liu Hang's sword chi. The sword chi directly shredded the earth, splitting it into pieces. The mountaintop and mountainside were half missing, and the rivers and lakes were affected by the power of this chi, and then a force directly shook Frisia out. Boom! Embarrassed, there had never been such embarrassment. Frisia's face was indeed angry at this moment. "Bastard, damn monkey, King Ben wants you to pay." The battle between the two had long been far away from the area where Nira was located, in order to make room for better space to fight. And Frisia, who was originally confident that he could quickly solve Liu Hang, was directly looked at by himself. So now, Frisia has to get serious. "Since you want to see my true form so much, let you see the strongest me, and I will kill you." White aura erupted from Frisia's body, and surging power poured out. The horror that spread throughout the universe was completely revealed at this time. The white jade-like body looks short, but every inch of the skin of the body seems to have explosive power. The head and left and right shoulders have purple armor. Creatures like this are born with them. I'll show you what the deepest horror in the universe is. As soon as the words fell, Frisia burst into a snort, and his entire body turned into a white light, heading directly towards Liu Hang. The careless Liu Hang was a little more serious at this time. But it's too slow. Frisia made a breaking sound, but this punch fell short at this time. Liu Hang's head moved to the left, and his right leg bounced up on his knee and placed it on Frisia's abdomen. Poof! The completely unbelievable force directly crashed into Frisia's body. He took a few steps back, his hand gripping his abdomen, his entire nerve numb with pain. "How dare you? Never felt before. You're careless, Frisia." There was a laugh, and once again a courageous sword slash. The golden chi flourished, radiant, and the chi was injected into the sword body at this time, and it flew out with the sword body. A golden sword radiance suddenly cut through the void, and a golden light instantly rushed towards Frisia. This sword, with unstoppable power and majestic power, made the surrounding creatures feel palpitations. "Nope. Frisia, how could I be defeated here?" There was no time to think about it, and this sword made Frisia unavoidable, and the anger belonging to the Universe Emperor completely surged out at this time. P.S. Ask for collections, ask for flowers, ask for 10 evaluation votes. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 044. Frisia, the most perfect form of terror, is fully revealed at this moment. Frisia in this form cannot be described as not strong. The combat power of more than 100 million is enough to verify the strength and status of the Emperor of the universe. In this galactic universe, it is impossible to reach 1/10,000th of such combat power. Finally, with all your strength. But it's a little bit worse, Frisia. Chi, gathered on the sword of courage of Liu Hang. One after another sword rays flew out from the sword, like a scene of the changing color of heaven and earth, and it was enough to be terrified to be seen. Boom! How terrifying the land aviation in the state of the Super Saiyan is, this point is still quite clear, that is, it is proud of the gap with Frisia, so the land aviation will behave so lightly. And the result at the beginning was the same as what Liu Hang thought. There was no way to avoid it again, and Frisia had to open his protective shield at this time. However, the sharp sword chi slammed on Frisia's protective shield, which immediately shattered Frisia's protective shield. Aha! Liu Hang's sword swept towards Frisia at this time, and the howling wind sounded, sweeping towards Frisia at once. Oh! The sound of metal clashing sounded at this time. At this time, a breath wrapped in Frisia's right hand barely blocked Liu Hang's slash. But Frisia, who knew that he was incapable of being an opponent, burst out with fierce energy and bounced off Liu Hang's sword. The purple air shield only began to spread out in an instant. On his hands, at this time, there were obvious blood marks. The pain made Frisia's body feel humiliated. What a shame, an unforgivable shame that he was injured at this time. He Frisia, wants this Scion monkey to pay a heavy price. Hey! Ugh! Frisia's body disappeared in place at this moment. Boom! The sound of continuous metal clashing sounded, and Frisia collided with Liu Hang's sword of courage with his chi as a blade, and the howling wind dispersed. The ground, under the collision of these two chi, is only a 10-meter long and wide round pit in an instant. A puff of sand and dust was set off. This time, Liu Hang was not as careless as just now, but more serious. With both hands, holding the sword of courage, a trace of arc appeared from the corner of Liu Hang's mouth. Yes, this is what the Emperor of the Universe should look like, Frisia. The Scion Chi in Liu Hang's body was even more surging at this moment. The sword slashed at Frisia's body one after another. Liu Hang's speed was quite fast, and the sword chi was as sharp as a knife, and the silver-white sword of courage fell on Frisia's body. No matter how much Frisia defended, it still hurt a little. The fierce battle was raging, and Frisia was even a little enchanted. Crazy want to kill Liu Hang. However, Frisia seemed to be being played with, and had no ability to fight at all except to turn himself into a bruise. Damn it! Frisia quickly stepped out, changed his combat technique, kicked out, and the air burst out with a roaring sound in an instant. The footsteps in the sky are fast and boundless, as if a kick can crush bones, and all the internal organs are cracked, which is very murderous and terrifying. However, no matter how much Frisia kicked, Liu Hang quickly turned his head to avoid it, and the precise angle made Frisia even more shocked at this time. However, no matter how fast and powerful Frisia is, the gap in strength between him and Liu Hang can be described as quite huge. The battle between the two turned into phantoms in the air and on the ground, and if they were looked at, they could be frightened. The whole planet is affected by the battle between these two people. Located on the Northern Realm King, the Northern Realm King's cold sweat couldn't help but flow. Goku, you can really defeat such a monster. The Scions are a terrifying people. Tianjin Rice, Dumplings, and Leaping looked at the nervousness of the King of the Northern Realm, and even he became nervous, because he had no idea what happened on the Nemesis. The King of the Northern Realm didn't say, they had to watch like that. On the Nemesis, the battle between Liu Hang and Frisia officially began to enter a white-hot stage. The sword of courage held in his right hand once again gathered a majestic energy. Liu Hang turned around, raised his left foot and hit Frisia's body, and when Frisia, he immediately flew out upside down, flying out for thousands of meters. In an instant, the golden sword radiance seemed to cross the void and struck towards Frisia. No! Soon after the words fell, the heavens and the earth darkened at this time. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for collections, ask for 10 evaluation votes, thank you for supporting O_O. For more free follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 045. Can you imagine that a cosmic emperor based in the galaxy was defeated by a strange scion? Unthinkable, even more unbelievable. Even Frisia himself couldn't believe that he would be hit hard by such a guy. Purple bruised blood sprayed out at this time, and the sharpness of the sword made even Frisia a little confused. Myself, there is no way to block it. Frisia, I was actually injured today. For the first time, the pain made Frisia unbearable. Frisia, who was angry, looked at Liu Hang who was walking idly, and felt the urge to kill Liu Hang, which had never been so strong. Oops, I'm so sorry. Holding the sword of courage alone, Liu Hang said nonchalantly. Both words and eyes were angering this cosmic emperor. After taking a look at the darkening sky a little, if your guess is correct, at this time, the Messi's divine dragon should have been summoned. Time went back in time, just when his battle with Frisia had reached a fever pitch. Klin and Sun Gohan not only accelerated the collection of Dragon Balls, but also worked with Vegeta to gather all the Dragon Balls and turn them down. Dandy accompanied the others, and this opportunity has made many people wait for a long time. The first is to collect Dragon Balls, and the second is to resurrect everyone on Earth. Too much has been paid for this purpose. And Vegeta, who can agree to cooperate with Klin, in addition to wanting to get the Dragon Ball, is more important, because Liu Hang is a Super Saiyan. The clever Saiyan Prince also wants to obtain greater benefits, otherwise he would have killed these two Earthlings long ago. However, even if Klin knew that this matter was a conspiracy with the tiger, what could Klin do? Thinking of this, Klin's face was inexplicably a little tangled, and he already knew that he would not help Vegeta this guy. Hurry up, you guys, don't you want to lure Frisia over? A trace of longing flashed from Vegeta's eyes. As long as there is Dragon Ball, the wish of immortality can be fulfilled. When the time comes, defeating Frisia, or even dealing with that Super Saiyan, won't be a problem for Vegeta at all. However, there is a great horror between life and death, and he still restrained his desires very well and did not directly conflict with the Earthlings. Got it, got it. A embarrassed Klin said embarrassedly, looking at Dandy's position. Dandy, you can summon the Dragon Ball. Dandy, the child of Namex, has a talent for crafting Dragon Balls. And this time, summoning the Namex Divine Dragon requires the Namex language. Dandy's role is evident at this time. After reciting a string of name-seeing words, Dandy gulped. Boom! Rumble! The sky suddenly became dark at this moment. The 7 Dragon Balls emitted a dazzling golden light, and the light turned into lightning and shot into the sky. I only heard a sound explosion in the air, and a creature that was 100 meters tall and different from the Earth Divine Dragon appeared at this moment. That is, the Nemesis Dragon Polenga. The whole body exudes a golden light, tall and strong, and has a appearance similar to that of the Namex and not quite the same as the Name Nemesis. The snake-tail green muscles, eyes like ghost fire, shining, 2 black dragon horns bent back. On the eyelids, there are short green antennae. Under the green skin, the white chest bulge resembles a big fat man. O person who gathers Dragon Ball! You can make 3 wishes. Polenga's loud voice sounded, causing the entire sky to emit a deafening sound. Klin and Sun Gohan looked at each other, and their eyes showed obvious anxiety. Vegeta gasped and took an excited step forward. Quick, quick, let me fulfill my wish to live forever. On the other side, Frisia was fighting with the land aviation, and at this time Frisia finally noticed the darkening sky. Why, suddenly the sky darkened. The dim sky did not look at all like the sight that Namex should be. That mising is normal, but there is no night. Why does it suddenly have night? Haha, that's because the Namexing Divine Dragon was summoned, Frisia. As soon as Liu Hang spoke, Frisia understood what was going on, and a strong anger appeared on Frisia's face. My Dragon Ball, it's all because of you, because of you guy. The black chi immediately wrapped around Frisia's body, and Liu Hang's eyes narrowed slightly, and he immediately understood what was going on, which was a prelude to extreme deterioration. Last time, the two guys who interfered with him on Earth appeared again on Namenex. P.S. Merry Christmas, the signing contract has just arrived, sorry, today's update is here. Starting tomorrow, 5 more in succession, just to collect in flowers O. For more free follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 046. On the other side, the battle between the two people made the three who summoned Polenga terrified, fearing that Frisia would suddenly run here. Such a strong force, even the position of the nemesis divine dragon, Vegeta, Klin and others felt heart palpitations. Quick, you want to die. I don't know if Frisia will ever fight that Super Saiyan, as long as I can get immortality, I can solve even the strongest opponent. Hurry up and give me this wish. However, it is important now to restore the Earth's Dragon Balls. 3 wishes, use 1 is not 2. Compared to Vegeta's hurry, Klin took the trick of dragging words and gestured to Dandy and Son Gohan, and the two immediately understood. Please, restore the Dragon Balls on Earth. The first wish was read out by Dandy. The white-hot battle continued at this time. However, Frisia is a trouble now. Liu Hang's eyes narrowed slightly, a trace of essence flashed from his eyes, and the golden aura became even more intense. Liu Hang, who became serious, used the full power in his Super Saiyan state. King Ben, I don't have time to spend with you. Frisia, however, seemed to ignore Liu Hang, and almost at a crazy speed, he was about to go in the direction of the nemesis divine dragon Polenga. Liu Hang, who just wanted to take out a combat stance, couldn't help but cry and laugh a little. You escape, Frisia. Liu Hang ignored Frisia, held the sword of courage in his hand, and attacked Frisia again. Hey! A golden brilliance instantly burst towards Frisia at this moment. Just 100 kilometers away from Frisia's position near the location of the nemesis divine dragon, Liu Hang directly stopped Frisia. Boom! The two forces collided in the air, only to cause the air to stir in an instant. Bastard, bastard, I'm going to kill you. Frisia, who was angry and furious, was really angry with Liu Hang at the moment. The black chi became more, and the pupils all emitted a strange purple color. This form of Frisia seems to be much stronger than the one in the 100% state. If this form of Frisia is named once, it can be called Frisia Fierce Deterioration. That's kind of interesting. Pursing the corners of his mouth, Liu Hang smiled secretly. Holding the sword of courage alone, he immediately came towards Frisia. And Frisia does not seem to be afraid of the sword of courage, because of the entanglement of evil chi on his body, his strength is strengthened, and he can carry the sharpness of the sword of courage in his body. So, bang sound. A strong wind instantly began to erupt under the collision of the two, and purple light flashed in Frisia's eyes. 2 purple rays of light burst out from Frisia's eyes in an instant. Ugh! The sword of courage, just swinging the golden sword chi, scattered Frisia's eye beam. However, a more dangerous move was used by Frisia at this time. Death Meteor. The evil chi surged even more in an instant. At this moment, Frisia's thoughts were all about killing Liu Hang. The rubble and fragments of broken rock on the ground were all gathered around Frisia at this moment. Then it was like a barrage, and it swept sharply in the direction of Liu Hang. The converging rubble, each mixed with Frisia's chi, carried an inexplicable destructive power. Courage Sword Slash. The golden sword chi converged on the body of the sword of courage, holding the sword of courage alone. Liu Hang slashed in the direction where the Frisia Death Meteor attacked. Death Meteors turned into dust in an instant. Ugh! Frisia's attack came in an instant, and the whole person was knocked out of 100 meters away. Crashing into the huge mountain rock behind him, the ground was cut by Liu Hang's feet into a deep 100-meter-long gap. Careless. Although careless, this battle was fought painfully, but Liu Hang was even more tired of it. He wants to end this senseless battle as soon as possible. No matter how strong Frisia is, it finally made Liu Hang lose interest. It's just that in the next moment, Liu Hang's golden aura instantly erupted, and the state of full power reached an unprecedented level. The stones with a radius of 100 meters were attracted by the chi that erupted from the land aviation and left the ground. Dusty and impacting 10 kilometers away. The ground under his feet was even formed a vacuum 10 meters deep by the gas of Liu Hang. The golden light broke through the sky, causing the sky to emit a roar. Frisia deteriorated, and the powerful momentum had been suppressed. Zhang. The sword of courage, under the infusion of Liu Hangqi, emitted a dazzling golden light. And in an instant, the sky and the earth changed color, and a coolness from the inside out made Frisia feel dangerous. Ugh! The golden sword radiance blasted out from the tip of the sword of courage, and it seemed that there was only one sword between heaven and earth. P.S. It is expected that 4-5 will be more bottomed. Ask for flowers, ask for collection, ask for 10 evaluation votes, thank you very much oh. For more free follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 047. With the gas machine locked, Frisia couldn't even escape. The golden light shot away, and space and time seemed to be all still, as if people had the feeling that they should die in this sword chi. A defeat, although death is glorious. At this time, Frisia will really be desperate. Desperate disbelief, desperate powerlessness. This sword seemed to be able to cut through the firmament and break the void. This sword, killing decisively, all things are silent, and all life will be extinguished at this moment. Unable to dodge, the golden sword radiance cut off Frisia's arm, and the strong arm separated, and a violent roaring sound suddenly sounded. Frisia, his whole body fell to the ground, full of despair at the moment. The sword of courage was in Liu Hang's hand, and Liu Hang's backhand was another horizontal split, and the sword radiance penetrated the void, falling from top to bottom, and the speed did not decrease much, and the hole penetrated and divided Frisia's body. Let the whole earth crack a lot. Palpitations, no matter who sees this scene, will make people feel palpitations. Too strong, incredible. How could Frisia die? I am the emperor of the universe, the strongest in the world. The terrified Frisia was finally enveloped in terror, and his entire body turned into dust in the moment when the third sword fell. With the diffusion of energy, the dust transpires the ground to form a deep pit with a radius of thousands of meters. The trapped beast is still fighting, and the defeat is decided. Fortunately, Liu Hang controlled the destruction of energy, otherwise the entire planet of Namex is estimated to have an impact on it. Frisia of this world, finally dead. Relieved, Liu Hang solved a trouble, and the second point of the mission was basically completed. Well, it's the third difference. The mutation of Namex has just begun. He faced Boranga's position and hurried away. Palunga has not disappeared, then it means that the desire has not been exhausted, so the land aviation still has a chance. What did you do? Vegeta was furious, his long-awaited immortality plan was mixed up by this guy again. If it weren't for this little man, with his right hand gathering chi, Vegeta would attack Klin and kill Son Gohan next to him. The two who felt the danger protected Dandy by their side, with a tangled face and a headache. The divine dragon of the Nemesis cannot resurrect the earthlings and the people killed by the Nemesis, only the divine dragon of the earth can. No, there are two more wishes. Son Gohan couldn't help but say, and at the same time regretted saving Vegeta. Klin regretted it even more, but now it was not clear that Klin regretted it, because an opportunity to kill Vegeta was wasted. Second wish, give me. Just in an instant, Liu Hang rushed in front of the crowd, allowing the power advantage that Vegeta had established in an instant to disappear in an instant. Klin and Sun Gohan were shocked. Liu Hang, this guy, is a more troublesome existence than Vegeta. You guy, not with Frieza. Anxious Vegeta, seeing the appearance of Liu Hang, was stunned at this time. This is completely incredible. Liu Hang can appear here safe and sound. Doesn't it prove that Frieza has been defeated by him? Because Frieza is dead. The corners of Liu Hang's mouth were outlined, and the faint smile seemed to be completely unconcerned. This matter was a blow to Vegeta. Cosmic Emperor, Frieza is dead. You, just kidding. As soon as he spoke, Vegeta stiffened, because Frieza might indeed be dead. That guy's powerful aura is gone. The guy who can kill Frieza, what kind of monster is the Super Saiyan? Liu Hang, what do you want Dragon Balls for? There are still 2 wishes left, but Klin doesn't want to give Liu Hang very much, and is a little worried that this guy will make some wish to rule the universe or live forever. Rest assured, those wishes are of little use to me, and the so-called immortals have no effect at all in the face of a stronger existence. Dominating the universe or something, I'm even less interested. Liu Hang narrowed his eyes. As a scion of the fighting nation, finding the fun of battle is naturally the most important. Going up to become a stronger and more terrifying Super Saiyan is the goal of the land airlines itself. My second wish is just this. Let me gain unlimited physical strength. Unlimited physical strength means that the Army Aviation can obtain endless combat power. If this wish is successful, then the next wish Land Airlines has already decided. P.S. More is expected in the evening. Ask for flowers, ask for collections, ask for 10 evaluation votes, thank you very much. Still in the new book period, the reader's great support is very important for the author to say, thank you for supporting O. For more free follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 048. Infinite, of Physical Strength. Grunt. Indescribable heart palpitations. Klin really didn't know how to answer. Liu Hang is so strong and has unlimited physical strength, so isn't he without the time when his strength is exhausted? Excuse me, what does unlimited physical strength mean? Although Dandy was afraid, he got along with Liu Hang before and did not think that Liu Hang was a bad person. Because the concept of infinity is relatively general, and as a creature, there is really no limit to the physical limit. Liu Hang's eyes flashed, and Dandy's reminder made him think of something further away. Wishes that are too general may not be realized. The perpetual energy furnace will limit the power of land aviation too much, so the only choice is, let me have unlimited physical strength. No matter how much physical exertion, energy can have a time when it will not be exhausted. This should be achieved. Otherwise, the power of the divine dragon of Namex Star would only be limited to this. Yes. After reading Klin's opinion, Dandy finally agreed to let Liu Hang realize this wish. The eyes of the divine dragon released a red light, and this red light quickly flashed. Polenga's loud voice sounded at this time. I'm sorry, your wishes are beyond my reach. Something unexpected happened at this time. The super divine dragon of Namex actually has things that cannot be done. Polenga, who was like gold, made Liu Hang squint his eyes slightly, and he guessed the reason, probably because of the system. And his body is very different from the body of the characters in the Dragon Ball universe. The so-called infinite is not infinite. Infinite energy cannot exist, and to achieve infinite energy, it is necessary to create a perpetual kinetic energy furnace. The power of the perpetual energy furnace is fixed, so the player's upside will stagnate. In the end, the land aviation got the answer from the system. So, how about giving me the power to draw natural vitality from the outside world and restore my physical strength at any time? He thought of another ability, from another anime, which is quite good for Liu Hang in this state. The third perpetual motion organ uses information from the surrounding environment to create a third star particle body that generates energy out of nothing. Using the surrounding environment information, energy is generated out of nothing, and the specific point can rely on the surrounding environment at any time to absorb natural vitality to generate energy in the body. This desire is the unlimited physical strength that Liu Hang wants. At this moment, the second wish finally did not fail like just now. At a height of 100 meters, Polenga's voice sounded, and a crimson light flashed from his eyes. Your wish has come true. In an instant, Liu Hang felt an inexplicable force in his body. And some kind of confinement of the body, at this time, directly opened. The effect of the confinement opening is that the power of the land aviation has been improved. Under the strengthening of normality, that is the strengthening of Super Saiyan transformation. Vegeta, who is close at hand, can be said to be the most touching. That's it. In his eyes, a bright mango flickered at this time. Liu Hang drank lightly. A round momentum spread out at this moment. At the same time, the induction of the surrounding vitality becomes more clear at this time. A new move, sketched in the mind of Liu Hang, came into being with the help of this breakthrough. Third wish. The voice of the divine dragon sounded again, and before Liu Hang could begin to answer, a majestic breath thousands of miles away was surging up at this time. This chi is huge, earth-shattering, and makes the planet change color. Moreover, there is also an evil aura. Not only evil, but also more evil aura appears on Namex. Such a strong energy made Liu Hang stunned. Even Klin and Sun Gohan were a little scared. Frieza, he's not dead. Vegeta recognized the source of the chi, but soon Vegeta was stunned, because it was only a little similar to Frieza. It's just similar, completely different, and more powerful than Frieza. It should be said that it is much more terrifying than the first form of Frieza. My stupid brother actually died on Namex. Let me receive all your gains in Namex. Thousands of miles away, a voice sounded at this time. A tall frozen demon clan that resembled Frieza's perfect form, but was a little different, appeared. Frieza's brother, an arrogant and conceited frozen demon clan with great strength, Kuvira. However, Kuvira is a little different at the moment. The eyes have a strange look, which makes people feel very dangerous. P.S. The third more, ask for collections, ask for flowers, ask for 10 evaluation votes, because it is still a new book period, for the author Gray often important said. For more free follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 049. Ferocious and domineering, this is the characteristic of the frozen demon race. As Frieza's brother, it should be said that Kuvira is relatively strong in terms of hard power, because Kuvira also has a transformation that Frieza does not have, and the final transformation of the fourth form. Under such a force, it is enough to destroy the planet and flatten the galaxy. I said, stronger opponents have appeared. Liu Hang's dangerous eyes flashed, but his body showed a trace of fierceness at this time. The third wish is to make Nami Nemesis as strong as the Realm King God Realm. Ah! Realm King God Realm, what is that? Dandy was immediately stunned, a little inexplicable. Realm King God Realm, that is the god of the 4 galactic kings, the area where the Realm King God lives. And the next battle may destroy the Namex people, and you don't want to resurrect the Namex people, because the planet is destroyed and die again. This. Dandy's face immediately became tangled, and the king of the Northern Realm, who was originally staring at the changes on the Nemesis star, was directly frightened when he heard Liu Hang's words. Realm King God Realm, that person actually knows the existence of the Realm King God. Even the king of the Northern Realm himself has not seen the king god of the realm for a long time, but he knows that on the king of the realm and the king of the great realm, there is such a god as the king of the realm. The god of the realm is the creator god of the universe, and the status of the god of destruction is equal, maintaining the balance between the destruction and creation of the universe. Liu Hang didn't know if there was a god of destruction in this world, but it was safe to say that the status of the realm king god still existed. Exposing the information you know will add to your mystery. More importantly, however, the army aviation needs a suitable battlefield battle. Otherwise, it would be unworth it to let Namex be destroyed. The third wish, please make Namex as strong as the realm king god realm. Gritting his teeth, Dandy finally made up his mind and made a wish to Polenga. Your wish has come true. The voice of Boranga, who was like gold, sounded, but before the words were finished, the sky turned into the color of day. The huge Namex Dragon Ball turned into a stone ball at this time. Great Elder. Dandy was suddenly a little speechless, because of the situation in front of him. It was certain that the Great Elder had died. That is, the last wish. I don't know if it has been fulfilled. Misstepped. I almost forgot that the life of the Great Elder was almost over. Vegeta's face was not to mention more depressed. His immortal plan was interrupted by this guy Liu Hang. Can he not make Vegeta angry? However, even if Vegeta obtains an immortal body, he may not be able to remain truly immortal. The so-called immortality is just impossible to die in the face of the same level of existence. But once the body is destroyed from the cells, you have to die even more. That mising divine dragon really has that much effect. Uncle Klin, I feel several evil chi rushing towards us. Son Gohan clenched his hands into fists and placed them on his waist, his face showing obvious fear. One of these evil chi is even more powerful than the evil Frieza. I think I should understand who the guy who came to the Nemesis is. But I didn't expect Frieza's brother to arrive. Resisting the pressure, Vegeta couldn't help but say, making the two look at each other. No. Isn't it, Frieza's brother? What a terrible monster that must be. Frieza is so terrible, so what a demon will Frieza's brother be? You'll know when you go to the meeting. The sword of courage appeared in Liu Hang's hand. Liu Hang only glanced at Klin and Son Gohan, then paused on Vegeta's body and took off straight into the air. Humph, that guy. Holding his hands to his chest, Vegeta let out a muffled grunt and walked in the direction where Liu Hang had left. He wanted to see how powerful Super Saiyan really were. Let's go too. If not, let's go. Klin and Son Gohan looked at each other, as if they were making the next difficult decision. Oh! An inexplicable heartbeat sounded, which made the two couldn't help but raise their heads. Gohan, your dad is here. Sun Wukong's chi has descended on Namek, and I don't know if I can be able to rival the new terrorist enemy on Namek. But with Sun Wukong around, Klin can be at ease in some ways. In addition to Daddy, there is Uncle Bike's gas. Son Gohan's eyes were bright, flashing a hint of color, and he looked even more happy. P.S. For more, ask for flowers, ask for collection, ask for support, and the rest will be replenished tomorrow. For more free follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 050. Has his own father, Sun Wukong, and Uncle Bike. The naive Son Gohan thought that he could shoot the bad guys on the Nemesis, but they would not have imagined what a terrifying existence they encountered. A guy who is 100 times more murderous than Frieza. Meet King Kvira. King Kvira, how did you have the honor of coming to Namenex? The remaining members of the Frieza Space Force couldn't help but soften their legs after seeing Kvira. Everyone knows that Kvira is a more murderous tyrant than Frieza, because he is a tyrant, and Frieza should be a good prince. King Kvira does things, how can you discuss it? After taking a sip, he followed Kvira's subordinates and shouted at these remnants of the Frieza Space Army, so that these remnants could not speak at all. What can I do? The two henchmen of their own boss were destroyed, and the elite Kinnet team was all in the sand at the aliens of name seeing. Now even Frieza himself has fallen into a situation of defeat, and Kvira, who just appeared here, is naturally good to contact Frisia's space army and absorb it into his own power. Being able to receive Frisia's power, Kvira had been waiting for a long time. Although he didn't know what kind of woman he had brought her, Kvira knew that the planet had the protection he wanted, and that was Dragon Ball. On the Northern Realm King, the Northern Realm King slipped a cold sweat from his face, and interrupted his observation of Namex at this time. How is it possible? What the hell is going on? Sitting on the grass, the King of the Northern Realm couldn't help but mutter, as if he was startled by what had just happened. What the hell is going on, Lord Realm King? Leaping, who couldn't help it, asked the King of the Northern Realm, looking at the King of the Northern Realm's hesitant appearance. Could it be that something huge had happened on the Nemesis? But Frisia shouldn't have been killed by that strange Super Saiyan? Maybe Leaping has not seen the horror of Super Saiyan, but Tianjin Fan has definitely seen it, because he has seen such a shocking and fierce threat. Could it be that it was that Super Saiyan who murdered Klin and them? After glancing at the dumpling, Tianjin Fan couldn't help but ask the King of the Northern Realm. The King of the Northern Realm shook his head and sighed. It's not like that, that Super Saiyan is okay, it's just because of the Megastar, a guy who is even more terrifying than Frisia has arrived. The trouble of the North Galaxy, Frisia is enough to give the King of the Northern Realm a headache. Frisia's ability to die was a matter for the King of the Northern Realm. But the King of the Northern Realm never expected that this guy would appear on the Nemesis. Under the question of the three, the King of the Northern Realm slowly told the origin of Kvira. It turns out that this guy is Frisia's brother, and he seems to be making trouble in the South Galaxy before, but he is quite worried about Frisia's North Galaxy. Fortunately, Frisia at least has the means to keep order when dealing with extinction planets. And Kvira is different, robbing the planet is in hand, and even the extermination of the clan is regular. Compared to Frisia, who can still keep some time-sensitive Frisia space army, Kvira is even more ruthless than Frisia. Moreover, that guy also has 3 Kvira mech units that are stronger than the Kainuit team. The 3 of them can be described as the real elites under Kvira, each of them has a combat power of 100,000, and they are already one of the few powerful existences in this universe. Ju, it's actually this kind of monster. Then Goku and Vic will be fine with them going to Namek. When Leaping heard this, his body couldn't help but be afraid. Tianjin rice and dumplings are doing well, and Leaping really doesn't look like a martial artist. I don't know, I can only hope that Goku is careful. Sighing, the King of the Northern Realm suddenly thought of something, intending to communicate with the gods of the earth. I don't know, at this time, the Earth's Dragon Balls have all been collected. On the other side, as soon as Sun Wukong's spaceship landed, he immediately felt the evil aura. He walked out of the door of the capsule, and the oncoming wind blew his face. And Bike's familiar body memories of Namex emerged at this time. That's it, that meek Sun Star. Sun Wukong, you go to pick up Gohan and them, I'm going to meet the Namex people on this planet, and by the way, solve the guy who made Namek like this. Needless to say, Vic only glanced at Sun Wukong a little, then turned and walked towards the sky. Vic, this guy, forget it, go see Gohan and Klin. An inexplicable impulse emerged at this time. At this time, Sun Wukong felt the breath of Liu Hang even more. Compared to when it was on Earth, the power of land aviation seems to be even greater. P.S. 2 more, ask for flowers, ask for collections, ask for 10 evaluation votes, thank you / For more free follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 051. On the other side, the orientation of the land aviation. Allah! Just wanted to take some action, to meet the army aviation of Kvira, an inexplicable force, but at this time the land aviation was locked. Boom! A beam of light in the air struck in an instant, and Liu Hang waved his hands, and the incoming beam of light was scattered in an instant. Not far from him, a 100-meter wide spatial crack appeared at this time. What appeared in front of Liu Hang was a nemesis man. The purple evil light appeared in the eyes of that nemesis man. Those two guys are doing the hell again. Liu Hang's eyes immediately showed unkindness. If the guess is correct, the two guys Myra and Tao have appeared in the nemesis again. The third task is to defeat unpredictably powerful enemies. However, the name X in front of him should not be an unpredictable and powerful enemy. Hehe, you want the guy I'm going to solve. That Magian sneered, looking at Liu Hang's eyes like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, which made Liu Hang especially unhappy. Humph, it seems that I came prepared. Liu Hang smiled in the air, showing a contemptuous look at that nemesis. The boss who talks a lot will die miserably, you are ready to meet death. The sword of courage was held in Liu Hang's right hand, and the golden aura burned from the surface of the body, only to burst out in an instant, emitting a dangerous light. What? What? The name nemesis who just wanted to say something was directly stunned, and I don't know when Liu Hang appeared in front of the eyes of the name nemesis. Shhhh. A loud bang. At this time, the body of the name X was hit by Liu Hang, fell backwards at a straight speed, and hit the ground under the sky. The 10-meter wide deep pit suddenly appeared at this time. Courage sword slash. At the moment when the nemesis was shot down, wielding the sword of courage, the golden sword fell violently. Under the golden sword light, the ground separated one after another cracks. The name X people on the ground were overwhelmed by the golden sword radiance in an instant. But super name Nemesis, I don't know this so-called guy, I'm going to kill you. In an instant, the name Nemesis burst up from the ground, and the purple-black streamer rushed straight up, although at the beginning Liu Hang took the lead to grasp a little advantage, but now the rioting name X-Man directly exerted a strong combat power, approaching the full power state of the Land Airlines Super Scion. So fast! Stunned, the Nemesis man's eyes immediately glowed with golden light. The close-range attack made Liu Hang suddenly not react. The sword of courage was held horizontally, and there was a stirring sound in the air. Boom! Liu Hang took several steps back, and a fierce light flashed at this moment. Just 100 meters away, the Nemesis was ready to attack, and it was even more blasted out at this time. Super Qigong Wave. Majestic golden energy emanated from the palm of the Nemesis. This golden energy gathered half of the attack energy of this Nemesis man. Time suddenly froze at this time. If it is an ordinary person, under this blow of the Nemesis, it will already be shattered. However, what the Nemesis have to face is not an ordinary person, but a land aviation in the state of a super scion. You provoked me, courage sword. The same golden brilliance flourished, and the scion chi in Liu Hang's body surged. Golden energy poured into the sword body. And then it blasted out from the tip of the sword. As if it could destroy everything in the world, the attack of all the swords that destroyed the world suddenly came, and the super Qigong wave of that Nemesis was frightened. The collision of energy waves is equivalent to the ultimate killing method. The Nemesis thought that Liu Hang would quickly fall on his hands under this move, but something unexpected happened. The golden sword Mang, as if it had neutralized the attack of his super Qigong wave, directly swallowed the power of his super Qigong wave, causing the golden sword Mang's destructive power to have stronger destructive power. The temperature of the air became even hotter at this moment. Unable to resist, or even unable to resist at all, the Nemesis let out a tragic cry, and there was not even a chance to transform, and the bodies on the left and right sides were completely divided. Boom! The sudden violent explosion, the entire sky resounded, and the power of the explosion made the body of the Nemesis directly engulfed. This Nemesis who suddenly appeared died at the hands of Liu Hang, and even lasted less than 6 minutes. However, Liu Hang did not let down his guard at all, because a voice appeared again. Your strength has become stronger again. The deep voice made Liu Hang notice who was coming. Cyan skin, white hair, red pupils, look very strange. The Dragon Ball Super Universe boss, Myra, appears. PS, 2 more, sorry, the update is late, ask for flowers, ask for collection, ask for 10 evaluation votes, woke up late today, tomorrow will continue 3 more bottoming, 5 more in a row, just ask for your support thank you / For more free-follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 052. Myra, and the woman who manipulated Myra, Tova. At this moment, they appeared in front of Liu Hang's eyes. Compared with the moment when she first met, the power in Myra's body seemed to have become stronger. This strength makes Liu Hang a little incredible. However, it is precisely because of such strength that the land aviation is inevitably on guard. The existence in front of him is much more difficult to deal with than Frisia, after all, it is a demon that can affect time. For the characters in the game world, Liu Hang is still very clear about how terrifying the guy he is facing is. You're pretty much the same. Liu Hang let out a low laugh, holding the sword of courage in his hand, and the golden aura wrapped around his body. Land aviation in the state of full power has the combat power that is enough to crush the vast majority of people in this world, but in the face of Myra, it is still dwarfed. The fierce Liu Hang has not yet planned to activate, of course, he still has a whole card that is useless, that is, the initial stage of the extreme skill. Just the initial level, it is enough for the army aviation to face most of the crises. Myra, stop talking nonsense with him. Kill him, we can't let this guy continue to influence our plans. Tao snorted coldly, her eyes full of unkindness towards Liu Hang. From the very beginning, meeting Liu Hang made Tao very unhappy. Interfering with time and influencing history itself is a very important matter, and there is no room for error. Letting people outside the plan break in and disturb her plans has already made Tao very upset. And under Tova's order, Myra suddenly took action. Ugh! Under the surge of breath, a blade of air suddenly appeared in Mila's right hand, attacking Liu Hang. Boom! The sword of courage collided with Myra's air blade, forming a terrifying huge shock wave under the agitation of the two forces in the air. The explosion of air even made waves on the ground. Boom! Rumble! Earthquake, the whole earth is shaking. And the battle between the two began to rise from the air and instantly reached the ground. Hey, ha ha ha! This is the battle that the Scions want. Because the enemy encountered was too weak, the army aviation has not been able to fight with all its heart. But in the face of Myra, Liu Hang had no scruples at all. Full force, full power state, unprecedented full force, poured out at this moment. The monstrous momentum formed from Liu Hang's body that continued to surge upward. The power of the sword of courage became stronger at this time. The majestic combat power converged on that sword, turning into a palpitating sword intent. Disappeared. In front of Myra's eyes, Liu Hang's figure disappeared immediately. However, a figure transformed from a shadow teleported 100 meters away. Courage. Sword. Chop. The golden flame, as hot as the sun, a sword intent has condensed. At this moment Liu Hang is a sword, the sword is him, the sword of the unity of heaven and man, aimed at the direction of Myra, and was released in an instant. Myra. The shocked Tova just wanted to take action, but Myra stopped Tova's action and let out a hearty laugh. Strange Super Scion, you are indeed very strong, but it ends here. Myra, the momentum on her body spreads, and she is no stronger than the Super Scion state of land airlines with full power. With his hands open, he made an ultimate flash move similar to Vegeta's. But the resulting light was a dazzling red. The hot light like the sun instantly converged on the left and right hands. Darkness. Energy. Cannon. Both hands blasted out in the direction of the landing voyage, and the courage sword slash was more powerful and more terrifying than the land hang's courage sword slash. Only suddenly, the red aurora collided with the golden sword of courage. The majestic energy, with the thunderous momentum, swallowed up the energy of the courage sword. Dead. Myra, who was determined, had already seen the death of Liu Hang. The shame of losing under Liu Hang for the first time was finally able to be washed away at this time. Ha ha ha. This laughter does not seem to be a cry of sorrow, and it does not seem to be welcoming death. Stupid guys, they're all dying, and they want to resist. Tao sneered, but the next scene was stunned and even unbelievable. The qi on Liu Hang's body became even more furious. The golden aura gradually dyed a touch of black, the golden aura and the black aura were intertwined, and the evil light flashed from the eyes. This is the fierce worsening Super Saiyan. Turtle. Pi. Gas. Work. Wave. The black turtle school Qigong was blasted out from Liu Hang's sword of courage in a blink of an eye. Launching the turtle Qigong with the sword of courage, combined with the energy of the sword of courage, collided with Myra's attack. Then, the aftermath of a fiery red explosion opened up like a volcanic eruption. The smoke and dust in the sky, and the dazzling flashes of light, made Myra can't help but block her vision. It didn't take long for him to see Liu Hang, holding the sword of courage, facing him head-on. The Fierce Deterioration Super Saiyan was launched, but on the Fierce Deterioration Super Saiyan, Liu Hang also mastered a move that is not a transformation skill, but a stronger Kung Fu than the transformation skill. That is, self-conscious work. P.S. The King God of Time is expected to be arranged, because it mainly combines the plot of the game, and continues to ask for flowers, collections, and 10 evaluation votes, and 3 is more unchanged. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 053. The main thing is that this is just a kind of Kung Fu. As long as you reach this realm, or comprehend this level of Kung Fu, you can have the ability to subconsciously fight danger and fight with your physical instinct. You don't need to sense Qi, you can deal with your opponent 100%, and even force your opponent to the point where you can't retreat. Even if Liu Hang only mastered the slightest, it was enough to face Myra, and the opening of the Fierce Super Saiyan made Liu Hang's Qi reach a critical point. There is a kind of breakthrough to the point where Super Saiyan 2 can be broken at any time. So fast. Unable to dodge, the sword was about to fall on Mila's body, and even with monstrous ferocity, Mila had to open the energy shield at this time. The purple energy shield opened, and the sword of courage crashed into the shield. Gong! The huge aura that emanated between heaven and earth surged even more violently at this time. The purple protective shield, when resisting the attack of Liu Hang, Myra's eyes emitted a blood-red light, like a magma-like laser line. At this close range, Liu Hang could not dodge at all, let alone defend. The burning power and penetration are extremely strong. As long as it hits, Myra concludes that the Super Saiyan in front of her will be half disabled. But the unexpected happened at this time. Above Myra, a string of shadows flashed quickly, but the sword that stayed on the shield did not change its position at all. The Saiyan Qi surged up wildly, and the golden sword radiance gathered on the sword of courage was even sharper. Click, click, click. Myra's purple shield immediately began to crack, like a dense web of spider silk. After a crack opened, dozens of cracks opened. Boom! Rumble! Completely shattered, majestic energy, instantly erupted at this time. One after another, the stirring Qi suddenly was like flying debris, going in all directions. These Qi are fragments of the protective shield, and they are more aggressive with a hint, and they are aimed more at the position of the land aviation. No. It couldn't be, Myra actually failed. Tova directly showed an unbelievable appearance, and the flying debris had no effect on Liu Hang at all. A string of shadows flashed in mid-air, and those flying fragments did not hit Liu Hang's body at all. Moreover, the evasion ability of land aviation is like instinct. The pupils flashed with a silvery sheen. That's your power, Myra. Liu Hang's voice sounded, and his words showed a rather contemptuous look. You guy actually has that much strength? Mila's face suddenly became a little solemn. Even Tova herself does not believe it, because Myra is an artificial human and is a creation of Tova herself. The potential is huge, and Tova doesn't know how powerful it can become, but how is it possible, because such a small super scion failed? If that's the case, that's really disappointing me. Liu Hang's lips, slightly opened and closed, contemptuous and unscrupulous words, completely did not put Myra in his eyes. Even with Tova, who created Myra, in front of him, Liu Hang showed no fear. So, let me finish. Qi, when Liu Hang spoke, began to condense rapidly. The sword of courage once again seemed to be one with his body and mind, and at this moment, Liu Hang was like the sun, and the scorching Qi waves scattered, even if it was far away, Myra could feel the strength of this Qi. Time air bomb. Tova couldn't bear it at this time, and the staff swiped to the position of the landing voyage, and an energy wave was launched, which was about to create a prison to trap the land voyage. However, Liu Hang dodged Tova's attack. Malicious gaze, staring at Tova's straight hair. Hey! In the next instant, Liu Hang disappeared in place, leaving Myra and Tawa completely dumbfounded, because they couldn't feel where the trace was. The figure transformed by the shadow appeared behind Mila, and Liu Hang's speed was boundless, and he kicked out a breaking sound and hit Mila's face. A whirlwind spread out in all directions. Boom! Myra's entire body began to fly out upside down and hit the mountain wall not far away. The rolling stones on the top of the mountain fell, and they all fell towards the top of Mila's head. Hey! Several purple pillars of light spread out on Myra's body, and the scattered light made the rolling stone break away from gravity, and the whole turned into powder. But, the next moment, holding the sword of courage, Liu Hang's sword suddenly came. Damn, how could it be so fast? Extremely surprised, the sharp sword radiance was about to fall from the top down, and at this moment Myra smelled the approaching death. P.S. 2 more, ask for collections, ask for flowers, ask for 10 evaluation votes, because it is still a new book period, these are often important for the author. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 054. Death, since birth, has never been so close. Myra's face became particularly embarrassed. Boom! The open energy enchantment blocked this monstrous sword intent, and Liu Hang was immediately ejected by the energy enchantment 100 meters away. Standing on the ground retreated with the previous retreat of the land aviation, forming a 100-meter-long chasm. Full force energy waves. The scorching fiery red pillar of light bombarded the direction of Liu Hang in an instant, and when Liu Hang did not react, Myra tried to regain the advantage. However, Liu Hang's left hand met the energy wave, and the surrounding vitality was immediately affected. Assault to seize gas. The energy wave, the impact formed was unloaded by the land aviation. The gathered energy was destroyed by Liu Hang's move, and the remaining energy was absorbed into the body by Liu Hang. The energy expended by the body is quickly replenished. In contrast, Myra's consumption is greater than that of land aviation. Ugh! Realizing that it could not go on like this, Myra's turned into an afterimage and disappeared from the field of vision of Liu Hang. Liu Hang did not have any nervousness, on the contrary, the look revealed by his eyes was very faint. Holding the sword of courage in his right hand, Liu Hang flipped it in his hand dashingly and danced a sword flower. Then the body tilted backwards at an impossible speed and reflexes, and struck Myra's fist. Myra was fast, and she couldn't see the shadow. But he faced Liu Hang, mastered the beginner-level free extreme skill, and even opened the Super Scion Fierce transformation, and his strength was completely comparable to him. Even, Myra, who can be forced, cannot retreat. Blocked it. Myra's pupil shrank, and Lu Hang's body 180 turned around, raised his leg and kicked in Myra's direction, making a violent burst of laughter. Dozens of afterimages of hundreds of kicks came out, kicked and hit Mila's body. Mila was simply defenseless, completely passive beaten. Myra kept retreating, but at this moment, a stronger evil aura surged up at this time. The fierceness deteriorated. Compared to the fierce deterioration of the land aviation, it was even more powerful and evil aura. Myra was as fast as lightning, and with a powerful punch, she slammed into the direction of Lu Hang. A punch was punched, and another punch was greeted, and the monstrous fist shadow carried a terrifying killing intent. How is it possible? His steps have not moved at all, and he is still in place. Tova's shocked voice sounded, and it was only then that Myra realized that she underestimated her opponent in front of her. Lu Hang, who was on the side, turned his body into a string of shadows, completely avoiding Myra's attack. Humph! A muffled snort sounded, and Myra punched again in annoyance, and Lu Hang's hand held Myra's wrist at once. The pulse on his wrist was beating, and a sword in his right hand was about to fall. Day! Mila's arm was directly cut off, and the energy gathered by the sword of courage made Myra feel like it hurt no more. Energy enchantment. Another energy enchantment release. This move is simply 100% anti-enemy. Lu Hang right sword low expansion of energy enchantment. Holding Myra's hand, he couldn't help but pull it out at this time. Boom! Rumble! Within a radius of 3 kilometers, it was affected by this impact, forming a tornado, sweeping up countless dust, affecting the entire planet Namek. Because of this impact, Lu Hang directly retreated 100 meters away. However, at this time, the Scion spirit was once again poured into the Sword of Courage. The tip of the Sword of Courage suddenly burst out a golden sword light, like a golden light like the sun, surging directly forward, with monstrous destructive power. A burst of golden light spread in the sky, and the scene was magnificent. Myra can't die. Tova had to strike at this time, and the staff swiped lightly towards the void. Void displacement. Finding a target, Tova directly threw a red-black air bomb and landed on Myra's body. When the burning golden light was about to fall on Mila, Myra disappeared directly. Teleport. Lu Hang's lips opened slightly, and he thought of a possibility, but this possibility was quickly vetoed by Lu Hang. This is just Tova, the magician, mastered the move of space displacement, and the impression is that Lu Hang remembered this move, which was a trick in the game. Myra and Tova, at this time, were in the sky, and under the high altitude were land aviation on the ground. Tova's combat ability is not high, but the weird magic attainments, as well as the mastery of time and space magic, are completely unpreventable. Her staff swiped down, marking an S-shaped trajectory, and a pale green aperture jumped up from above. Time domain. P.S. 3 more, ask for flowers, ask for collections, ask for 10 evaluation votes, just ask for your support. Thank you very much /. For more free follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 055. The Time Realm, a trick used to imprison opponents. However, this utility is only used to imprison opponents in order to buy time to escape. If you can't beat it, then there is no need to fight it. But Taoists seemed to have mystified the power of the land aviation, and in the moment the time field was launched, the land aviation that was there directly turned into a string of shadows and evaded the confinement of the time field. Ha! With the deterioration of the fierceness and the launch of the free extreme skill, the land aviation has reached the critical point of support at this time. The surrounding vitality surged, Lu Hang's body gradually recovered his body energy, and even obvious trauma was repaired at this time. Tova, I can still fight. Holding her aching right arm, Myra stared in the direction of the landing voyage, revealing a strong reluctance. He is the strongest artificial human, there is no doubt about that. Myra believes that no one can defeat him. But the reality was a painful blow to Myra. The gap is too big, only this time go back and think of a way to make you stronger. Otherwise, Tova feels that there is really no chance of winning, and Myra still has the potential to be developed, and may not be able to win this strange Super Scion. Did you escape? The next moment, Liu Hang's body turned into a streamer, and with a thunderous momentum, he came towards the two people above. The silver color in the pupils still did not dissipate. Freedom is still in the opening stage, and Liu Hang wants to take advantage of the advantage to kill the guy in front of him with one blow. Don't chase. An unfamiliar lowly sounded, and Liu Hang's ability to move was restrained in an instant. His attack quickly failed, tearing open the spatial crack, allowing the two to escape directly. As Liu Hang's attack approached, the spatial rift quietly closed. Abominable! Liu Hang, who was annoyed, retreated and transformed into a fierce person, as well as being at ease. Who? Give me out! With a low voice, Liu Hang's face showed obvious unhappiness. If it hadn't been for the inexplicable energy interference just now, maybe Liu Hang would have hit Myra and Tova. It's a pity, it's a pity. It's no wonder that Liu Hang is so annoyed. Humph, what a fierce thing, I didn't come out. That Lilian girl finally appeared at this time. A cluster of colorful light appeared, countless rays converged, and what appeared in front of Liu Hang's eyes was an orange-haired girl, dressed in purple robes, and golden earrings hanging from her ears. Pinching his waist, his face looked very cute. The corners of Liu Hang's mouth couldn't help twitching, and for the lowly in front of him, he suddenly remembered who it was. The king god of time, all the direction of time in the universe, is governed by her. In this world, the king god and the god of destruction are in charge of the two major tasks of creation and destruction. The gap between the gods and spirits lies in the gap in the dimension. The realm king god who controls time, and the second Yuan naturally has its personal awareness of other beings. And when the king god of the time realm appeared, an inexplicable life suppression was felt by Liu Hang. Humph! There was a muffled snort, and the pressure suddenly decreased. Squinting his eyes slightly, Liu Hang stared at the king god of the realm at that time. Hey, why are you looking at me like that? I don't know how to stare at a girl like this, but it's rude. The king of time coughed and said loudly, trying to bring some majesty to himself. She straightened her flat chest, but it seemed that because of Taiping, the king god of time who was trying to pretend to be majestic was like a little girl next door, which was very funny. Poof! Couldn't help but smile. Liu Hang's dissatisfaction with the king god of the time realm dissipated a lot, and said to the lowly god in front of him, why did you stop me from dealing with those two guys just now? The energy that affects me is you. King god of the realm of time. You are really a little special, even the realm king god does not necessarily know people, I can actually see it at a glance. Lori pinched her waist, and became even more curious about Liu Hang. However, she did not forget herself, came to the mission of name-seeing, carefully looked at the appearance of the landing flight, and the more she looked, the more curious she looked. You seem to be a figure outside of time, otherwise you can't stop those two people from absorbing energy from various eras. As if thinking of something, the king god of time straightened up and acted seriously, under self-introduction, I am the king god of time who lives at the end of time and space. Before the king god of time finished speaking, Liu Hang turned around and prepared to leave. Hey, what are you doing, why did you just leave? The lowly god was immediately a little angry and corrupted, and felt how this guy Liu Hang didn't follow the routine at all. Because, he didn't have time to spend time with this lowly god. On the other side of Namex, another battle gradually came to an end. P.S. The first change of the weekend, the end of 2017, the last wave of flowers at the end of the year, collection and evaluation votes, is expected to be on the shelves after New Year's Day. Thank you for your support, HA. For more free follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 056. The other battle was the battle between Vic and Kvira. However, how powerful Renbeek was on the way to Namex, and the guy he dealt with was a very terrifying existence. Not only terrifying, but also very difficult. Because Kvira is not only Frisia's brother, he has a longer life than Frisia, and the cruelty brought by his experience is beyond Frisia's eyes. Liu Hang felt that Vic gradually dimmed his chi. It's strange, but the gloom hasn't disappeared, which means that they can still hold on. Liu Hang's expression was subtle. What kind of battle did they encounter? Among them, Sun Wukong's chi is still in a state of not going up or down. By the way, let's see how the harvest is this time. The defeat of Myra and Tawa allowed Liu Hang to complete the story mission and obtain a diamond-level treasure chest. Although the power of the sealed mod has not changed, a diamond-level treasure chest has already made Liu Hang very satisfied. Diddy, you have a diamond chest. Choose whether to turn on. The prompt from the system sounded. Liu Hang was expectant, and soon had a choice. Ding! Congratulations on opening one diamond chest and getting 3 rewards at once. Because it is a precious diamond-level treasure chest, this time the reward is not like other treasure chests obtained by Liu Hang before, and it is necessary to passively draw a few items to obtain it, which is enough to make Liu Hang quite surprised. First, the outbreak of Dragon Fist, derived from the heaven and earth through fist, penetrating powerful killing boxing method. 2. Super Saiyan 4, a new form of Super Saiyan transformation. Players who reach a certain level and transform into a golden giant ape can perfectly transform into Super Saiyan 4. Third, the second order of fierce deterioration, Super Saiyan Fierce Deterioration Second Order. Needless to say, the outbreak of Dragon Fist comes from Sun Wukong's set of strongest fist methods, breaking 10,000 methods with one punch. Using the Dragon Soul to deal with any powerful attack, this move belongs to the killing move, which is equivalent to the scope of the ultimate technique. Needless to say, the other Super Saiyan 4 is simply a huge help for Liu Hang to perfectly transform into Super Saiyan 4 and become a stronger form in the future. Otherwise, it will become a huge destruction caused by the giant ape, and Liu Hang really doesn't know who to find to help him complete the transformation of Super Saiyan 4. The transformation of Super Saiyan 4 is a derivative form of Saiyan progression. Since it has been decided to take the path of infinite advancement, there will naturally be no changes for the land aviation, because this road is a little easier for the land aviation. Fierce Deterioration Second Order. This is the rhythm that allows me to break through to Super Saiyan 2 in one go. Liu Hang smiled, very satisfied with his gains. However, this transformation is not too controllable for Liu Hang. Because the second order of fierceness is very easy to lose your mind because of extreme malice. Hey, you guy, why don't you pay attention to people? Gas, really super gas. The lowly god has never been so angry. So he is still the king god of the time realm. Why is he so majestic? The words of the king god of the time realm interrupted Liu Hang's thoughts, and he just glanced at the king god of the time realm lightly, without any fluctuations at all. If you want to find me. Wait a minute. I'm going to be involved in another dangerous battle on that nemesis. When the words fell, Liu Hang didn't look back, and disappeared in front of the eyes of the king god of the time realm. This made the king of time god angry, and a little helpless. If this time is not very suitable for the king god of the time realm, the lowly god will definitely use her ability to teach Liu Hang a lesson. Moreover, she also felt a huge change that would occur on the nemesis. Uncle Bike. Sun Gohan's anxious voice sounded, and Bike's body broke out of a majestic arrogance, and under this majestic arrogance, Bike's combat power completely approached Frisia, the strongest in the third form. Even if it is not a perfect body, Vic at this time is even more powerful. However, the opponent he encountered was Kvira, the most murderous frozen demon in the universe. P.S. Let's take care of 2 more. I wrote today's update by doing activities with friends today. The end of 2017 is here. Ask for the last wave of flowers at the end of the year, collection and evaluation votes. It is expected to be on the shelves after New Year's Day. Thank you for your support, HA. Grateful /O/ For more free follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 057. Kvira's tail tapped the ground. The purple aura burned from Kvira's body, and Kvira at this moment showed unprecedented ferocity and terror. You pissed me off, damn earthlings, and Nemesis. Even if a few generals around him died in battle, this is nothing for Kvira. Kvira, who thought that he could gain something on the Nemesis and collected the Dragon Balls, was slapped in the face. I want you all pay for me. Smiling viciously, Kvira's eyes flashed with danger. Gohan, Klin, you better stay away. Find a chance to find a way to return to Earth, and here I will solve it. As for what happened on Namek, Vic already knew about it through his fusion with Niru. Although I don't know why the Monkey King disappeared halfway, and Frisia died, a new strong enemy appeared on the planet Namek. Well, as a nemesis, Vic has the obligation to protect Namex. Even if he died in battle, he did not hesitate. But, if Vic dies, the Dragon Balls on Earth will disappear. Klin's legs couldn't help but tremble, looking in the direction of Kvira. To be honest, if he could escape, Klin would have been able to escape. But to protect Son Gohan, otherwise Klin would have fled long ago. You two waste, don't drag people down here. It's better to take this opportunity to find that Super Saiyan and Kakarot. Vegeta said gloomily, his combat clothes in tatters. Relying on Dandy's treatment, he has recovered his strong combat power, but he knows that he has nothing to do in the face of a monster like Kvira. Now, only by uniting with the nemesis in front of him can he barely deal with Kvira. Grunt. The frightened Klin and Son Gohan looked at each other, although Son Gohan was a little reluctant, but after all, he and Klin took off into a white streamer and left. Where to escape? Kvira suddenly snorted coldly, and when the two were about to leave, they were going to kill the two. But at this time, Vic blocked Kvira at once. Boom! Fist to fist, a stirring of power spread out in an instant around it. At the same time, he saw that the ground cracked from under the feet of the two, and then the crack continued to spread under his feet to a large area of 3 meters around. Bang bang! The 10-meter-wide pothole appeared, and Kvira let out a sinister laugh. You can't stop me, stupid nemesis. I will keep you alive, and if you don't get the Dragon Balls I want on Namek, then take what I want on Earth. But until then, I'm going to torture you. As soon as the words fell, Kvira's eyes, as if they could eat people, emitted a stirring eye beam, and Vic reacted quickly, avoiding Kvira's blow while slamming his left hand into a fist and heading towards Kvira. The green phantom makes people invisible to the trace. However, this blow of Vic was directly empty, which made Vic even more shocked in his heart. One punch missed, another punch punched. Compared to the first punch, the second punch is several times faster. The attack of 3, 4, 5 punches, each blow carried a monstrous fist shadow, but it was still hitting the air. I said, you're too weak, Nemesis. With just one punch, Kvira hit Vic's body, exactly like a crushing posture. The punch that hit made Vic let out a fierce wail. Then, after being kicked by Kvira, he was kicked high in the air. It hurts, how can it be so fast? Vic's heart was shocked, and thousands of thoughts flashed in his heart. His progress is clearly visible on the spaceship. Accompany Monkey King to train under strong gravity. As a former demon and the successor of the old Vic Great Devil, Vic naturally has his own pride. In addition, fusing the power of Niru, at least Vic who is serious, can reach the point of 50% Frisia. However, in the face of Kvira, it was crushed miserably. "Give me death, Kvira!" On the other side, Vegeta, who was about to seize the opportunity, gathered his outstretched hands, and the majestic energy quickly gathered. Ultimate Flash. Belonging to Vegeta's killer move, the golden pillar of light soared into the sky, carrying the power to devour everything. He wants to kill Kvira while he has no time to deal with Vic and has no time to care. Since Frieza is dead, only by eliminating Kvira in front of him can he vent his hatred for Vegeta. My extermination feud, let you vent your hatred. P.S. Happy New Year's Eve. It is expected that the next third or fourth will be on the shelf. New Year's Day to the second will continue to send 5 changes in a row, and the third will be on the shelf 10 more bottom. To make a preview, I don't know how many people will subscribe, but the sincere author of the update will do it. I just hope you can support a little more. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 058. Hatred for Frieza. The hatred of the Scion clan being exterminated was all vented against Kvira at this moment. Kvira, who was behind the pot for no reason, was about to take such a blow for Frieza. The ultimate flash, a golden pillar of light, soars into the sky. Kvira is too strong and terrifying, so Vegeta wants to take advantage of Kvira's defenselessness to completely destroy the demon in front of him in one fell swoop. In an instant, everything changed color, and a scorching heat rushed into the sky, about to hit Kvira. Under this blow, the mountains and rivers changed color, wolf smoke rose everywhere, and the earth collapsed. Under this blow, the thunder roared, the sky shattered, and everything was silent. The ultimate flash, turned into a thunder-killing move, with unstoppable power, is directly about to fall on Kvira's body. Boom! Kvira's face did not change color, but when the golden pillar of light struck, his left hand raised a Qigong wave. The Qigong wave was emitted and collided with the golden pillar of light. A muffled sound sounded in the sky, and the horror of Kvira was visible at this moment. "Hey!" The sneer suddenly sounded at this moment. At this moment, Kvira will not leave any more room at all. The powerful force burst out in an instant, and after knocking out Bike, Kvira rushed straight to the direction of Vegeta with an amazing momentum, with the power of a tiger and a wolf. This made Vegeta's pupils shrink, and his eyes were filled with horror for the demon in front of him. Phew! With a whistling in her ears, Kvira landed in front of Vegeta. Holding Vegeta's head, Vegeta's whole body fell to the ground. It should be said that it was hit on the ground by a sudden huge impact. The back hurts, red blood, and was coughed out. The ground cracked at this moment, turning into a deep pit 10 meters wide. The rubble of the land was shaken by the eruption of gas from Kvira. Vegeta at this moment is really miserable. "Vegeta, I'm not an idiot like my brother ahaha." Pressed against Vegeta's ear, Kvira let out a maniacal laugh, her eyes filled with mockery of Vegeta in front of her. Waste should have the appearance of waste, obviously the strength is not good and want to come to find death. When I solve that nemesis, I will come and kill you. Grabbing Vegeta's arm, Kvira directly came with a 180 cross, and then Vegeta's body was thrown out like a cannonball. His chest was tight, and at this moment it was simply a surge of chi and blood. Inexplicable shame and unwillingness surged in my heart at this moment. However, Vegeta really can't use any power at this time. Abominable! Cursing secretly, Vic got up from the rubble in embarrassment. Taking advantage of the gap between Kvira's attack on Vegeta, his right index and middle fingers were brought together, and his fingers were placed in the center of his eyebrows. With his eyes closed, golden light waves converged, which was a real killing move that belonged to Bike. Magic Light Killing Cannon. After condensing the Magic Light Killing Cannon, Vic drank angrily, his eyes glaring at Kvira's position. The ring-shaped golden aura energy came straight towards Kvira in a straight spiral. With extremely strong combat power and very strong penetrating ability, even Kvira in this form cannot resist this killing move of Bike. What? What? Kvira's eyes widened, but he reacted anyway, avoiding the crucial blow. The golden spiral beam directly penetrated Kvira's shoulder blade, causing purple blood to spill over his left arm. The astonishing pain spread through Kvira's body. Oh, damn name Nemesis! I decided to kill you, and I don't need any Dragon Balls. Anger, utter anger. Kvira wants the damned Nemesis to be buried. The white aura burst out of the body, like Frisia's form, but stronger than Frisia's perfect body. The damage on Kvira's body was repaired in an instant. Drink! As Kvira burst into a gulp, the next moment Kvira burst out at an amazing speed, leaving Vic completely too late to react. Bang! Poof! Bike's pupils instantly dilated, and his body bent over, and he was hit by Kvira like this, and he was a little breathless. And Kvira's free hand, one arm hit Vic on the back, causing Vic to fall to the ground in a vertical fall. Seriously injured, if it weren't for the strong physique of the Nemesis and the ability to repair, Vic might have died. P.S. The first change on New Year's Day: ask for flowers, ask for collections, ask for 10 evaluation votes. It is expected to be on the shelves in the early morning of the 3rd, and the free chapters will be a little more for everyone. For more free follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 059. Gaku, hurry up! If you don't hurry up, Bik will really die. The king of the Northern Realm couldn't help but say, staring at the Battle of Namex, and at the same time searching for the direction of Sun Wukong's location. However, the previous Monkey King seemed to disappear inexplicably, which made the king of the Northern Realm a little strange. Damn, if only we could go over and help. Unexpectedly, one Frisia died, and there was another such murderous demon. Bike, that guy can't die. Although that guy looks annoying, without him, the Dragon Ball would have disappeared. Leaping and Tianjin Fan looked at each other, and both of them had some helplessness in their eyes. Not only helplessness, but also a feeling of powerlessness about what happened on Namek. After all, they are dead people, and even if they are resurrected, they cannot immediately go to Namex. Moreover, with the effect of their cultivation here in the Northern Realm King, it is estimated that they can only beat the duo of Vegeta and Naba when they came to Earth. The king of the Northern Realm was more anxious, watching the Battle of Namenex. I wish I could go up and stop the murderous demons. It is a pity that he is the king of the realm and needs to be stationed on the king of the realm to maintain the operation of the Northern Galaxy. In the world of Dragon Ball, the meaning of the existence of the God system is to balance the rules of the universe. Otherwise, even if it was clear that Frisia was an evil person, how could the king of the Northern Realm not be indifferent and not eliminate such a demon? Relying on the heritage of the prefecture and the unique special abilities of the gods of each class have certain special powers. The gap between gods and gods is expressed in terms of dimension. Different levels of life lead to different ways of looking at things. Destroy Frisia, a villain, and a second Frisia, a third Frisia. And even more vicious guys than Frisia appeared. Therefore, the king of the Northern Realm allowed Frisia to cause chaos in the Northern Galaxy. Otherwise, the gods who can develop the Realm King Fist and the Genki Bullet, you think it will be so simple? Because, I met Sun Wukong and discovered the Scion talent that Sun Wukong has. The king of the Northern Realm will guide Sun Wukong to grow up and teach Sun Wukong's final mastery. The Realm King Fist and the Yuan Chi Bullet were never passed on to anyone who died on the Realm King Star. Now Frisia is dead, but Kvira has reappeared, which is a bit of a headache for the king of the Northern Realm. The Frisia family is really haunted. Of course, the battle between Liu Hang and Myra, the king of the Northern Realm, did not notice, because all his attention was concentrated by Kvira, and the suddenly disappeared Monkey King, which made the king of the Northern Realm a little strange. In addition, he is contacting the gods on the earth and hurriedly collecting the Dragon Balls on the earth to resurrect the Nemesis. The third wish made by Liu Hang did not seem to have been fulfilled, and the Great Elder did not die naturally because of excessive fright, maybe he could use the Namex Dragon Ball again. The plan is wonderful, but can it be realized on time? On Namex, Vic is really in a rather miserable state. However, it is almost the same as death now. Almost half of Vic Ki Chi is used for the repair of the body, where is it time to deal with Kuvira? A Kuvira is so terrifying, not to mention the so-called Cosmic Emperor Frisia. Ahem. Coughing up purple blood, Vic looked desperate. Could it be that the gap was so big? It's just like this, and the abused body is incomplete. Yes, find a way to solve the dilemma at hand. Gasping slightly, Vic frowned and slowly got up from the ground. Kuvira, on the other hand, slowed down and looked at Vic and the embarrassed Vegeta as if mocking. Ha ha ha, two idiots. Could it be that they are still thinking about how to knock me down, but they take it for granted? Kuvira sneered, her eyes showing a cold look. I'm too lazy to continue to consume with you, so let you and this planet turn into ashes together. The corners of Kuvira's mouth schemed slightly, and her fingers were raised high to gather majestic energy. Pursing his lips, he let out a sinister laugh. Death Supernova. A huge energy bomb as big as a planet quickly formed. As long as it fell, it would make Namex disappear immediately. At this time, Kuvira's body was crooked, and the whole person was knocked out and flew out. The red air current, the loose turtle fairy suit that blows moves with the wind. Only half of the energy bombs are gathered and dissipate in the sky. Kuvira's energy storage was directly interrupted. What man? Monkey King. Vic quickly recognized the man who appeared in front of him and blocked Kuvira's attack. P.S. New Year's Day second change, ask for flowers, ask for collections, ask for 10 evaluation votes, thank you. It is expected to be on the shelves in the early morning of the 3rd, and there will be more free chapters for everyone. For more free follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 060. Damn, where did the guy come out again? Kuvira was furious and let out a wild roar. Red eyes, flashed with sharp fierce light. That guy, Kakarot, is getting stronger again. Vegeta covered his chest. His torn combat uniform made his body bloody, blood-stained, and the scene looked terrifying. Bike, leave it to me here, you and Vegeta hurry up and rest. When Klin and Gohan will come and take you to the spaceship, this guy will be handed over to me to deal with. Sun Wukong's face became dignified. Facing Kuvira, Sun Wukong was very serious. Because Kuvira is really the most powerful opponent that Sun Wukong has encountered in his life. Being able to appear in time at this time, Xin Wukong found a way to get out of that place, otherwise Sun Wukong would not be able to get out. After discovering Liu Hang's chi before, Sun Wukong originally wanted to look for the traces of Liu Hang, but he was involved in a dangerous gap in time and space. This can be said to be because the appearance of Myra and Tova has an impact on time, where Sun Wukong meets a strong opponent. That is the mirror itself. Breaking through the limit, he successfully escaped from the cracks in time and space. The Monkey King, who has become powerful, has a bit of a headache to deal with Kuvira. Let me bury it all on Namex. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Kuvira, who was a little embarrassed, snorted when he recovered, staring at Sun Wukong, who was emitting red air currents all over his body. Ugh! Kuvira's body burst out, like a rapid gust of wind, whistling towards Sun Wukong. Powerful to the limit, this is the power belonging to the frozen demon race, which is a more terrifying talent than the Scions. The power of talent allows the frozen demon race to not need to cultivate, but only needs to control its own powerful power stably, and it can become an extremely strong existence in the universe. Kuvira, on the other hand, is one of the best. Of course, Frisia's talent is no weaker than Kuvira's, because the talent is too good to cause Kuvira to be unwelcomed. However, Kuvira's strength is certain. Bang! The fists clashed, and a gust of wind roared from the colliding fists. Vic stared at the scene in front of him with some disbelief. Monkey King, when did you have such great progress? Believing that he had fused the power of the Nemesis, Vic had reached the level of strength he is today. Otherwise, with his talent, he is an existence divided into two with the heavenly gods. Because splitting into two limits his growth, only assimilation and integration with his own kind will make Vic progress. And Sun Wukong, just through cultivation, has reached a level that Vic has never reached. Gaku, this guy has finally mastered 20 times the Realm King Fist. Staring at the changes on the Namex star, the King of the Northern Realm finally showed a little seemingly relaxed smile, and the change of Sun Wukong was seen by the King of the Northern Realm, which made the King of the Northern Realm really relieved. After all, his peerless school is inherited and can be carried forward, which is enough to satisfy the King of the Northern Realm. And Sun Wukong is now using 20 times the Realm King Fist to deal with the powerful Kuvira. 20 times the Realm King Fist, saying that it is strong is not strong, saying that it is weak is not weak. And being able to freely use the 20-fold Realm King Fist has already shown that Sun Wukong's physical strength has reached the point of being able to use 20-fold Realm King Fist. The King of the Realm Fist is a great school for the body load and improving its own combat effectiveness. Because it is a school that consumes the strength of the body, once it is not used well, the body will collapse rapidly. And if it can be used freely, it means that the physical strength and normal combat effectiveness have reached a certain level. The soaring combat power has allowed Sun Wukong to reach the point where he can fight with Kuvira. The fist punches out a monstrous fist shadow, and there is no wind at all under the fighting battle, which is enough to surprise people. Boom! Under the agitation of anger, Sun Wukong and Kuvira were instantly separated, and Kuvira's expression changed and changed, revealing a very interesting expression. You are very good as a scion to be able to push me to this point. Could it be that you are the super scion who eliminated my brother? Kuvira paused in tone, slightly interested in Monkey King. He came to Namex because of Tova, and he also knew the news of Frisia's death from the mouth of the Frisia Space Army, and Sun Wukong's display of such great strength naturally made Kuvira interested. I'm not some super scion, just an earthling who grew up on Earth, Monkey King. In the air, he put on a posture to deal with at any time, and Sun Wukong still did not change his previous solemnity, on the contrary, he was more nervous. P.S. The third change on New Year's Day, ask for flowers, ask for collections, ask for 10 evaluation votes, thank you very much. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 061. Grunt. Swallowing his saliva, Sun Wukong's heart beat pounding. The restless heart has been beating. Humph, the scions are really a tenacious people. Kuvira snorted, with a contemptuous look in her tone. I told Frisia a long time ago to let him completely exterminate the scions and do things without leaving any trouble. However, with this strength, at least it is enough. I'll give you 3 seconds to escape. Kuvira scoffed, his words rather sarcastic. The expression is contempt for Sun Wukong, because he is proud of his strength. Kuvira is not afraid of Sun Wukong in this state. In 3 seconds, I'll kill you all one by one. Clenching his fists, the white flames burned even more. Sun Wukong was shocked, his arms blocked in front of him, and he was frightened by Kuvira's sudden breath. And this chi that broke out of the body formed a hegemonic effect, so that Sun Wukong could not find any room to attack. He quickly grew larger and stronger. The majestic white aura burst out, and the smooth head showed a head shield similar to a unicorn dinosaur. The head shield formed 4 horns on the left and right, the closed mask appeared on his face, and his eyes turned blood red at this time. This is my 4th form. Kuvira, showing the strongest peak posture, made Sun Wukong's face change. With just one punch, Kuvira smashed into Sun Wukong's face, so that Sun Wukong didn't have time to react at all. Boom! The next moment, Sun Wukong was about to fall to the ground, and he finally reacted and fixed his figure when he was close to the ground. In an instant, Kvira's attack struck again. Kvira was fast, really couldn't be faster. The palm of his hand was like a knife slashing towards Sun Wukong, and at a critical moment, Sun Wukong retreated, intending to avoid Kvira's attack and avoid direct entanglement battle. But in the blink of an eye, it hit Kvira's body. Bang! The Monkey King, who was startled, was frightened and flew out. And Kvira's body, like white light, was like a string of shadows in the air, attacking Sun Wukong. The right foot swept across towards the position of the Monkey King. Sun Wukong stumbled to the ground, his feet firmly plunged into the ground, because his body was hit by a huge force and retreated hundreds of meters away, forming a long chasm. And at this moment, Kvira's attack again could only make Sun Wukong hurriedly raise his right arm to resist. Snap! With a muffled sound, Sun Wukong gasped. And then Kvira's second kick hit Sun Wukong's abdomen. Bending over, coughing up bright red blood, in a few blink of an eye, Sun Wukong's loose turtle fairy suit became tattered. Gaku! Far away on the king of the realm, the king of the northern realm no longer dared to look down. The strength of Kvira has already doomed Sun Wukong to be unable to resist at all. Such a gap is simply too huge. It's just that I don't know when the gods of the earth will be able to collect the Dragon Balls. The difference between heaven and earth is simply terrifying. Kvira does not like Frisia, who likes to torture people to death slowly, but uses the power of thunder to crush the pleasure of his opponent. Limit, completely reached the limit. Sun Wukong didn't care that his body would collapse, and the stronger Realm King fist was used, and the fist collided with Kvira. One after another fierce wind, as the fists of the two collided, roared. And an amazing burst of air explosions sounded in the air. Ugh! Bang bang! The figures of the two in the air turned into a string of shadows. Vegeta, who was weak in strength, could only barely capture the chi, and could not see the movements of the two people clearly. And Vic can see the shadow, but what can be seen is that Sun Wukong's aura is gradually weakening, and his ability has not been enhanced. In the case of raising the Realm King fist, Sun Wukong's body will only explode and die in an instant. However, if you don't improve the Realm King fist, then Sun Wukong really has no spare strength. The combat effectiveness is not continuing to soar. If there is a numerical detection, the Monkey King under normal conditions has reached a very terrifying point. Just one kick is enough to break through the boundaries of science. Just a kick in the door, just a kick in the door. The red and white light exploded in the sky, and in less than a few seconds, Sun Wukong's body quickly flew upside down. Boom! Smashed to the ground, the clothes on the upper body were already tattered, showing obvious scars. The strong pain made Sun Wukong's consciousness a little trance. P.S. The fourth change on New Year's Day: ask for flowers, ask for collections, ask for 10 evaluation votes. It is expected to be on the shelves in the early morning of the 3rd, and the free chapters will be a little more for everyone. For more free follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 062. I can't die, how can I die here? As if returning to the light, a golden breath broke out from Sun Wukong's body surface at this time. Boom! The ground was affected by the power of this chi, emitting a violent vibration sound. Phew! The wind howled at this moment, and in the sky of Namex, a golden thunder exploded in the air, and then fell violently to the ground. The sky with a radius of hundreds of miles turned dark at this moment. After recovering some strength and enduring the sharp pain in his chest, Vegeta almost couldn't believe that his eyes were round, watching the changes in Sun Wukong's body. This is Super Saiyan. Kakarot, that guy actually broke through this boundary. Disbelief, shock at the same time, a strong sense of humiliation welled up in my heart. He Vegeta is a proud Saiyan warrior, the most talented elite, why is he being grabbed again and again? Can't forget, Vegeta can't forget the despair of being dominated by Super Saions on Earth, and the battle between Super Saions and Frieza just far away on Namek makes his heart beat faster. At this moment, Vegeta really felt that he was really a waste. The waste in the waste, not only the revenge of the extinction of the clan wants others to avenge, but also his own genius is completely vulnerable to other Saions. And the change in Sun Wukong made Bike's expression change, which was much more exaggerated than Vegeta. Saions are monsters. Vic gritted his teeth, but was a little lucky. At the critical moment, Sun Wukong finally broke through, at least their crisis can be suspended. What's going on? Kuvira's face showed incredible shock. Looking at the changes that occurred on Sun Wukong's body, he was directly stunned. The golden dazzling pillar of light soared straight into the sky at this moment, blowing away the dark clouds in the darkness. Sun Wukong's body erupted with majestic qi. The qi turned into golden qi and appeared outside Sun Wukong's body. Under the golden light, Sun Wukong was as dazzling as the sun, and his eyes turned emerald green at this time. The arrogance blew on the clothes on his body, and the loose martial arts uniform pants were even more propped up at this time. And because of the breakthrough, the original top martial arts uniform was directly shattered. The majestic and powerful aura made Kuvira tremble. Super Saiyan, Monkey King. When Liu Hang ended the Battle of Namex and finally arrived at the battlefield here, the scene in front of him really startled Liu Hang. The golden light surrounded the body, and the golden aura that broke out of the body made Sun Wukong finally break through his boundaries at this moment. If it doesn't sound, it's already a blockbuster, and it can be said that it is worthy of being a character with the aura of the protagonist in the Dragon Ball world. Interesting, just enough to take a break and watch the battle in front of you. The battle between Sun Wukong and Kuvira made Liu Hang look forward to it, and even he had no desire to intervene at all. I just want to see how powerful the Monkey King is in this state. The scene that could have been seen by Monkey King versus Frieza has become Monkey King and Kuvira, and this battle is still worth watching. Ugh! Drink! In place, Sun Wukong turned into a string of shadows and disappeared. At this moment, Sun Wukong's explosive combat power reached a value of 150 million. Under the action of this value, Sun Wukong's body turned into a golden light. There was a burst of air explosions, and the fists in Kuvira collided at this moment. Air, the power of the two collided with each other. In the agitation of air power, the fierce wind turned into a terrifying shock wave spread. The sharp fist caught Kuvira off guard, and he retreated again and again at this moment. The upper hand was gradually occupied by Sun Wukong. The fierce battle situation in front of him made Liu Hang feel that it was becoming more and more interesting. Sun Wukong's combat power is estimated to be more than 100 million, but Kuvira's strength may not be weaker than Sun Wukong, and Kuvira in the fourth form has a strength of 470 million. Squinting your eyes, the difference in values is obvious. At first, because of Sun Wukong's transformation, Kuvira was caught off guard, but Kuvira's disadvantage gradually reversed, and his momentum increased again at this moment. P.S. The fifth change on New Year's Day: ask for flowers, ask for collections, ask for 10 evaluation votes. It is expected to be on the shelves in the early morning of the 3rd, and the free chapters will be a little more for everyone. The sincerity of the update, the author will do it. I just hope you can support a little more. Number 3 on the shelves, 10 more bottomed. For more free follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 063. So fast. Originally thinking that he could turn defeat into victory, Sun Wukong's expression immediately changed. Kuvira increased his speed and punched towards Sun Wukong. The monstrous fist shadow appeared in the sky. Sun Wukong took the momentum, but Kuvira's left leg was raised on the knee, and Sun Wukong's pupils shrank, as if his entire body had been torn apart. Boom! Ah! Like a falling rocket, Sun Wukong's body was shot to the ground again. Demons will not show any mercy to their opponents. Ugh! With a fierce light, a flame of light burst out from Kvira's hand. The hot energy of the high temperature fell straight down. Tough guy! With a muffled snort, Sun Wukong's cold sweat couldn't help but fall, scattering Kvira's attack. However, this is the next moment, and the Kung Fu Kevra who turned around appeared behind Sun Wukong. His right leg bounced up, the air solidified in an instant, and a powerful kick made Sun Wukong raise his hand to block. However, the previous injury made Sun Wukong's arm hurt a little more. Crashing to the ground, Sun Wukong was pressed to the ground by Kvira. The invisible wind on the ground reversed, blowing away the surrounding sand. The ground cracked open for 3 meters, and Sun Wukong's whole person was pressed in. Boom! His hair turned black, and at this moment, Sun Wukong was kicked out of thousands of meters away and crashed into the nearest mountain wall. Ha ha ha, now you are dead. Laughing maniacally, Kvira gathered majestic energy, intending to give Son Goku a blow before he died. What a Super Saiyan, in his power is not worth mentioning at all. Solve the guy of Sun Wukong, kill the rest of the others, and then destroy the Namex. Kvira thinks beautifully, but the reality is harsh. Kvira, are you smiling happily? Suddenly, a voice came from behind Kvira. Who? Frightened by Kvira, he immediately turned around. In front of him was a strange young man. The black hair and tail wrapped around the waist symbolize the Saiyan logo. The man's deep black pupils stared at Kvira with some hair, and those eyes seemed to have infinite magical power. An emotion called fear emerged from Kvira's heart. It's like being suppressed by nature from the level of life. It's like a weak thing, and you are afraid to see a powerful being. Silently appeared behind Kvira, and actually made Kvira not find out in the battle, how terrifying is this guy? Hey! Liu Hang squinted his eyes slightly, and his lips pursed slightly. I was the one who killed your brother Frisia, that Super Saiyan. The moment the words fell, a majestic arrogance burst out. The golden chi was wrapped around the body, belonging to the scorching heat of the Super Saiyan. If it is detected with combat effectiveness, the land aviation in this state definitely has a combat effectiveness higher than that of Sun Wukong. And the breath quickly increased at this time, and the angry hair stood up with the blowing of the chi. Black dyed blonde hair, as dazzling as the sun, his pupils turned emerald green at this moment. A Super Saiyan transformation that is no different from Sun Wukong, but it is a little different than Sun Wukong. That state, it's that guy's strongest Super Saiyan posture. Vegeta noticed that the biggest difference between the land aviation Super Saiyan state and the Monkey King is that it is not only quite controllable, but also stable and ordinary people. Obviously. He is the prince of the Saiyan, why is he surpassed again and again? You Saiyans are all idiots. With a sneer, Kvira, who did not think that Liu Hang had any threat at all, glanced at Liu Hang sarcastically. Ugh! His punches were fast, it couldn't be faster, just a little bit faster. Vegeta and Vic who were watching the battle could not see Kvira's figure clearly. However, Liu Hang was faster and more powerful than Kvira, but when Kvira made a move, Liu Hang didn't even move his body, and his head moved to avoid Kvira's attack. Then, Kvira's eyebrows suddenly felt a black shadow. This made Kvira's eyes blink, but he saw a circle of white things, when this white thing was enlarged before his eyes so that he could see clearly. Snap! Only a muffled sound was heard, and Kvira was directly ejected by a brain door of Liu Hang. P.S. The first change, ask for flowers, ask for collections, ask for 10 evaluation votes. For more free follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 064. It can be noticed that Liu Hang did not let Kvira react at all in the moment he struck. He raised his right hand, pressed his thumb against his index finger, and hit Kvira's head shield. Woohoo! The wind howled in Kvira's ears, and his entire body flew far away, shattering several mountain peaks, and countless rolling stones fell to the ground. Such a terrifying gap made Kvira completely stunned. Damn it, you fellow, I'm going to let you know the price of angering me. Frisia died at the hands of this guy, and that really couldn't be better. It just so happens that Kvira can justifiably torture the scion in front of him to death. Report your name, Kvira will not kill the nameless. At this time, Kvira still had the pride of the frozen demon clan. Dead people, you ask so much to do. With an indifferent smile, the battle with Myra has made Lu Hang gain a lot, and it is better to deal with Kvira and sort out his gains. The strength of the body and the control of Qi, as the experience of combat increases, all aspects benefit Lu Hang a lot. Lu Hang, kill your super scion. As soon as the words fell, a wave of heat gushed out. The sun-like light and heat made Vic and Vegeta, who were watching the battle, breathe a little short. Too strong, and too stressful. The entire heaven and earth seemed to be dominated by Lu Hang. At this moment, Lu Hang is like the most powerful god in the world. This light and heat can't help but make people want to bow down and submit. Humph! Staring coldly at Lu Hang, Kvira's eyes glowed red. Big talking brat, it's a pity that you'll be buried here soon. Kvira snorted, and her entire body quickly disappeared from the place. It was just a blink of an eye, and he came to the front of Lu Hang. The right leg was raised high, and the knee was bent and slammed into the landing voyage. But Lu Hang leaned up, turned a corner in mid-air, and kicked Kvira's body. Snap! Bang bang! This kick turned into a monstrous foot, and the rapid kick was like thunder and lightning, kicking and hitting Kvira's body. The white flesh armor on his body had several more bruises and purple scars. Thousands of meters away, only a faint echo sound was heard, and Kvira fell close to the ground like a meteorite falling. And only at close range, it is the effect of meteorite impact. Boom! The land cracked and was affected within 20 meters. The ground cracked to form cobweb-like clods, which then quickly collapsed and turned into gravel powder. Kvira, the whole person fell into it. How could it be, how could I lose? Or lose to a monkey, this is Kvira, completely unbearable. The white aura turned purple, and the majestic power was daunting. This is Kvira's strongest gesture. Lu Hang's face was indifferent, but he only raised his head slightly, glanced at the changes in Kvira, and smiled sarcastically. This is embarrassing, you are better than that Frisia guy. Although he was knocked to the ground, Kvira reacted completely, and he showed unprecedented horror and anger. It's Frisia's brother, at least he is still a little capable. This made Lu Hang's expression a little more serious. Hehe, I'll let you know the price of angering me. Kvira sneered, patted the dust on his body, and raised his head to look at Lu Hang in the sky. With this power, it's no wonder that I can kill Frisia, but I'm not an idiot like my brother. Truly ruthless. Leaving no room for the enemy. This is the character of Kvira. And his personality is very aggressive with the Kurdish king, and he is not treated by the Kurdish king, otherwise the emperor of the northern galaxy should be him Kvira. But on the one hand, Kvira is really strong, stronger than Frisia. Not to mention that he has one more form of transformation than Frisia, his combat power is completely higher than Frisia. Ugh! The purple streamer flashed, and in an instant Kvira rushed straight into the sky, and Lu Hang just smiled and watched Kvira's attack coming. Pang! Poof! A mouthful of blood suddenly spit out, and the embarrassed Kvira was directly hit by the right knee of the land carrier. This pride that belonged to Kvira was immediately trampled and shattered. Warm-up begins. P.S. The second more, ask for flowers, ask for collections, ask for 10 evaluation votes. The third is on the shelves after 23 o'clock tonight. Thank you for your support all the way. Trouble to contribute a small subscription / For more free follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 065. Warming up, just warming up. Kavira's power seems to be very strong, but it stops there. If Kavira does not show greater strength, then the next battle is completely defeated. I can't see when I made a move. Bike's already green face was a little scared when he saw such a scene. And such a battle, if it is just a warm-up for Liu Hang, it means that Liu Hang has reached the boundary that none of them have touched. That is, a stronger level of power. Panting, Kavira's eyes were red, and he looked at Liu Hang in a completely angry state. It was anger and humiliation. Hurry up, this is the warm-up, how much you look down on people. Kavira is not an easy match. Hurrah! The air turned with a violent sonic boom, and Kavira struck. Although Liu Hang's knee hit was strong, it was not enough to let Kavira hit him, and he was scrapped in the hands of Liu Hang. What a super scion, a warrior who is rare in 1,000 years and the first in the universe. The strongest is the frozen demon family. Snap! There was another muffled sound, and the two quickly intertwined in the sky. The purple and golden glow shone brightly, and both the sky and the ground were affected by the battle between the two men. Circle-shaped white light flashes everywhere in the sky and the earth. When it appeared on the ground, white light flashed, and the ground exploded and split into two halves in an instant. In the air, one Qigong wave after another spread out, destroying several mountain peaks far away. Not enough at all. That's all, completely unqualified Kavira. You are worse than your brother, take advantage of the fact that I am not serious, use all your strength. While fighting, Liu Hang also constantly provoked Kavira, provoking the existence in front of him with words. He knew the strength of the frozen demon clan, and while stimulating Kavira with the agitation method, Liu Hang was also sharply consuming the energy in his body, and then constantly habitually supplemented with the surrounding vitality. It seems careless, but Liu Hang is very attentive. Because this is a rare opportunity. As long as his body gradually adapts to this change, Liu Hang can really do that. His energy never runs out and maintain his physical strength to fight all the time. Gradually, he has mastered the use of the power given by Polenga. But Kavira didn't understand, but it had already increased its speed several times. It was just this damn super scion. This made Kavira's face can't help but become anxious. Ha! With a flash, Kavira punched towards Liu Hang. Liu Hang held Kavira's fist with his backhand when Kavira's attack hit. This annoyed Kavira and punched again. But this time, his fist was clenched again. You guy, the power of the scion, how can it be so terrifying? The original Frisia would not have believed that the scions would be so strong, but he still died at the hands of Liu Hang. And now, Kavira is even more frightened than the original Frisia. Originally, the scions were a fighting people, and after being adopted by Frisia, they were used as cannon fodder and licked blood at the knife's edge. Conquering the right planet and selling it is the job of the scions. Being able to transform into a giant ape under the action of the moon is still qualified as a supplementary combat power for the Legion. But the scions have always been restless and do not submit to Frisia's rule. With the role of Super Scion Legends, Frisia naturally will not continue to keep such a restless race and plan a planet destruction show. So, you and Frisia underestimate the power of the scion. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and a dangerous light flashed. Bursting with astonishing anger, Liu Hang directly twisted his backhand, causing Kavira to let out a bitter wail. Snap! The sound of bones shattering sounded, and Kavira roared up to the sky, and her heart was already extremely furious. But no matter how unwilling, the strength of the land aviation doomed Kavira's defeat. Shhh! Thundered. Kavira's body fell to the ground, shaking the earth and tearing countless lands apart. And just in an instant, the ground was covered with dust. Liu Hang held the sword of courage and planned to give Kvira the final blow. The smoke and dust cleared at this moment, and Kvira bowed her body, her left hand supported the ground, and her right hand bounced open, but her tail quickly lengthened, showing a tail thorn. Scion. Red eyes, with a strong hatred. P.S. The third more, ask for flowers, ask for collections, ask for 10 evaluation votes, thank you for your support. Coming on the shelves in the early hours of tonight, asking for meager subscription support, grateful / oh / For more free follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 066. Kvira's face became even more vicious. It also makes people feel that it will become more dangerous. Interesting. Liu Hang doesn't care if Kvira will break through the limit and become stronger, and with the support of unlimited physical strength, Liu Hang almost has a steady stream of energy. Just one breath is needed to quickly restore the body's energy. He wants to try to see if he can break through the boundary of full power. Hey! The extreme anger made Kvira change, and at this moment he completely became the most murderous monster in the world. Swish! Bang bang bang! The next moment, Kvira burst out again, clenching the sword of courage, and Liu Hang soon fought with Kvira. Brilliant! Mars splashed in the air, and the morphological change of Kvira formed a long bone spur in the arm. The bone spurs were like sharp blades, colliding with Liu Hang's sword of courage. His physical strength has undergone a very amazing change. This gesture is almost like an alien. Liu Hang was surprised, and the qi on his body became more active. And suddenly, a gust of wind came behind Liu Hang, which even gave Liu Hang no chance to think. However, Liu Hang's reaction speed was fast, and the sword of courage tilted, and the sword body blocked Kvira's kick. And just in an instant, this kick was bounced off by Liu Hang, and energy gathered on the sword of courage, turning into a monstrous sword intent. Ugh! The sword intent turned into one sword after another, and before Kvira could react, it shot out through the air. The sharpness of the sword, if the maximum power of the land aviation output channel, may be able to cut off the planet. One after another, the sword rays shot out, leaving Kvira with only time to dodge, and there was no chance to fight back. Annoyed, red eyes, red light flashed even more. This sword radiance inevitably affected where Vegeta and Vic were, which made the two dodge the sword mangs in embarrassment. The change of Namex is the most reflective of the fierceness of this battle. As the sword swept across, not only the mountain peaks but also the mountainsides were torn apart, and the rivers and lakes were separated at this time. It was a huge tsunami. Unable to bear it, Kvira's body formed a purple round shield and rushed towards the landing voyage. This made Liu Hang hurriedly resist with the sword of courage, and the golden chi broke out. Two forces, colliding in the air. The circle of white light flashed in the sky, and the sky of Namex became cloudy. From far away, Klin and Sun Gohan, who planned to go over to find Bic and the others, could feel how drastic the impact of these two chi on the entire planet was. Thunder fell on the land, sinking one by one the uninhabited islands of Namex. The tsunami set off, the big waves were monstrous, and this time was not a warm-up for Liu Hang at all. This is the fight he wants. And Liu Hang also felt that he had reached a critical point of breakthrough. Angry, constant roars sounded, and Kvira really tried his best at the moment. However, there was not the slightest inch. Liu Hang was still like a big mountain, blocking in front of him. The bloodthirsty fury aura surged upward, and finally Liu Hang's sword of courage began to shatter. Click! Cracks, thin cracks appeared on the sword body, and these cracks were not large at first, but soon became quite huge. Snap! With a crisp sound, the sword body of the sword of courage shattered and cracked like fragments. Just when Kvira thought he could finally win, the powerful blow hit Kvira's body. Ugh! Kvira fell down quickly, only to hear a bang, and Kvira's whole person crashed into the black dirt pit on the ground. Click! A trace of electricity flashed on Liu Hang's body, but it only lasted for a short period of tens of seconds, and finally did not last. But what is certain is that Liu Hang has really broken through its own boundaries. Sure enough, only fighting is the most suitable cultivation path for science. Because his body has no way to withstand the power brought by the transformation, otherwise the full power state can break through as scheduled. Gee, could it be that I'm the most gifted scion? With a sigh, still maintaining full power, Liu Hang landed on the ground. In the black dirt pit, purple blood flowed, and Kvira's brief madness due to his fury ended. I planned to turn over, but before Kvira could exert any force, he was stepped on by Liu Hang's kick, which made Kvira feel humiliated. To put it mildly, Kvira is really a little desperate. Just yelling that you want to destroy me, you and Frisia are really similar, both defeated by arrogance, Kvira. He laughed mockingly, but Liu Hang was still a little grateful. Without Kvira's free human flesh sandbag, he might not be able to grasp the breakthrough point. So, in a sense, the land aviation really has to thank Kvira. However, how to thank it? Maybe it is not bad to directly let Kvira die. Drink. In the blink of an eye, Kvira was kicked out of 1,000 meters away by Liu Hang and crashed into the distant rocks. The rock was shattered, completely covering Kvira. I want this planet to be buried with you. Not long after being covered by the stone, it seemed to be a return light before death, and Kvira directly rushed away from the stone, turning into a purple streamer and soaring into the sky. A huge energy gathered from Kvira's fingertips. This is belonging to Kvira's desperate fight. P.S. On the shelf, bottom 10 more, ask for subscription, ask for automatic subscription, ask for flowers, ask for collection and small reward, thank you / oh / For more free follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 067. The whole sky is covered with dark clouds at this moment. One after another golden thunder fell, and Kvira's desperate fight triggered the entire power of heaven and earth. The natural environment of the entire planet of Namex is not immune to great influences. Liu Hang looked at Kvira indifferently, and golden aura filled his body. Ha! Dragon Fist! After chanting the name of this punch technique, Liu Hang completely planned to leave no room at this moment. Deliver a blow with all your might. Although this trick is only mastered, it is already able to cope with it for Liu Hang. The majestic momentum was released from Liu Hang's body. With the most authentic horse steps, he straddled the distance between him and Kvira for kilometers. Ha! Boom! At the foot of Liu Hang, the black earth pit was expanded by a sudden huge impact, and under the condensation of energy in his body, Liu Hang delivered this blow. As soon as the dragon fist came out, the fist was shrouded, and everything seemed to be imprisoned. There is no escape, and the situation of the gas machine locking makes Kvira feel dangerous and desperate. No. Takvira, how could he die here? Impossible, really impossible. He is a powerful frozen demon race, the strongest existence in the universe, how can he lose here? Roar! The earth-shattering dragon groan, the well-charged dragon fist, turned into a golden dragon soul. The roaring dragon groaned, like the hot light of the sun. Under this blow, the planet is shattered, everything is silent, and everything can be destroyed. In the entire world, it seems that there is only Liu Hang left. Liu Hang is the dominant god between heaven and earth, and all the fist intent is gathered on this punch. It's terrible. The comatose Monkey King finally recovered a little of his physical strength. But seeing such a scene, I was still shocked. He remembers fighting Kvira, but because of his physical injuries and his physique to continue to withstand the transformation of Super Saiyan, he was defeated and landed. As soon as I woke up, I was at the end of the matter. After a long time, the momentum of Liu Hang is stronger than when it was on Earth. And the power of the Super Scion has become more majestic. Abominable. Clenching his fists, Vegeta went to chagrin and stopped looking at the attack on Kuvira. Because this time Kuvira can really be said to be certain death. However, he was still a little reluctant. Wait, sooner or later I will surpass you in Kakarot and become a true Super Saiyan. Secretly swearing, Vegeta made a decision about this. I still have limits. Vic was even more at this moment, showing more complex emotions than Vegeta. If you can't become one with the gods, then the Vic road ends there. After all, Vic and the gods are one. So seeing Liu Hang transform into such a powerful force, this really made Vic envious and jealous. Bang! Over here, the golden dragon soul roared, and a deafening sound sounded. Liu Hang's fist hit Kuvira, causing Kuvira to fly directly out of 1,000 meters. The dragon groaned, the golden divine dragon body, staring at the copper bell-sized eyes, the majesty revealed fierceness. Huge body, majestic in all directions, the dragon's head blows majestic wind upward. No. Kuvira's body, all the strength is used to resist the dragon fist. But the dragon fist pushed his body and rushed directly upwards. When it reached a certain height, the golden dragon soul eyes showed a majestic golden light. Boom! The golden dragon exploded at this moment, and the 100-meter-long golden dragon body turned into the purest golden energy. With this explosion, the entire heaven and earth had an impact. The end of the world is as if it has come. The aftermath formed by the dissipation of the dragon soul has not yet dissipated, and at this moment, the entire sky, one after another thunder fell from the sky, and it was affected within a radius of 110 kilometers. The whole Nemesis can hear this voice. Kuvira, die! Frisia and Kuvira, two geniuses in the Frozen Demon clan, died, and a reincarnation was staged in history. It's over. His lips pursed slightly, and a dark cloud in the sky began to disperse at this moment. In an instant, everything became a clear sky. Everything about that Nemesis finally has an end. My two beloved sons actually died on Nameki. When the Kurdish king got the news, it was many days later. After the events on the Messes were known, the Kurdish king was quite angry. In this universe, there is no one stronger than my clan. The astonishing momentum exuding from his body made the subordinates beside him couldn't help but kneel, and their eyes were filled with absolute awe for this man. Great, King, we have almost finished the recordings on the Nemesis. It seems to be something, Super Saiyan. One of his men exclaimed and reported the information gathered to the Kurdish king. Super Saiyan. The Kurdish king narrowed his eyes, and a fierce light flashed in the Kurdish king's eyes. He remembered that this was just a legend from the Frisia colonization family, and Frisia had wiped out this unstable family very early. I didn't expect that there were still descendants left, and they should be killed completely. How could this universe allow the existence of a frozen demon race compared to him? Set off towards the coordinates of Namek, find Frisia and Kuvira. As long as they are not dead, there is a way to resurrect. With a wave of his hand, the Kurdish king ordered the spacecraft to change direction and head for Namek. P.S. On the shelf, bottom 10 more, please subscribe, ask for automatic subscription, ask for flowers, ask for collection and small rewards, thank you /o/_. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read collect. For more free Philo novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 068. However, when the Kurdish king's spaceship arrives at Namex, not only was nothing to be found, but not even the remains of the brothers Kuvira and Frisia. Moreover, the Nemesis on the Nemesis seemed to have all migrated away, leaving no traces of life at all. This made the Kurdish king can't help but be furious. Could it be that the bodies of the two of them have all been wiped out? With a gloomy face, the Kurdish king sat in the seat of the main seat. The hard slap of the left hand frightened the waiting subordinates. After all, the Kurdish king's ferocity is completely comparable to that of Upper Frisia. Frisia's character is more inherited from the Kurdish king. As an ultra-rare fighting race, it was he who gave birth to Frisia. The appearance of the Kurdish king is more similar to Frisia's second form, and it is relatively tall. We sorted out and found something that Kurdish king. It seems that the Nemesis have beads that make people grant any wish, and King Kvira and King Frisia both arrived at Namek for something called Dragon Ball. What's the use? The Nemesis have all moved, and you can't even find the location of the Nemesis. At first, the Kurdish king was slightly pleased, but soon his face became angry. The bead that fulfills any wish, then as long as the wish is made to obtain eternal life, then his reign will be extended forever. It's a beautiful idea, but it can't be realized. It is said that what kind of Dragon Ball also exists on that earth, we just need to go to the earth and find what kind of Dragon Ball. Oh, earth! Squinting his eyes slightly, the Kurdish king showed an interested look. Then let me quickly search for the traces of the earth and find the coordinates of the earth. Knowing the news of Dragon Ball, King Kurdish did not care at all about the death of his two sons and gained eternal life. He is the eternal ruler of the universe. If it weren't for the fact that old age and physical strength were not as good as before, where would the Kurdish king let Frisia sit in the position of the emperor of the universe? The subordinates who received the order hurriedly began to reverse the spacecraft. Before leaving, the Kurdish king directly destroyed Namex. So, where did the Mexians? After the Earth's Dragon Ball resurrected the Namex people, they naturally left the Namex and migrated to another place. Because of the battle between Lu Hang and Kvira, it directly led to the climate change of Namex, as well as the migration of the Earth's crust, which is completely unsuitable for the Nami Nemesis to live. Moreover, in order to prevent the evil people of the universe from coming, the Nemesis directly used the Dragon Ball to hide the new Namex from the coordinates of the universe. In addition, the gain of this battle for land aviation is huge, at least he broke through the boundaries of Super Saiyan. Moreover, killing Kvira gave Lu Hang the opportunity to open the next stage of the story mission. Continue to stay in the plot of Dragon Ball Z until the end of the Android chapter. Or return to the original world that began to travel, become the king of the Scion planet, and become the overlord of the universe yourself. Finally, participate in the plot of the Dragon Ball Super World and get in touch with the power of the Super Saiyan God. That way, Lu Hang has the opportunity to merge Veget's power into one and become a truly powerful Super Saiyan. It's a pity that the odds are not very great, and I am even less likely to take a huge risk to face the god of destruction Beerus. Even if I think about it, it is still the safest for Lu Hang to stay here. He wants to become stronger and become a stronger being, but he is not a so-called battle maniac. It is clear that his strength is not stable, otherwise how could Lu Hang stay on the earth? Moreover, one of the most important resources on earth is a series of genius techniques of Bulma. The gravity chamber you wanted, it's done. Pinching her waist, Bulma exclaimed rather excitedly. Look at your masterpiece with satisfaction. The gravity chamber is even better than the gravity chamber made when Sun Wukong arrived on Earth. And the gravity chamber that can be increased is about 500 times, enough for these scions to make a fuss inside. Wow, great, thank you Bulma. Sun Wukong was very excited, because there was 500 times the gravity, so it could mean that he could come here to train at any time. And here, there is the most suitable opponent, that is, land aviation. Humph, I didn't build the gravity chamber for you, and I would never have helped if it wasn't for someone's request. The Tsundere Bulma looked away, she was looking forward to Lu Hang's praise more than Sun Wukong's thanks. These scions, in addition to fighting. However, Lu Hang really seemed to be a special case, which made Bulma quite interested. Thank you, Bulma. Lu Hang smiled, getting along these days has allowed him to become a circle with the characters of the Dragon Ball world. If you have time, find an opportunity to thank you. The words were spoken in Bulma's ear, and in the blink of an eye, Bulma became dizzy, and her little face became red. When I walked out of the gravity room, I was a little in a trance. Ah, I'm so weird. He patted his cheek, allowing Bulma to quickly sober up. While thinking about the words of Liu Hang just now, Bulma was also a little strange about when she was infatuated with this guy of Liu Hang. However, speaking of it, Liu Hang is indeed more interesting than only fighting scions, and it is not like a martial artist. P.S. On the shelf, bottom 10 more, ask for subscription, ask for automatic subscription, ask for flowers, ask for collection and small reward, thank you / For more free follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 069. At this time, inside the gravity chamber. Under the pressure of 200 times gravity, Liu Hang and Sun Wukong did not wait long before they began their real training. 100 times the gravity is completely adapted to the two of them, so at the beginning, the two of them adjusted to 200 times the gravity. You're strong Kin. I really don't know how you trained, but you can actually survive under such pressure. Just maintaining the normal, Liu Hang's indifference and calmness really scared Sun Wukong. He thought he was strong enough, and he had to take a breath. It's just 200 times, it's nothing to us, it won't be like this. With a faint smile, Liu Hang put on a posture and made a gesture of inviting battle, then, let's fight here. But don't break the gravity chamber, or Bulma will settle the score with me. With a low laugh, the white aura burned from Liu Hang's body, and Liu Hang reached the ultimate power that Liu Hang could have under normal conditions at this moment. Haha, that's exactly what it means, Liu Hang is really good if you can fight with me. Today's two people are really the strongest in the universe in the true sense. You guys should still be hiding a stronger Super Saiyan transformation. If you want to come, then go all out. Saying that, golden aura rose from Sun Wukong's body. The black hair was dyed blonde. Oh, Super Saiyan. The same change appeared in the body of the army aviation. However, the strength of the stronger stage, Liu Hang has not yet decided to show it again. Now you are not qualified enough, let me use my full strength. Bang! With a muffled sound, the space inside the spaceship, the two began to fight rapidly. Since it is a fighting battle, and the two cannot use Qigong waves, so as not to destroy the environment inside the gravity room. So the test of control of power is severe. Gradually, the strength began to increase, and the 200 times gravity was completely unable to meet the requirements of two people. Enhanced to 300 times. Until the bodies of both people, they felt the load of gravity. Boom! Just this momentary effort, the two collided together again. Whether in midair or on the floor, the circle of light is constantly flickering. Two golden forces, inside the spacecraft, intertwined and collided with each other. Bang bang! Tap-da-da! And just in the blink of an eye, a violent vibration came out from between Liu Hang and Sun Wukong's fist, and the strong vibration made Sun Wukong take 10 steps back. Liu Hang stepped on the ground, still in place. I can't believe I've been attacking you so madly. You don't have anything to do, and your strength seems to have increased. He couldn't help but say dryly. It was obvious that Sun Wukong was really a little frightened by the scene that happened in front of him. The gap between the two is really so huge. Because, I'm not at my limit yet, Monkey King. Haha smiled, Liu Hang said with a relaxed expression, 300 times the gravity, it should not satisfy us, this time it will be directly increased to 500 times. 500 times, the maximum power of this gravity chamber. And Liu Hang can be sure that 500 times gravity begins, and he estimates that he will not even have the strength to fly. 500 times gravity. A flash of color flashed in his eyes, and Sun Wukong immediately agreed to this request. And just in an instant, in the blink of an eye, an inexplicable heavy pressure completely pressed on the two people. Sun Wukong's body stiffened for a few seconds, but at this time he drank lightly, and the majestic qi erupted at this moment. Under 500 times the gravity, Sun Wukong has almost reached the limit of his true strength. Ha! Liu Hang, who had a calm face, looked at Sun Wukong's changes like this, and gradually revealed a trace of seriousness. The blonde hair rushed to the crown. The flames blow in the hair. Swish! Sun Wukong's fist punched out, and under the powerful blow, a series of bursts of cheers were emitted. Liu Hang raised his left hand and directly held Sun Wukong's fist. The right fist hit Sun Wukong's face. However, Sun Wukong's left body moved, and Liu Hang's attack was empty. His knees were raised and he tried to hit Liu Hang's body hard to get rid of Liu Hang's restraint, but Liu Hang seemed to understand, and his knee collided with Sun Wukong fiercely. Bang! There was another muffled sound, and two majestic qi spread. People from the outside can clearly feel the strength of the collision of the two forces. These two people are really monsters. Clin said with palpitations, obviously separated by a long distance, but the huge size of these two qi made his heart tremble. It is estimated that he will never be able to reach such a strong point. After all, the limit of the earthlings is there. If it weren't for monsters, who in the world could be stronger than the two of them? Tianjin Fan feels very much with this. As a martial artist, Tianjin Fan felt more and more what was the gap in strength. Therefore, since the resurrection, Tianjin Fan has grasped his own cultivation. If you don't want to be able to catch up with the gap in strength, at least you can have the power to protect yourself in the face of a crisis similar to that of the Scions. The only thing that is not very calm is Vegeta. Liu Hang and Kakarot, these two guys. Clenching his fists, the secretly hated Vegeta crushed the drinking cup. Fragments of glass water cups, falling to the ground. The two of them must have a way to master how to transform into a Super Saiyan. I, Vegeta, want to be stronger than everyone else. The pride of the Scions made Vegeta unable to calm down any longer. Otherwise, watching Liu Hang and Sun Wukong become Super Saiyan in front of him every day, how uncomfortable he is. P.S. On the shelf, bottom 10 more, ask for subscription, ask for automatic subscription, ask for flowers, ask for collection and small reward, thank you / For more free follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 070. If it weren't for the mystery of becoming a Super Saiyan. Otherwise, how could Vegeta stay on Earth, a planet where birds don't and have no value? The original force value is weak, and there is simply nothing worth developing. With his current strength, and Frieza is dead, the new Cosmic Emperor may not be able to let him Vegeta be the leader. However, Super Saiyan has always been a thorn in Vegeta's heart. He hates it, he really hates it. The mystery of the Super Saiyan must be asked today. I'm going to become a real Super Saiyan. Kakarot's lower-level warriors are all qualified to be Super Saiyans, and he is the prince of the Vegeta Saiyans. What can't he do? With such confidence, Vegeta came to the gravity room where the two were located. When he felt the Super Saiyan power impact up close that day, Vegeta's impact was unimaginably huge. This cold sweat slipped down Vegeta's face, and inside the gravity chamber, the competition belonging to two Super Saiyans finally came to an end at this time. Two explosive forces, fist-to-fist collision. Since the 500 times gravity pressure was too great, the two were just fighting in the gravity room. Of course, just the fighting battle has already had quite a huge reverberation. Collision, fist and fist colliding. A white aperture that reverberates in the gravity chamber. It was produced by the fierce battle of two people. If it were not for the fact that the gravity chamber made by Bulma was quite strong, and they were still very restrained in their strength, and this gravity chamber would have collapsed long ago when the power was accurately mastered. However, it is almost the same as a collapse. Strong gravity, the pressed air turns red. It should be said that the hot sweat of the two people affected the surrounding air. Ha! Sun Wukong, whose right hand was a knife, shot towards Liu Hang. The condensed air suddenly exploded at this moment, but Liu Hang backhanded and pushed Sun Wukong's hand knife away. The left hand formed a fist, and it was beaten out by Liu Hang with an inch. Bang! Ugh! Panting heavily, Sun Wukong completely lost his ability to resist in this part of the land aviation. Failure, really failure. Originally, he was strong enough. Sun Wu thought that he could catch up with the footsteps of Liu Hang, but now Sun Wukong knew that he was wrong. It's really just a monster, a real monster. You guy, how much power are you hiding? Scions have no limits. With a chuckle, Liu Hang decided to put a little pressure on Sun Wukong. The 500-fold gravity had not turned off at this time, and a momentum that soared into the sky spread. At close range, Sun Wukong could completely feel the enormity of Liu Hang's qi. The white light covered the whole body, the golden qi burned, and the majestic qi was even more huge. This is... After a few seconds of silence, Sun Wukong swallowed his saliva, and the unspeakable heart palpitations made his pupils dilate at this moment. This is the gap between him and Liu Hang, it is simply the difference between heaven and earth. If there is any difference between it and the average Super Scion, it is that Liu Hang in this state has only 2 hairs standing on his forehead, as thick as the size of a finger. Under the endless majestic power, there are continuous electric sparks flashing. The golden aura blows, and under the weight of 500 times, it can blow and dance its hair. The terrifying energy exuded in his body surfaced the true gap between him and Sun Wukong. This is Super Scion 2. The Super Scion of the stronger stage. He glanced at Sun Wukong faintly. When you reach this level, maybe you will have the power to defeat me. However, at that time, the land aviation may have the power to surpass Super Scion 2. The mission of Namex is over, and the Veget mod of the land airlines is unblocked by 1%. Don't underestimate this 1%, but the change for land aviation is huge. For Qi, it can be said that it is a precise control, and the strength of the body is greater than ever. Haha! Smiling happily, for Sun Wukong, he has a real goal. Not long after, the hatch of the gravity chamber opened. Liu Hang and Sun Wukong's cultivation ended at this moment, and outside the gravity room, Vegeta had been waiting for a long time. Hey, Vegeta! When he saw Vegeta, Sun Wukong also bowed slightly. Vegeta, you are also here to cultivate with us. The Monkey King, who asked stupidly, was directly ignored by Vegeta. Tell me how I can become Super Saiyan. Staring at Liu Hang, the anger suppressed in his heart erupted completely at this moment. White aura wrapped around Vegeta's body. The majestic Qi has exceeded the boundaries that Vegeta thought he could not reach. During the time he arrived on Earth, Vegeta really made a huge gain. However, in the face of Super Saiyan, no matter how hard Vegeta tried, Vegeta paled in comparison. Hey! Liu Hang, who was slightly comfortable, squinted at Vegeta, and a light flashed through his pupils. Your mentality exploded, Vegeta. With such a mentality, I still want to become a Super Saiyan. Staying here and not going to other Dragon Ball timelines. On the one hand, Liu Hang needs time to precipitate his own strength, and on the other hand, Liu Hang wants to see how much progress the former protagonist and the second eldest of 10,000 years will make. Otherwise, if he is the only one to become stronger, it will be too boring. Monkey King is okay, but Vegeta really disappoints him. It's been almost half a year since the Battle of Meiji Scene. P.S. On the shelf, bottom 10 more, please subscribe, ask for automatic subscription, ask for flowers, ask for collection and small rewards, thank you /o/_. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Fly. For more free follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 071. It's been half a year, and you've made the slightest inch. Liu Hang's words, like a knife, pierced deeply into Vegeta's heart. That's right, for half a year, Vegeta really didn't make any progress. Where is Vegeta's progress? Yes, he does improve, but it is far from his own limit. In addition to anger, unwillingness, and obsession with Super Saiyan, Vegeta was a little stimulated and strengthened a little of his strength, but that's all. The prince's pride made Vegeta unable to let go of any dignity to ask Liu Hang how to become a Super Saiyan. Although Liu Hang became a Super Saiyan and had a lucky role, he had been precipitating himself during this time on Earth. Becoming stronger is the desire of Liu Hang, constantly surpassing his own limits, at first just to survive. Now Liu Hang has gradually walked out of his own path, just to experience a stronger level, compete with stronger opponents, and regard this earth as his true home. Vegeta's liver was furious, and his temper appeared very hot. Clenched his fists, anger burning in his pupils. If you can beat me in this state and turn into a Super Saiyan, I can tell you. Suddenly, an interesting smile appeared from Liu Hang's face. Picking a hand, the corners of Liu Hang's mouth pursed slightly, but it made Vegeta's face very embarrassed. You're underestimating me. With a muffled snort, Vegeta raised his fist angrily. One foot hit the ground, and the ground was stepped down by Vegeta, forming a crack of tens of meters. Vegeta. Sun Wukong, who wanted to stop him, quickly stopped. Because when Vegeta made a move, Liu Hang made a quick move. Turned into a string of shadows and stunned Vegeta. Snap! Fists clashed, and this punch contained Vegeta's anger. The extreme of anger, bursting out quite terrifying combat ability. But the strange thing is that Liu Hang just shook his backhand and let Vegeta's fist impact unload. Angrily pumping his fist, Vegeta attacked with another punch. And under this punch, the fist intent contained in it, ordinary people will have a mental breakdown when they get close, and they will lose their ability to fight. Unleashing potential, Vegeta is almost burning his own limits. The explosive power achieved through anger really surprised Liu Hang. This time, his speed was more than 2 or 3 times faster than the original 10 times faster. In order to prove himself to the landing flight, the leapfrog surge has made Liu Hang a little more serious, but it is only a little serious. One after another, the sound of breaking the sky reached the air from the ground, and the two people left the courtyard of Bulma's house directly. The fierce battle in the air made the entire city of Zidua hear. And under the impact of the power of the two, the aftermath caused the entire city to shake. Located in Bulma's house, everyone rushed out, and Sun Wukong went even more. He didn't stop Vegeta's impulse, and he also wanted to see how powerful energy Vegeta could exert under Vegeta's explosion. In the air, circle-shaped white lights flashed. Vegeta's speed is extreme. The left leg bounced up with a high leg, and when it jumped, it hit Liu Hang's body. However, Liu Hang's left arm raised a block, and a force directly shook Vegeta's sudden attack. Drink! The gas cannon was fired, and Vegeta's body flew out of the distance at this time. However, Vegeta quickly fixed his figure in the air and gathered the energy of Qigong waves. Drink ha! This hand, turned into an energy bomb, contains the power of thunder. As long as it is hit, it will not die, but it will be seriously injured. Liu Hang looked at the incoming energy bomb, but with a wave of his right hand, the blue energy arc opened, and Vegeta's energy bomb dissipated. Weak, really too weak Vegeta, it's not enough. Liu Hang was very excited, and at the same time did not forget to stimulate Vegeta. Bang bang! Tap-da-da! The air flashed a white aperture again, which was the impact formed by the battle between the two. Because it's too fast. Moreover, it was boundless, and the impact formed caused a lot of damage to the ground. Give me death! Chi is contained in this punch, not only this punch, but also another punch, and the two fists continue to strike, hitting a monstrous fist shadow. The fist shadow only covered the landing flight, but it did not hit the land aviation again and again, which made Vegeta's expression become a little anxious. Big bang attack! At this time, Vegeta's right hand was raised high, but this time it was pointed in the direction of Liu Hang, and the qi in his body condensed at this moment. In the hand of the right hand, the blue energy ball gathered majestic power, and then it was quickly launched. Haha! Liu Hang's right hand was raised, and when Vegeta's big explosion attack hit, the energy ball quickly approached Liu Hang's palm. Assault! The energy ball of the Big Bang attack was immediately annihilated, and some of the excess energy was forcibly absorbed by Liu Hang. Give it back to you! Liu Hang grinned, and a ball of energy similar to Vegeta's big explosion attack converged. At a faster and more violent speed, it stumbled in the direction of Vegeta. Boom! Vegeta's half-body clothes were blown apart in an instant. My Big Bang attack actually blocked it. This was unbelievable for Vegeta. The normal land aviation is so strong, so the land aviation that has transformed into a Super Saiyan, he will definitely die. Warm up, it's just right now. The corners of his mouth pursed into a smile, and the strength of the normal state benefited from the precipitation of Liu Hang during this time, not only completely controlling the power given by the system, but also extending it. The stronger the normality, the stronger the combat effectiveness, then the more terrifying the transformation. This is the way that Land Airlines has taken the Super Saiyan. PS, 6 more, bottom 10 more, please subscribe, ask for automatic subscription, ask for flowers, ask for collection and small reward, thank you / /_. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read collect. For more free Philo novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 072. If you are not strong, how about mastering the transformation of the mastery? For Scions, the so-called limit, that is, there is no limit. As long as there is still the slightest desire to fight, or even become stronger, then, there is no end to being strong. Confident land aviation, able to face crises in any situation. Hey! Just like that, just warming up, Liu Hang, this guy is humiliating him. Angry, Vegeta is really angry. But soon, Vegeta couldn't get angry. Land aviation under normal conditions shows more extreme combat effectiveness than the Super Saiyan state. White chi wrapped around the body, and the majestic chi approached like a heat wave. Hurrah! Bang bang bang! The circle of white light constantly flashes in the air. As the two men fought, the deserted land outside the western capital cracked and the mountains and rivers shifted. The scattered Qigong waves destroyed the ground. The ground below suddenly became potholed. Ha! With an angry snort, Vegeta turned around and turned into a knife and swept towards Liu Hang's abdomen. Liu Hang just raised his left hand, and then the force of Vegeta's arm turned in the air behind Vegeta. The arm of his right arm, as Liu Hang turned, crashed into Vegeta's body. Bang! Just as he was about to fall behind Vegeta, Vegeta's figure disappeared in an instant. This made Liu Hang couldn't help but fell, and in the blink of an eye, Vegeta left Liu Hang 1,000 meters away. Tap-da-da! Flame-like gas burned in Vegeta's left and right hands. With a quick swing, his hands shot out a series of flame energy waves like machine cannons. SHHH! Liu Hang's body turned into a string of shadows in the air, dodging Vegeta's attack, and the distance with Vegeta was getting closer and closer at this moment. A straight punch came out, which made Vegeta froze. The approaching fist smashed on Vegeta's body. Ugh! The body, at this moment, fell extremely fast and hit the ground below. Because of Vegeta's fall, there was a very strong impact, and the pit formed was smoking white. How is it possible, there is such a big gap. Not comparable to Liu Hang, not comparable to Sun Wukong, this is what makes Vegeta uncomfortable. Sun Wukong still has a chance to catch up, but Liu Hang really has no chance to catch up. The gap between the two is huge, and this gap is not only in talent, but also in the bloodline of strength. Hey! With a sneer, Liu Hang stood in the air empty, smiling and looking at Vegeta who had been ripped off. He is also looking forward to Vegeta showing greater potential. I don't know if this guy can really become a Super Saiyan. Becoming a Super Saiyan is characterized by pure anger. Stimulates the body through anger, causing the body to produce the factors that stimulate the power of the Super Saiyan. According to the world view of Dragon Ball Super, it is necessary to reach a certain number of S cells in the body and then grow S cells through anger and other outbreaks to transform. This is a unique potential of Saiyans. Even as long as the S cells are enough, there is no need for anger. As long as you master certain skills, you can complete the Super Saiyan transformation. I don't know if there is a so-called god of destruction in this world. Suddenly, Liu Hang couldn't help but think of this stubble, and his face couldn't help but look a little playful. Ugh! In the air, a sound of breaking through the air sounded. And Vegeta once again attacked the landing voyage. This is a punch containing Vegeta's anger, and all his combat power explodes, and Vegeta wants to break through the shackles of his body with a mortal heart. Because in a brief moment, Vegeta figured it out. It turned into a white glow and rushed straight to the skyline towards the position of the land aviation. At this time, Liu Hang saw Vegeta in front of him, and his white aura gradually dyed a wisp of red, colliding with Vegeta's fist. Boom! Intense light, shimmering in the sky. A dazzling white light covered the sky, and all the 110 kilometers were affected by this white light. The white light formed a violent aurora gas cover, and the air mask spread at this moment, and the land below the two was immediately evaporated by the aurora gas cover. It's intense. Monkey King watched the two men fight from afar, and when the sky regained a trace of clarity, Vegeta quickly fell. Scarred, this punch used all of Vegeta's strength. The prince's pride was all gambled on this punch. The face and body became bloody at this moment. Haha, I kind of admire you, Vegeta. The arrogance dissipated, and Liu Hang, who was still the norm, stared at Vegeta below, and said, "This pride of the Saiyans is vividly displayed in you. I won't teach you to become a Super Saiyan, but you can train yourself. Remember how it feels now, what it's like to throw that punch. Extreme anger, so that you can break through the shackles of your body." Landing smoothly on the ground, Liu Hang did not continue to humiliate Vegeta. It can be said that Vegeta's pride let him see it. This guy's seriousness, as well as progress, he also sees in his eyes. A line of tears flowed from Vegeta's face, and he laughed. The body couldn't move, but he smiled happily. Because for him, this battle was really rewarding. At least Vegeta maintained his pride as a Saiyan prince by fighting. Moreover, got what was wanted. A kind of realization made Vegeta's heart suddenly free from the distress he had been suffering all along. And as long as the realm is reached, Vegeta can break through the limit in one fell swoop. PS, 7 more, bottom 10 more, ask for subscription, ask for automatic subscription, ask for flowers, ask for collection and small rewards, subscribe more, update more. Thank you / For more free follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 073. However, Vegeta was still too anxious after all. His eyes gradually became a little blurry, and he fainted directly. Oops, that's troublesome. Sun Wukong, who was watching the battle, fell from the air at this time. Looking at the scarred Vegeta, I really didn't know what to say. It can be said that Vegeta is too obsessed with transforming into a Super Saiyan. Did he? At this moment, a voice sounded at this moment. The system's prompt tone immediately cheered up Liu Hang. As the player completes to break through the Super Scion 2 boundary, the mission evaluation reaches Z and gets 2 free Super Draw opportunities. Super Draw with only 2 chances to choose. And it's a must-hit. I just don't know what good things will be pumped out, which makes Liu Hang smile with some expectation. Gaku, Vegeta will be handed over to you. Sendu, you still have it there, give it to this guy. Without Sendu, Vegeta estimated that he would have to lie down for half a month before he could move. After all, the battle with Liu Hang was really too harmful for him. Throw Vegeta to the Monkey King, and Liu Hang will fly directly away, find a place to draw the reward he wants. Whether to open the Super Draw? Yes. After making a choice, the virtual turntable that appeared in front of him began to rotate rapidly. The atmosphere gradually quieted down. Liu Hang held a trace of expectation, and then a voice sounded at this moment. Ding tone, congratulations to the player on the success of the lottery, you get the ability to teleport and survive in vacuum. Needless to say, teleportation is used. Under the effect of this move, land aviation anywhere in the universe can go. And this trick is the most perfect version of teleportation. Of course, the greater gain is vacuum survivability. With this trick, it is a bit of confidence to run into a guy like Frieza who survives in a vacuum. Laugh secretly, otherwise you accidentally let the family give you a common death and completely destroy the planet. So how to play? As a Super Saiyan, he has the power to destroy the planet, but he can't survive in a vacuum. The flesh crosses the void and explodes a planet, that is the true romance of men. The next moment, the second Super Draw soon began. The void turntable that appeared in front of him began to rotate rapidly again. Stop! Only a bang was heard, and the turntable stopped again. Ding tone, congratulations to the player on the success of the lottery, you have a chance to wish for Super Dragon Ball. At this time, Liu Hang only heard his own heartbeat, a little unbelievable. No. No way. Liu Hang knows very well what Super Dragon Ball is. Derived from the Dragon Ball Super World, this Dragon Ball is different from the Dragon Ball of Namek, which is as huge as a planet, and the wish can be fulfilled across the universe. The entire range includes 12 natural universes. It can be said that Super Dragon Ball is really very terrifying, much more powerful than the Namek's Dragon Ball. As for the Namek's Dragon Ball, it is just a fragment scraped from the Super Dragon Ball by the Namek's people, made by the Dragon God Salama, distributed between the 6th and 7th universes, and the 7 golden beads have red star marks ranging from 1 to 7. No, Super Dragon Ball needs the language of God to be able to use, so didn't I waste this opportunity in vain? Suddenly thinking of this stubble, Liu Hang's expression suddenly became a little confused. You get the Super Dragon Ball wish, you don't need to think about it, the player's language will be automatically translated into the language of the god through the system, and the wish will be fulfilled at the time of the wish. At this time, Liu Hang finally calmed down, and the system will also assist Liu Hang to teleport to the intersection of the 7th universe and the 6th universe in advance. This makes the land aviation very satisfied. No matter what, this is a good opportunity for the army aviation. Having made a decision, Liu Hang soon allowed the system to teleport and came to the endless cosmic void. The universe is divided into days, years, and months, and the universe that emits a faint blue light is only stones floating in the sky around Liu Hang, and even some small meteorites. This is where the 7th and 6th universes meet. Liu Hang's breathing couldn't help but become a little rapid, and in front of his eyes, 7 quite huge golden beads appeared in front of Liu Hang's eyes. The size of a planet, this should be said to be a wishing bead, not a Super Dragon Ball. Let's get started. Looking at the huge Super Dragon Ball, a trace of anticipation flashed from his eyes, and Liu Hang chanted the summoning spell. Come out, Divine Dragon. Please grant my wish. As soon as the words fell, the 7 Super Dragon Balls, as if they were pulled by some kind of power, flashed with golden light. The frequency of golden light flashed more frequently in the future. However, in an instant, Super Dragon Ball calmed down, but Liu Hang knew that this was a prelude to the storm. Then, the Super Dragon Ball, which was as big as a planet, gradually brightened. The golden light shimmered, shining infinitely like a star. The entire universe and endless rivers of stars have been affected. Shrouded in golden oceans. Roar! A huge dragon groan resounded throughout the universe. It was a huge divine dragon with wings and a rather slender body. Radiant, enlarged in size, gradually from star to the size of the Milky Way. Grunt! This is the Super Divine Dragon. Such a shocking scene made Liu Hang's voice tremble. Not only because of the exaggerated size of the Super Dragon, but also because of the excitement that the wish is about to come true. P.S. Update late completion, ask for subscription, ask for automatic subscription, ask for flowers, ask for favorites and small rewards, subscribe more, update more. Thank you /. For more free follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 074. The world of Dragon Ball seems to have an iron rule, that is, the larger the Dragon Ball, the stronger the power of the dragon. And in fact, it is also the case, the Dragon Balls of that mimesis are almost several times larger than the Earth, not to mention, and even the Divine Dragon is much larger. The planet-sized Super Dragon Ball is even bigger, and it's almost several galaxies that add up to be so huge. Unknowingly, Liu Hang had been swallowed by the heaven-swallowing giant mouth of the Divine Dragon and entered the body of the Super Divine Dragon. When entering the body of the Divine Dragon, Liu Hang's vision could see that the colorful brilliance spread around until it was in a quiet space. "Human, say your wish." A deafening voice sounded, and the image formed by the convergence of a divine light aura was reflected in front of Liu Hang's eyes, and those scarlet eyes looked down, giving people a strong sense of oppression. Super Dragon Ball can fulfill any kind of incredible wish, as long as it is within the confines of 12 natural universes. What wish to achieve? This has to make Liu Hang really have to think about it. Unlimited physical strength is almost achieved, with the help of the Dragon Ball of Namex. Every time you fight, Liu Hang can recover your physical strength and energy by yourself as long as you absorb the vitality around you. Please let my planet Vegeta reappear in the 7th universe I am in. After thinking for a while, Liu Hang had an answer to his wish, and a grand plan was sketched in his heart. You know, the Super Dragon can be described as very powerful, can affect 12 natural universes, but I don't know if it can affect the same other worlds in time and space. If the wish is successful, then the grand plan can be fully opened. That is, the Super Saiyan program. The legendary warriors that appear only every 1,000 years, belong to the legend of the Saiyan fighting nation, have the strongest power in the universe, and are the most powerful fighting people in the universe. As a Saiyan, Liu Hang can clearly appreciate the true power that Super Saiyans have. Frisia's former fear was very reasonable. When this star-destroying force appeared in droves, what kind of situation would it bring to this universe? Liu Hang is looking forward to this. And in order to let Shenlong accurately judge the location, Liu Hang also emphasized the 7th universe to which he belonged, and the planet Vegeta where he had stayed, rather than the planet Vegeta, which had been destroyed in the Z-world a long time ago. Only that planet Vegeta, Liu Hang intervened to rescue the Saiyan extinction. Once the power of the Super Saiyan descends on that planet again, Liu Hang may be able to become the king of that planet. He wanted to witness the mighty power of the Divine Dragon, whether he could do such a thing, and even more wanted to let the Super Saiyans be born on that planet and study the evolutionary direction of the Saiyans. To become stronger is the desire of land aviation. The Golden Divine Dragon looked at Liu Hang, and his scarlet pupils flashed a red light. It's easy. The voice of the Golden Divine Dragon sounded, and under the crimson light, the golden brilliance flickered. Just a moment later, Liu Hang heard the voice of the super divine dragon again. Human, your wish has been fulfilled. Just in an instant, the golden light began to disperse. And the figure of the super divine dragon disappeared. In the silent space, the 7 super dragon balls are still suspended there. Then, a burst of brilliance flashed, and the 7 dragon balls quickly dispersed and disappeared from Liu Hang's field of vision. For a long time, Liu Hang has not reacted, and his wish has really come true. Ding dong! The player's wish is completed, the planet Vegeta reappears, and due to the super dragon, the timeline in which the player is located merges with the timeline that began to cross. The prompt from the system sounded, which made Liu Hang's eyes light up, and an interesting expression appeared from his eyes. When the timelines are closed, the world the player is in will become the main space-time of the 7th universe. A series of messages emerged from Liu Hang's mind, and Liu Hang immediately understood the impact that his wish could have this time. While stunned, Liu Hang heard the good news again, that is, the character mod was unblocked to 30%. The power derived from Vegets gradually began to merge with the land aviation. As the first combined warrior in the universe, under the action of the Potara earring, the combat power will also be multiplied by the combat power of the fitter. System, can you teleport me to the location of planet Vegeta? Now, Liu Hang is looking forward to seeing the planet Vegeta restored in that world. And it didn't take long for the sound of the system to sound. Select the coordinates of the planet Vegeta, record the coordinates. Start teleporting. The next moment, Liu Hang felt that the sky was spinning, as if he had crossed countless rivers of stars. In the endless universe, the figure of Liu Hang appeared, and below Liu Hang, a very beautiful planet appeared. In space, planet Vegeta appears pale grey, and in the silent universe, it takes on the unique color of a planet. Planet Vegeta. In the blink of an eye, he appeared on planet Vegeta, and Liu Hang's eyes couldn't help but flash a hot heat. On the one hand, although he is a game crossing, he has become a scion, and planet Vegeta is also the hometown of land aviation. A golden chi broke out from Liu Hang's body, looked at the planet under the atmosphere, turned into a golden streamer, and Liu Hang fell towards the atmosphere. At this moment, he became a super scion, and as for why he became a super scion, it was because this gesture should be very recognizable on planet Vegeta. PS, update, subscribe, auto-subscribe, flowers, favorites and small rewards, subscribe more, update more. Thank you /. For more free-follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 075. After all, Liu Hang saved the legendary Super Saiyan of planet Vegeta. When the land voyage landed on planet Vegeta, it did have a huge impact. The planet Vegeta, which had not been stable for a long time, inevitably caused riots at this time. Even, many people's detectors exploded quickly. Who the hell is it that came to planet Vegeta to make trouble? Just after the almost destruction of the planet, for the sake of planet Vegeta, we can't sit still. It seems to be in the area of the royal capital. Who is it? Frightened countless Scion warriors came from all directions. Bardock, who experienced the battle with Frieza, became the temporary leader of all Scions today. There is a great horror between life and death, and Bardock's changes are obvious. After recovering in that battle, he became the strongest fighting person in the entire planet Vegeta, and when King Shell died and Prince Vegeta was in the hands of Frieza, who had the strongest combat power, was naturally the leader of the Scions. After all, Scions are a society of the strong, a world where the strong are honored. However, the number of Scion races is very small, and there are only tens of thousands of people. After all, it is a good cannon fodder nation, and Frieza is quite good at using it. There are actually less than 10,000 elite warriors. But soon, Bardock was shocked, because when he saw the person in front of him, he immediately recognized who the person in front of him was. That is, with them to solve Frisia's, the legendary Super Scion. On the square of the royal capital, large and small scions ran over, whether it was elite warriors or ordinary scions, they all saw this incredibly shocking scene. Exuding a hot light like the sun, Liu Hang appeared in front of the eyes of all scions. The blonde hair blew and stood up, and the majestic golden aura all showed the powerful power of the landing voyage. Long time no see, Bardock. Squinting his eyes slightly, Liu Hang chuckled. As for greeting Bardock, it was because he only knew Bardock. You're the one who destroyed Frisia's Super Scion that day. Bardock's face showed a look of horror. The changes in Liu Hang's body were no different from the appearance he had when he first saw the Super Scion. It's not true, that person is really a Super Scion. I thought that the original Frisia, Duck, and the elites were eliminated. Frisia is so terrifying, if it weren't for the Super Scion, we would have been exterminated a long time ago. The Scion warriors who came over looked at each other, and the land airlines who appeared here couldn't help but discuss. It was obvious that the appearance of the land airlines really scared these scions. And for the emergence of a family of legends, in addition to frightening, it is more worship. That scion that day, could it be that this is not enough to prove my identity? The corners of his mouth pursed slightly, and Liu Hang continued to laugh. Then, the majestic breath was released. And the elite scions who appeared here were solid, and their faces showed a shocked look. The land aviation in front of him is like a mountain, and the powerful force makes the air condense. Just looking at it from a distance, it is unbearable. Fortunately, Liu Hang did not release Super Scion 2, and the scions here had to kneel. What's more, in the Super Scion full power scared, Liu Hang has perfectly controlled his breath. Your power is too great, stop it quickly. This pressure makes people breathless. The scions present were frightened at the same time, and their eyes showed awe at this moment. Their detectors were scrapped by his Super Scion power when Liu Hang arrived, and even now they are still feeling such a terrifying pressure up close. I wonder why you came again, my lord. As the momentum of the land aviation dissipated, Bardock, who was still supportive, stepped forward. There is absolute awe and reverence for the strong scions, not to mention that the people in front of them have saved the entire Scion clan. Glancing at the scions on the square, countless pairs of fiery and reverent eyes made Liu Hang overjoyed, because his idea succeeded. Under the true Super Scion legend in the present world, as well as the aura of rescuing the Scion, as long as Liu Hang says it, there will definitely be 100% surrender of the Scion. However, this cannot achieve the effect that Liu Hang wants. Everyone, all scions. The loud voice echoed in the square at this moment, and under the precise control of Qi, Liu Hang's speech formed a better effect than that of the amplification equipment. You may not know my name, but you can now. I am Liu Hang, and I am a legendary Super Scion. The loud voice echoed in the ears of all scions, like the sound of souls, which lifted the spirits of countless scions. And coming here, seeing Bardock and the following conversation, Liu Hang almost decided that it was not long after he left planet Vegeta. So it's convenient, the next operation of the land aviation. After defeating Frisia, due to the pull of some force, I reached a much farther future. In that world, we scions were wiped out, and we were exterminated by Frisia. There I killed the future Frisia, but the scions died. We fought for Frisia, under the leadership of King Vegeta, in exchange for being treated like garbage by Frisia. All you get is notoriety in the universe, and the treatment of being wiped out by Frisia, which is an unforgettable hatred. In the square, the emotions of all the scions were completely mobilized at this time. Anger, everyone's eyes, are filled with anger. P.S. Make up, sorry, future updates will be daily 3 changes, occasionally 4 changes, please subscribe, ask for automatic subscription, ask for flowers, ask for collection and small rewards, subscribe more, update more. Thank you /o/_. Philo reminds you, 3 Things to Read Collect. For more free follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny